without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
Welcome in. 6 minutes past the hour. It is the kickoff hour, and we're off and running. We appreciate you being with us. It could be some unscreened phone calls this hour. I'm kind of feeling that way. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Good time gang settling in. Friday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show is underway. Golden ticket seats scheduled to join us today. We look forward to all of you being with us. If you're headed this way, travel safely, and we'll enjoy ourselves as you're in studio. It's always fun. That means the Wheel of Canned Meat could spin. Rock and Roll City could be in there jamming. It's just going to be a fun day, and we'll get through it together. Again, 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. Over to my left, it is Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Coach Michael Helms. What's up, boys? What's happening? What's happening, boys?
I'd like to throw a fact at y'all right out the gate.
Right, a fact out of the gate.
Yes, right out the gate.
That's a fact, Jack.
That's a dadgum fact.
I probably need to confirm it before.
Oh,
but
really?
No,
So it might be a fact?
Well, I heard this.
Or it's
and
a
I thought,
Helmsy's fact.
No, this is something I heard on a reel, and I thought, I bet the guys don't know this.
Oh, boy.
But the guy was pretty adamant about it.
Well, that must be true.
And he was telling this story. Do y'all in the movie Dumb and Dumber?
Okay.
Yes.
Do y'all remember Seabass?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Do y'all know who that is?
No.
He is the president of the Boston Bruins hockey team.
Let me back.
Now, I want you to let that sit a minute. So I'm the president
I'm trying
of
to
an
think
NHL.
what Seabass looked like. I remember he was the guy in the restaurant.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember, too. I
Seabass.
can't remember it. I'm going to have to look.
He played in the NHL for like, I don't know, 10 years
How
or
did that
so.
even come up?
I know.
I don't know. It was on a
That was
reel,
fun.
and I thought that's interesting. And the guy was
Seabass.
explaining it. I guess he brought a fact to their little podcast that they do or whatever. And I don't even know who it was, but I just caught it. I was like, what in the world? The president of the Boston Bruins, Hall of Fame hockey player, was Seabass? And
I'm trying to think.
Anyway.
I'm just sitting there looking at him.
You got him?
Yeah.
I got to know, did you Google Seabass from Dumb and Dumber, or did you Google Boston Bruins?
I went Dumb and Dumber Seabass.
Okay.
That's what I did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So you got him now.
He's really?
He is the president of the Boston Bruins.
Stop it.
NHL hockey team.
I
And
just
played for many years in NHL as a Hall of Famer.
Wow.
I guess his acting
Don't know
career,
how he got
I
the
guess his
gig.
acting career didn't go anywhere.
Well,
Yeah.
so he's one of these guys that got out of sports, was a Hall of Famer, and thought, I'm going to try acting.
There's been a lot of
And he was casted as Seabass in Dumb and Dumber. And now he's the president of the Boston Bruins.
Good.
I just thought that was an interesting, when we talk about it, our lives are interesting. Like if you think about, Greg, especially yours
Seabass.
and mine, Speedy's been in this business the entire time. Do you
Yeah.
think of the route that people take in life?
Yeah.
And I just thought that was interesting that this guy at one moment was an actor in one of the funniest movies out there.
It is funny, but I wonder what made someone go, I tell you, I'm going to focus on Seabass, and I'm going to let everybody know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? What even led you to know that? I mean, whoever originally did the reel, what led them to go,
I don't know.
yep, Seabass.
Yeah.
So there's your
All right, so
I
help me on
normally
this.
tote stuff like that, information like that.
Yeah.
I didn't have that one.
So help me on this because Seabass, he had the trucker hat on.
Yep.
And
Neck beard.
yeah, and when Jim Carrey was in the bathroom, he comes in, right? And they fight in the
Well,
bathroom.
that was the first they were in the restaurant.
You're right. He
And
was
I
sitting
said, didn't
there.
they throw food in the head to Seabass?
I think so.
And everybody's going, kick it, Seabass.
You're right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the
Then
line
at
that
the
everybody
end, Jim
remembers.
Carrey goes, Seabass.
Yeah,
Said, put
yeah.
ours on his
Right,
tab.
right. But it started.
And then later he
but he
comes
was at
in
the
that
booth.
bathroom.
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
A little weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but at first he's at the booth.
Yes.
Right, yeah,
And
yeah.
didn't one of them threw his food over his shoulder?
I think so.
And it hit Seabass
Yeah,
in the
and he
head.
turns around. All right, so there you go.
His
Well, I
friends
didn't know
yelling,
I'd be
"Kick
talking
it!
about Seabass today.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
You just love keeps that. And when I thought about this, I
Yeah.
thought that right there is going to say it at least 3 times.
Oh, I know. And Rick brought up a great point. So we dumped a caller saying it twice this week, but yet we just say it as a staff.
I don't know why you would dump that.
I don't know what happened. I don't know. I bet
I love how that's your stance on it.
right, because it's not a cuss.
not consistent at
That's
all.
what Greg get into donkeys here in a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, me. All right. Well, there you
That's
go.
definitely not a cuss.
Right.
There's you something you may not have known.
I'll have to. I like
Because
that.
I didn't know.
Those
I
are-
didn't know.
I like facts like that.
I
I do too. I like it.
I thought it would hit y'all like it did me. That's why I
Yeah,
wanted to
didn't
bring
know
it to
I'd
the
be
table.
talking about it today.
Yeah.
But there we go.
I know Seabass would be in my life today.
no, I did not. Had no idea.
What are y'all doing? How's y'all's
what do you
world?
mean? What are we
Well, I
doing?
mean, how's y'all's
What
world?
about? I'm back. I'm not off this yet.
What are y'all
He's
doing?
not off this yet.
So we wrote the movie, and we got a character. What are we gonna call him? How about Seabass?
Seabass. It sounds like us. Is what it
True.
sounds like. It sounds so much like us.
Okay,
All right.
I'm done with Seabass.
All right, so we have got today, and again, it's all about. I know you got the French Open. Tennis is a big deal. College
Is
baseball.
that golf or tennis?
College
Tennis?
baseball. Yeah, that's tennis for Helms.
Okay.
French Open.
Well, he watched a lot of golf too.
He
back
does.
there.
I do.
He does.
I
The
You
college.
say back there.
Yeah. College baseball regionals start today at 11 a.m. Central if you're listening live, and there is about a gazillion games today. And so if that's part of your life or you care anything about it, ESPN family of channels have all that going on today. From
family.
ESPN Plus to, the ACC network, SEC network, ESPNU, ESPN2, you name it, it's all going to be there. So if you enjoy stuff like that and you're a college baseball fan, it starts today, and you're going to have a lot of college baseball as the road to Omaha starts. So we'll see how that plays out. Tomorrow, I look forward to being at the UFL's Birmingham Stallions game. They host Michigan, 1 p.m. Central Time kickoff. I forget what channel this one's going to be
This is
on.
just the last regular season game.
You're correct. Yep.
And then they play Michigan again first round next week.
Correct. Yes. And I was looking. The forecast looks a little weird. It's like it's something in the morning and something at night,
Yeah,
but we
there's
might
chances.
actually have a lull in the action. So I hope so. And that's going to be happening tomorrow. I was sitting here looking at what all's going on as far as the schedule goes and what it's going to be on. I think it's going to be on ESPN, the main channel. 1 o'clock Central. If you're around the country and there's no way you can be in Birmingham, then 1 o'clock Central on ESPN.
You'll be there with the shirtless guys.
Yeah, the shirtless section, the shirtless stallions. Y'all, that was funny when we started throwing T-shirts to them and they started throwing them back. I know that we're not into auctioned items when they come up for sale.
I just wish I had the money to do that.
I know. How y'all feel about O.J. Simpson's driver's license? That's going
Probably
up for
wouldn't bid
auction.
on
I'd
that.
rather have AC Callens.
Yeah.
Since he was driving the Bronco.
O.J. Simpson's driver's license which expired while he was in prison, is up for auction, they say.
Okay.
It comes weeks after Simpson's credit card was also sold at an auction. What these people want stuff like this is weird, but
I heard yesterday, I can't remember, it was somebody's guitar or something. Dang it!
Yeah.
And it sold for like $2 million. I can't remember whose it was.
I think it was it one.
reported
Was
the
it one of y'all that? And again, I forgive me for the not knowing the name, but it was on Netflix, and it was a
Seabass.
It was a series, and it was an auction company that it went behind the scenes on how they get these items and the process of them going up for auction, and when they talk the original owners into
verify.
What, and hey, here's the guaranteed and all this. The behind the scenes on that is really unbelievable. But I just didn't know how y'all felt about that. That's a story out today in the Daily Mail online. O.J. Simpson's driver's license goes up for auction. And
Picture you going, hey man, check this out. I got O.J. Simpson's driver.
Yeah, what do you do with that? Do you frame it and put it on the wall?
Do you carry it in your wallet?
I don't know.
It
what's
makes
up
for
with
good
that.
conversation if you like to
It would
host
be-
parties
I
and
bet
whatnot.
you're going to get it at a pretty reasonable price.
I would think so.
I don't think it's going to go for that much.
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of. I've never got into that, but there's some that do, and there's some that they do it because they run a business. These shows that travel around, and you can go in and check all these items out.
If you got an eye for it, know what's worth something, what's not, you
Yeah.
can make a little money at it.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. I ran up on one of my old driver's license from back in the day. I had a red mullet, guys.
Oh, I'd
precious.
love to see that.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. RickandBubba.com.
When you travel, do concerns back home nag you? Did you lock up, leave a window open? That's why I recommend investing in Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe blankets your whole home in protection. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring, so you get fast emergency response when you need it the most. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can find a link under rickandbubba.com and the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Are you somebody who likes deals? Well, go to mypillow.com/Bubba, because right now they're having their $25 extravaganza sale. For example, premium Giza My Pillows are $25, My Sandals $25, 6-pack My Towel sets $25, 4-pack dish towels $25, 2-pack multi-use My Pillows $25, beach towels $25. Don't forget their 100% Arabica organic coffee to start the day, 50% off. It's deal time, baby. mypillow.com/Bubba, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, religious freedoms, our Constitution, as well as our military, veterans, and first responder heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Your choice. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/Bubba and get free activation, or find the link at rickandbubba.com. So what are you missing out on that you'd be doing if you felt better? That's where Relief Factor comes in. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try by visiting relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order, or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
When you travel, do concerns back home nag you? Did you lock up, leave a window open? That's why I recommend investing in Simply Safe Home Security. Simply Safe blankets your whole home in protection. It's backed by 24/7 professional monitoring, so you get fast emergency response when you need it the most. Get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can find a link under rickandbubba.com and the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful: free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Visit amac.us/Bubba today to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Just go to amac.us/Bubba, or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. amac.us/Bubba right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh,
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We're off and running. We thank you for being with us. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. Could do some unscreened phone calls this hour. If we do, it's just what it says, unscreened phone calls. So when we say hello, you're live. So be standing by for that. That's probably an option here today. All right, a couple of things we've talked about. The college baseball regional starting today. I ran up on the women's NCAA softball World Series going on yesterday. I saw a little bit of I think was it Oklahoma State and Florida, and I know Alabama played yesterday. And you know, I'm not around that a lot because I haven't had any. hadn't had any girls, no grandbabies, you know, that are old enough to play or anything like that. It's all males in our house. Good night. Terry brings that up a lot. Even our dogs are boys.
That's a good point.
And so you know, it's been boys sports. But anytime I'm around girls softball or women's softball, I stop and I watch.
Yeah, it's fun to watch.
And the pace is I like the pace.
Yeah.
I like the intensity. I just love everything about it.
Yeah,
and
it's a good sport.
Yeah, and I watched some of that last night. I want to say it was UCLA and Alabama. They were tied, and then UCLA hit a bomb to beat them. But and then I didn't catch the end of the Florida game, but just everything about it looks great. Yeah. But I did see Beth Mowens was on the call.
Oh, Beth.
Made me think of Rick.
Isn't that where she originated from, her career?
I think so. But, I thought, she's so sweet. She's so nice.
That's your friend. I know.
And she was very polite. And
I know you felt terrible because we've had so much fun at her expense, and she was just overdoing it with nice, and you felt really bad.
She didn't have to stop and say hey to me
Not
at all.
that we've ever really. Well, yeah.
She was very kind. And so anyway, I just wanted to mention that too. I had mentioned the men and their regionals. I want to make sure that we give them a plug as well. That's going on. I know that's in OKC right now. And
it's a good product.
Yep, women's
really good product.
World
Shout out
Series.
to Jana McGinnis.
Yeah,
Jacksonville
It's
State.
fun to watch.
I stop by there and watch them every
she's,
once in a while.
she's so cool.
I know.
She really is. I see where the Bears have been chosen to be the Hard Knocks this year.
Oh, really?
Really?
Top pick Caleb Williams set for his HBO Hard Knocks debut, but it'll be the Bears. They've never been featured on Hard Knocks.
That's right.
Which has followed NFL teams during training camp, all this kind of stuff since 2001. And it was announced. Yeah, it was announced yesterday that the Bears will continue to live in the spotlight this offseason with Caleb, of course, but also they're going to be featured in HBO's Hard Knocks throughout training camp. The team announced yesterday.
What's the furthest back you can remember? I don't know what year it was, but I think the furthest I remember, it was on the Chiefs. Herm Edwards was the coach, and Brody Kroll was on the team. I remember watching it.
You talking about Hard Knocks?
Hard Knocks.
I don't know.
That's a long time.
That's as far back as okay.
That's as far back as I think I can remember.
Wow.
I'm not sure what year that was.
Hmm.
I usually like Hard Knocks pretty good.
Yeah. The Bears will be the first team to report to training camp in late July ahead of playing the Houston Texans at the Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio on August the 1st. Boy, it happens quick. The first episode of Hard Knocks is going to air at 8 p.m. Central Time, August the 6th. So that's just some some NFL news. HBO's Hard Knocks. The Bears will be featured.
Who's surely they got a veteran quarterback to kind of.
Well, they traded out Justin Fields to the Steelers, which is going to be.
I wonder if they picked up
the Steelers. That just feels weird to me. Him and Russell Wilson both
I don't know
together.
What that's about.
But I don't know.
Surely they'll have a guy.
Yeah, I think you're right. This was brought up. We actually got an email about it. I guess it's been. I can't remember if it was this week or late last week. Anytime we're talking about, we bring up the fact. I think it had to do with maybe yesterday with bottled water being recalled or whatever. We talked about drinking out of the hose.
Yeah, hose.
Fiji.
Fiji. Yeah, we talked about. No, it's Fiji.
Oh, that's a restaurant.
We talked about drinking out of the hose.
And taste. I guess that's the way a hose tastes. I don't know.
Yeah, and it's actually in the news today. And Helmsy, I know how you'll send me some stuff and go, hey, I really wish you were on TikTok because there's so much there.
I know.
This is from TikTok talking about a Gen Xer's response to a video about boomers drinking out of a hose a long time ago goes viral, and this person makes a good point.
When y'all are saying that y'all used to drink from the hose, were sinks not an option?
Who's going to tell them? You want me to tell them? We weren't allowed in the house.
That's a
childhood
fact.
was like one never-ending episode of that TV show Survivor. We are indestructible. We've never sat in car seats. Nobody's ever given us swimming lessons. We've all been either shot with a BB gun or stabbed with a dart. The television stations had to make a commercial reminding our parents that they had kids. Every night on the 10 p.m. news, a voice would come on and say, "It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are?"
Yeah,
that's a fact.
That's true.
That's a fact, and I remember
You're
this.
right. Hey, if you wanted something to drink, if you had a problem drinking out of the hose pipe, you were just going to be thirsty.
Well, first of all, you couldn't come inside because you were a sweaty mess because
get
you'd been
outside
out all
and all
day.
that.
The other is, if I ever told my mom that I was bored, I didn't have anything to do,
I'm bored.
she would say, "Well, I tell you what, we can find you something to do,"
Sure.
and it would be Chore City.
Yeah.
I didn't want to come back in the house because I'd be told to do something.
Exactly.
So you just went out and you stayed out all day, all day.
We roamed the neighborhood.
And so that's why we drank out of the hose, because we didn't go back inside. We played outside all day long.
And we've brought this up before. There was a time where the trash men would walk from the road to your backyard, get your cans, take them and dump them, and then bring your cans back to behind the house. I'm not talking about the end of the driveway, and they would be thirsty, and they would turn your hose on and drink out of the hose.
They
pipe.
sure would. And
they
nobody would call the police. Nobody would tell them to get out of their yard. That's just part of it.
I remember when they first started putting trash at the road, I was like, that is just weird. Because they would, I don't know how they got anything done.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Right.
Walk from the truck to ours was behind in the backyard.
Right.
And they would go get them out of the backyard, dump them, and then walk the.
And I'm talking about these old silver cans too.
Yeah.
Nothing, nothing with wheels.
No wheels.
No, we're picking it up.
And then they jump on the back of that truck and
then take off. Just hanging. I used to see them hanging on the back of that truck, and I'm like, that's got to be the coolest thing.
Oh, I thought it was the greatest job ever. I couldn't wait.
That just got that was brought up today in one of the stories and made me think about. We'll bring that up a lot, and everybody's like, "What? You didn't have this? You just don't understand, y'all." We would go outside, and I'd get out of the house quick. Shout out to my parents who I know are listening. They didn't do anything wrong. I get it now. They were like, "Get outside and go," you know. And I would get out, and if I came back in, buddy, I'd be put to work doing something. I didn't want to come back.
And you're right. Don't ever make the statement you were bored.
We
always.
Oh,
did
you're
that.
bored.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Go do this. Sweep out the garage.
I got plenty of things.
Do this. Yeah, do that. Boy, I'd be Chore City.
Oh my goodness.
Golly, don't ever say that.
And I remember throwing the baseball team in the back of a pickup truck and getting out on the interstate or wherever, and nobody even thought anything about it.
Greatest time of your
Maybe
life.
the most dangerous thing we've ever done. I mean, the whole team be piled in the back. We're on a main highway going 60 miles an hour.
Oh yeah, just having the time of our life, laughing up. And I do remember it wasn't for long, but when I was young, the elbow rest that would fold down in the front seat, I'd sit in
That's
it.
for my
my
sister
papa's
rode.
I remember doing that on a couple of different
And when they
trips.
put the brakes on, they'd stick their arm out.
Yeah, that was
block you
seatbelt.
from coming
I
forward.
still do that to anybody that's in my passenger seat.
Yeah, they think you're weird. But
I'll do that with Terry. She'll say, "Honey, that's not my stomach."
Yeah. Hey, now.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For anyone living with everyday aches and pains, I got a question. What are you missing out on in your life? What would you do if you felt better? The answer is likely a lot. Well, I want to talk to you about our friends at Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily 100% drug-free supplement developed by doctors that's been incredibly effective, even life-changing for so many people, including me. It doesn't just mask pain. It helps your body fight pain naturally. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. In about 3 weeks, you'll know it's working because you feel the difference all day, every day. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, Relief Factor can help. Give it a try and visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order. That's 1-800-4 or ReliefFactor.com. You can always go to rickandbubba.com and find the information under the sponsors button. So here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Go now to ReliefFactor.com rickandbubba.com. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Visit amac.us/Bubba today to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Just go to amac.us/Bubba, or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. amac.us/Bubba right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought, and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed, and we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Amoxicillin is the Swiss Army knife of antibiotics because it treats so many types of infections. So how is it possible that America could run short of amoxicillin? Antibiotics come from China and India. So if you or a family member gets sick and there's no amoxicillin, then what? That's why we have a medical emergency kit from the Wellness Company. It's ready to go. It comes with amoxicillin and other essential prescriptions to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly when and how to use each medication. This is not, I repeat, it is not a first aid kit. It's like having urgent care in your home with these essential prescriptions. You've got your medications now, so there's no waiting to see a doctor and no lines at the pharmacy only to learn that they're out of your medicine. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. Order yours in minutes and get 15% off by going to twc.health/Bubba. Use the promo code Bubba. That's twc.health/Bubba with the code Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Kickoff Hour. If you're part of the Golden Ticket seats today, drive safely. Look forward to seeing you. Always fun to have y'all in studio with us. Don't forget a couple of things going on. rickandbubba.com. Just click on events, and you'll see that there's folks hopping all over the place. I'll be at the Birmingham Stallions game Saturday, 1 o'clock kickoff. Then June 7th, which is next Friday if you're listening live, Rick and Sherry will be at Minor Baptist Church in Sykeston, Missouri for a marriage conference. That same night, I'll be at the Alabama State Games opening ceremony at Legacy Arena at the BJCC. Talked to them yesterday, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. Look forward to that. And then on the 8th, which is next Saturday, it's the first playoff game for the Stallions as they host Michigan, 2:00 p.m. Central Time kickoff. So all of that is at upcoming events at rickandbubba.com. And while you're there, you can click all the social media links, also the store, and it's happening and hopping. And so there's a lot to do there at rickandbubba.com. All right, well, Helmsy, you said that we have a pile of questions from the audience. I know the news is out there. A lot of it will kick up during the main show. And you've got it. By the way, quick update. What is the update on Birmingham Southern? Do you know when their World Series starts?
They got beat.
They did.
I made that.
Oh.
I don't think they've played yet.
No, I don't think so either. That's why I know they're practicing and everything.
I think that it says it's the final day of the school officially being open.
Right. Okay. I just didn't know when their
Team
World
without
Series
a
starts.
school.
I'll find out. Go ahead, buddy.
Team without a home.
Team without a home.
That's fact.
It is.
Kind
of unique.
You when you were talking about drinking out of a hose and playing that, it made me think of this question.
Oh, they play today.
Did either one of y'all ever pack a bag and run away and try to run away?
Yeah,
I think we thought about it.
I feel like when I read this, I felt like
Rick
Greg.
did it.
I felt like you would, Greg.
I did. You're right. Rick did it one time. He got hungry and came back. He actually tells it. He tried to hide out in the woods, and it was funny because our parents, they didn't come look for us, so it kind of ruined it.
Sure.
Yes,
that's good.
We've all been through that.
Speedy, you?
I think I got upset a couple of times and thought about it, but I don't know if I ever actually did.
I think I packed a bag a couple of times, but I never went as far as leaving.
Yeah.
Yes, I think.
Well, I mean, what's the plan there?
I know.
Well, you were wanting them to tell you not to leave, and then like my parents played it brilliantly. They just act like I didn't do it.
Yeah.
And it took all the fun out of it.
By the way, Birmingham Southern plays, if you're listening live today, 3:45 p.m. Central Time. So there you go.
Do you always go in the direction of the arrows in a parking lot?
Yes, I try to.
Like at your big box stores or your grocery stores?
Yeah, because if not, the parking spot is facing the other way, then what do you do?
I agree with this.
I have gone against it.
I've gone against it by accident.
I've done it by accident, and it seems like if I just wanted to get in a deck, a parking deck.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Scared me.
But most I had now by accident. I absolutely have.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And to Speedy's point, it makes no sense the way the parking is set up. You can't get in a parking spot efficiently going the wrong way.
In a little car, you can.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all cut through the parking lot to get to where you to where you're going?
Yeah, a lot of times at the back of the parking lot where it's just wide open, I'll find myself doing that.
Yeah,
is that against the law?
I don't know. I do it all the time.
Yeah.
Let's say
I've done it in front of cops. So they ain't said anything.
Let's say you're slanted this way. And this over here slanted opposite across from you. But there's an open space. When you leave, do you just cut through that forward and hang a right and go against the grain? I do that.
Yeah, I guess so if there's nothing going on.
Like if I'm here and they're here and there's an open space here, I go over here.
Yeah. If you look and there's no traffic coming at all and it's pretty open,
I did that yesterday.
Anytime you can avoid backing up, you need to. That was a safety thing we used to go through at work. And look, if you can avoid backing, always avoid. Because that way you don't run over as much stuff, which I ran over a lot of stuff.
What is the most miles you've ever had on a vehicle?
Probably maybe 125,000.
I was going to say mine's probably.
I've never had none of these 200,000.
I've never gone over 200. I think I've made it close once.
I was so between 100 and 150 probably.
That's probably me. That's 125 to 150 is probably more like me. Of course, I can't seem to get that many miles on them these days.
No,
I don't know why.
By the time they're paid for, they're worn out.
Yeah. Legally speaking, how often do you jaywalk?
Every time.
I'll jaywalk in a second.
If it's clear, I go. Y'all don't do that, or do y'all watch for the little man, the little walking or hand?
Well, I try to, and I'm just going to be totally honest here. Like when I'm leaving Protective Stadium after Stallions games and stuff, I see those little hands and they're up in there. But then the road's blocked off in some areas, so I'm like, nah, I'm going. But then a lot of times our police officers are there sitting so I have to I'm gonna wait here. But if there's nobody coming and I mean, like I can't even see a car, I'm like, I'm gone.
I know.
I mean, let's go.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
Right?
Yeah. If it's a busy intersection,
Correct.
I will use the little man you're talking about.
I use the little man when we're at the other studio and we use that Goodyear place a lot. I mean, that's so busy. You got to follow the little man.
Yeah, that's different.
You know, that's
Let me
different.
ask you this, because I encounter this every morning. Okay.
All right.
The way I come to work, and I don't know if I'm going to say where
Yeah.
I'm at, but when I come through there's this area that's really populated, and there's a red light in this populated area. But at the time I come through, there is nobody.
I do this every morning, Greg. I run it.
That's what I'm saying. If it turns red, do you stop at it and wait till it turns red?
I stop at it.
I mean,
but
there's nobody.
I use it like a four-way.
But you
I
got to
stop
understand, this
and
is
look around
just
and
like
I
a
go.
little one light. It's not even like a. I mean, this is a place you go. I can't believe there's a red light here.
Mm-hmm. And the time of morning, you're saying there's nobody.
There's
there.
nobody. Right. Nobody.
There is a red light every morning I encounter that it's I don't know if it's on a timer or what, but it takes forever. And so
This is where you turn left.
Yep. And I sit there and I'm treated as a four or three-way.
At least I can see if you not running the one you're talking about because you're out there in the big main area. This is just a little old pig trail, and I'm like, I ain't sitting here. I mean,
I don't sit there.
Here?
I look around and I treat it. I mean, I think that's just common sense. There's nobody coming from my left. There's nobody coming from my right at all.
Yeah.
And I can see a long ways in both directions of where they would be coming from, especially because it's dark and their lights would be on. And I do make sure there's no cop behind me.
Yeah, that's what I got to watch.
And then I leave. And I just go.
I'm like, this one, I don't even check up. I mean, you could run it and not even have to stop.
Greg, let's not do that.
I'm just saying you could.
Do y'all know why they call it jaywalking?
No, I do not. Never thought. That's a good question.
No. The word is formed in imitation of a slightly older word, the J driver. This initially referred to a driver of horse-drawn carriages or automobiles who refuse to abide by the traffic laws. In a very
they called them J drivers,
and they called them J drivers.
Where did it?
They drove on the wrong side of the road and everything. So that's what this is saying. So that's how the term jaywalking. That's what that's from.
But they don't
somebody
tell us
that's
where
not
J,
abiding.
But they don't want to tell us where J.
Who's J? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. J meaning a greenhorn, I guess.
Okay.
The term originated in the United States as derivative of the phrase J drivers. That's what they called them. People that just don't abide by the rules of the road. And so I guess if you're instead of a J driver, you're a J walker because you're not abiding by the rules.
Now we don't know why they call it J.
I wish I knew who J was.
Well, Greg and I evidently are being J drivers in the mornings at those red lights.
I mean, this red light I'm talking about is ridiculous.
I know.
I don't even know why it's there.
I get why mine's there.
Yeah.
But I can't wait as long as it's asking me to wait when there's nothing going on at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Because like this one I'm talking about, if you get caught, if you sit there, it's a little longer than you want it to be.
J stands for an idiot, Rube.
Okay.
Hey, Rube. Hey, yo, Rube.
Go ahead. Sorry.
We can't handle that question. Not
I just
not
didn't
right
know.
now. That's we're not mature enough to handle this.
Oh, wow.
What you got?
It makes me curious.
The guy wants us to talk about low T and do we take supplements and would we talk about it on the show
for low T?
Low T. I just think we probably need to.
I mean, I'm sure I have low T, but I haven't addressed it. No.
Well, a lot of it's just getting older.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, I
I
haven't went and go, hey, crank the T up.
Yeah, but you've talked about it, that and running these adventure runs.
You think he's really wanting to ask if there's anybody taking?
No. Greg, I'm gonna read you the email. He's serious about this. If y'all get a chance, would you talk about T replacement on the show and see what the callers are saying about it? I hear it's like a miracle drug. I just don't take meds, so I'm a little hesitant to take it. I heard if you unknowingly have prostate cancer, it'll make. Never mind, I can't say that. Just don't read it, Helms.
Wow. Ron Burgundy.
But he's wanting to know about. He's a longtime listener. He's about my age, 45 years old, and he's curious if we've ever done the testosterone replacement stuff.
I have not.
I feel like I'm getting to that age where I need to. I feel like I'm probably getting in that low T stage, but I'm like you. I don't know if it's worth me going through it. Heck, I can't even get a physical these days with my doctor because appointments are 2-3 months out.
Yeah, normally I book mine when I'm leaving the one the year before.
I almost did that, and it's been. Good night. Over 10 years ago for an endorsement.
You were about my age.
Yeah, for an endorsement.
Yeah.
I went and talked to him and met with him. It's really embarrassing because there's the female salesperson there. and some of the questions they were asking, I was like, really?
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to step out of the room.
They, but and to be honest, the only reason I was doing it because I was going to get an endorsement.
Yeah, that's just real talk.
But I didn't. I forget what happened, but I have not. No, and they claim now them over the counter ones. Don't they claim that you're not like the one that
Frank Thomas
and them?
Yeah.
That you don't. That those are
big
She'll like it too.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
The big hurt.
Yeah.
All right. Would you? Rather,
I've never taken anything like that. Now I do the Field of Greens and take stuff like that.
Yeah,
which is
take those.
But you asked about a
low
multivitamin,
T.
and that's what that is. And so, but as far as low T, no.
I think I may address it, and then I'll have something to talk to y'all about. All right. Would you rather be able to speak any language, be able to play any instrument, or be able to cook anything, like a top chef?
Instrument.
I want to speak any language.
I think I do too, and I can cook really good.
I mean,
now,
because
so
I'd
really
love to
worried about
play
that.
any instrument. I'd love that. But man, if
I
I
guess
could
the
go
talking
around and
language-
talk in any language, you
Yeah,
kidding
that
me?
is pretty strong. I may change mine.
I'd go to the border and just have a conversation.
Can I have two of the three? Can I
Yeah.
speak a lot of languages and play any instrument?
Right.
All right. What is your? All right. So I'm gonna put some stipulations on this question. This is
boy.
kind of a what
Is this
the
about
hell.
Should we go to
T?
break? Because we're leaning on it.
Yeah,
wow,
we don't even
yeah.
have to do this.
Oh, I love it.
Never know. This is good. I mean, I love stuff like this.
I got a couple
I
more.
love the listeners, too.
I got a couple more decent questions.
Okay.
And Greg said he's going to address the low T again.
I don't care what Frank Thomas thinks of it.
You're so young, though, Helmsy. You ain't got to worry about
Young.
it now. You're 45.
Oh, you
46.
it starts dropping when you're like 30.
I think I'm 46.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
Come back to us when you're double nickel.
Rick and Bubba.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Resolving to eat healthier this year, that was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Visit amac.us/Bubba today to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Just go to amac.us/Bubba, or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. amac.us/Bubba right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, it's 7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we appreciate you being with us. All right, Helmsy, we went to break, and you had a question that you were about to start, but there was no way we could get it in. So what you got?
Well, and I'm going to put a stipulation to this, too, because I kind of know what y'all like, and so I don't want you to be able to pick that. What do you watch the most of right now from a sports standpoint? Speedy, it can't be, and this is basically saying if I take these things away from you, then what do you go to in the sports world? So if I take golf and football and baseball away from you, and Greg, I take football and NASCAR and baseball away from you, what are y'all watching sports-wise?
Hockey.
You have to, so you really go hockey.
I've been going hockey
over
with
college softball?
That's a good one there. Stanley Cup is on right now, and I mean the playoffs. And so I've been watching a little bit of that. But then
Stanley.
But then I will venture over to women's NCAA softball. Boy, that's a tough. Do I have to pick one? I can't just hang out with both.
Yeah, you got to pick one. Like you're going home tonight. And
I can't have golf. I can't have baseball.
Or football.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What can I not have?
You can't have NASCAR, football, or baseball.
Ooh, wow. I guess I'm going to go
WNBA.
Oh, man. Helmsy. I'm going to try hockey.
Okay.
I feel like I need to give it more.
Okay.
It's a Wilburn sport. We ought to be giving hockey more. And we say that every time we're anywhere around it. It's like us at a golf course, Greg.
What about, would you watch MMA?
Yeah.
I'm giving you that option.
Yeah, I'll take that. That would probably be mine.
WWE.
All right.
That's not real. But.
Okay.
When y'all were kids,
need to watch Iron Claw.
Okay.
Greg, you keep saying it, okay, buddy? And we're going to watch it. Give us a minute.
It's not great. Don't get that carry. It's not great. It's a little long.
I started, just so for I finished Dune, the part one.
Mm-hmm. Is it Dune or Dunes?
I thought it was Dune.
It's
Dune.
one Dune.
Is it Dune? Okay.
And then I watched probably an hour of Dune, the part two.
Okay.
And like part
coming
2,
on in?
so much better than part 1.
Yeah, we thought that too. We thought 2 was better.
I can't
than
handle
1.
them things up their nose,
buddy.
Greg,
that gets on. I can't stand that.
Did your family use a door frame or a back of a door to measure you as a child?
Yeah, yes, the side of a door. Yes,
they didn't mark it.
It was, and it was actually kind of emotional for us when we left the last house because we had marked the kids every year, sometimes twice a year, and that door frame. We took a picture of it the last time we left.
We never.
And then growing up, they did the same thing for us.
We would growing up. We would just all of a sudden we go, hey, let's see how tall everybody is today, and they get the measure tape out. And I'd get mad because I always thought I was taller than. I'd really get mad about it. In my mind, I was taller than what it said.
My dad did this with us, and it's on the back of the door in Jay's old room. And he's not only done it with us, he's done it with all the grandkids.
Oh, that's cool.
So there's a door full of just and his handwriting's about like Greg's.
Yeah.
So when he's updated over the years, it looks
cool.
real good.
That's cool. So. I think it's good. It's a cool little marker, especially. I know the boys growing up, they would look over at it and they'd see like the year and stuff and be like, "See, look at that." And we'd see like one year where you could tell they hit puberty because the distance was a lot taller, a lot further. So that's pretty cool.
All right, that's all. That's all I got.
All right. Well, that's it.
Because I don't want to talk about low T anymore.
Yeah.
Nah, leave that alone.
All right.
I'll make this promise to the guy: is I will in my next checkup, I'll bring it up with my doctor and see what he says, and then I'll give you an update. And I'm serious. I'm having trouble getting an appointment. Like I'm probably going to have to find another doctor.
Really?
Oh,
yes.
wow.
Like I went online, tried to get an appointment.
Oh, the portal.
August is the first appointment I can get. And to your point, that's why they give you appointment, when you're leaving because they stack up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, I emailed them this morning. I'm like, listen, I tried to get an appointment, and you don't have anything till August. I need to get some kind of discount on my health insurance. I need it by a certain date. So I'm probably going to have to find somebody else.
Yeah.
Any doctors out there that want to give me a physical, shoot me an email.
That if they could give you a physical and fix your truck at the same time, that person would be unbelievable.
And address some low T.
What do you want worse?
And cut
you want
your
your
yard.
truck back, or you want your physical?
I want my truck back.
Yeah, I figured that.
I want my truck back.
I figure that's a good call.
Yeah, I think so.
I want the truck back. I want some clarity on that, and I need it really bad right now because like this morning I had to haul the garbage can up to the road. That was fun. Usually I put it on the back, and I'm in a moment with the yard where I need pine straw and mulch. I can't go get it, so
that's right. See,
I'm probably gonna have to have it delivered.
See, I considered buying like a good gas mileage car to run back and when I bought a vehicle the other week. But I knew it. Stuff like that, I go, I got to have a truck because there's things I need to do.
You don't think you need a truck till you need a truck, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And those truck owners know what I'm talking about.
Now, I'll say this. If it comes back and this is too much to fix, then I may be trying to, make some deal and get me a car. But I don't know. I mean, I can have, like I've had the pine straw and mulch, it's like $20 delivery fee. Is that worth not having a truck? I don't know the answer to that, but I sure wanted this morning when I was hauling that heavy garbage can up to the road that big hill.
Having to lean over.
Yeah. My gosh.
I wish I could have seen
There
it.
was a moment where I didn't know if I'd survive in these shoes that I'm wearing.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. So a doctor that can give Helmsy a physical.
Yep.
If,
in the next
if you
couple
can
weeks
fix
would be
his
great.
truck and check his low T, if you're that guy, buddy, you need to email Helmsy. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Brand new hour beginning now. Starts with the national anthem.
right, Rick Burgess. Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to another edition of Rick and Bubba. Somebody say. Well, if you're out driving, it ain't shining on you this morning. That's for sure.
Well, according to where you live, but you're right. For us, no doubt about it. So I think we're going to have some rain over today, tomorrow, and maybe some severe weather tomorrow. So that'll be fun to see if the broadcast plaza or our homes still have power on the way in tomorrow.
Yeah, it's always exciting. Yep. I was in the shower this morning. I heard some thunder going off, and I'll get out of the shower because I'm not going to risk that.
Yeah, that lightning runs in the shower. I read about it every day.
Well, it's come a long way on that,
Greg. But then the odds of the shower getting me astronomical. But other areas of life, no problem.
Yeah, we all climb on the Suzuki at some point during the day.
We pick what we want. We all do.
We pick our jumps.
Rick, I'm lightning out of the shower.
You're right.
No, I was actually getting out when I heard the thunder. I didn't know it was.
You didn't know you were shaking hands with danger the whole time you was in there.
What were you doing,
that giant
Bubba?
lightning rod down the street.
You got in the shower without checking the radar?
I know.
Well, here's the thing that.
Well, I had to get a shower.
So the bad weather is supposed to be here tomorrow night.
I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea.
Where we live. There's a giant
show's
system.
based out of.
Greg, and they don't know either. I mean, what they're telling you.
Of course, I'm in trouble because I was supposed to get a storm shelter and I didn't.
What?
Yeah, every time we have bad weather, we have to hide. We don't have a great place to hide in our house, and I wanted one of them they put in your garage, and it's just you can't just go, hey, bring me one of those. It's a long process.
I don't think you can get it done by tomorrow.
No. Or by next year. I'm just saying it's a long way out.
It is,
Greg. I'm just saying,
you know how you go, man. I need to get one of them, and then I blink my eyes. And it's been a year,
right?
Yeah, but I've heard your speech on it before.
Yeah, but at least it's not.
And see,
I know,
our old house, we used to have a basement, which was a kind of its own storm shelter. Now we don't, so I'm in the same boat.
Mm-hmm. I've seen one of those you're talking about. It's really cool, but here's the problem. You got to raise the garage door, back the car out to be able to get down in it.
No. I'm not talking about under. That just is the standing one.
In the corner.
Yeah,
okay.
No, I don't want to get under the ground like that. That's a little.
Well, that's where the only place you really.
I
safe.
know, but
I've seen one. It's really nice. So you got there, you slide the door.
I'm talking about the vault in the corner there.
Yeah,
it's like 4x6.
Like the ones y'all I got in with Valley and y'all shot it and ran a car into it, and I was in there.
I got to admit that was a tough one. I mean, we tried to burn it down with a jet engine.
Mm-hmm.
We ran a car with explosives into it. We shot it up.
That was great.
That was quite a deal, Speedy.
It is.
I mean, is the video still out of there?
I guess so. Yeah, I would think. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm getting thumbs up from Adler.
People will ask me sometimes about something. I said, well, that time that we put Speedy in that thing and shot him, and they said, you shot at an employee. I said, with high-powered deer rifles, we shot at Speedy.
I see that day I had my beard perfect.
Do we have the car hitting it? By the way, we tried to get it to explode. We loaded it with gas and everything, trying to get it to blow up.
You forget.
The jet engine was pretty impressive on that dragster.
Blowing it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was loud.
It's funny because you look at old stuff, and I'll look at stuff, and I go, man, what's the difference in my beard then and now? And then I realize, well, it wasn't gray then.
Yeah,
now about 70% of it's
there. It is.
Hey, I'm in there. You catch y'all wondering.
There's Speedy. No, okay. Yeah. Well, you really looked old that day. No,
there he is.
They were telling us to hurry up and get away from it. You never know.
Y'all forgot about the fact that we're in a pasture in North Alabama doing all this. That when the dragster. Is this the video inside?
Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. Y'all didn't know if it was going to make it or not. When the dragster that had this jet engine and they chained it to the ground and tried to blow this thing away with literally 300-mile-an-hour winds, the noise that it made was unbelievable. Yeah. And you remember we were about wrapping up with a shooting when a farmer from down the road came and said that the noise had scared his cows and they had run through a fence. You remember that?
Right there.
Look at that. Please look at that.
Hey, guys, I'm fine.
That is hilarious.
That is.
Greg, can you believe that?
Well, that's a show enough good one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
6 minutes now past the hour. Hello and welcome to another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show on a brand new day. As we get you ready, if you're catching it live, we'll get you ready for the weekend today. The national anthem gets us started. It is 7.5 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. A brand new hour starting now. Kickoff hour's done. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have knocked that out. So if you missed it, catch it in the daily archives. These are either on the YouTube channel or our podcast channel. We now join them, and I'll go forward. Eddie Van Adler takes over the YouTube experience. Hello, tubers. Whether you're watching us live or on the archive, we thank you for being with us. An hour of our YouTube experience also available to Blaze TV subscribers. Well, there's never been a time that being a Blaze TV subscriber has been more valuable than the circus that we have going right now. So if you're not a subscriber, do so by going to Blaze Media. So we have a lot to cover on the program today. It's been an active 24 hours. We'll update you on that. Golden ticket seats will be here a little bit later on, Lord willing. The wonderful wheel of canned meat will spin today. Your phone calls. I know, America, you may have much to say today at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
How about it, Rick Burgess, friends and neighbors? Welcome. Day number one of the Banana Republic is now in play.
Bubba, let me rephrase that. Babylon B wanted us to clarify. For Democrats, it's actually a banana democracy.
That's right. They forget.
They won't say Republic if you paid them $1 million to do it. Well, maybe they would then.
Yeah, it's been a crazy world here for the last little while.
It has. So many lessons.
Yeah. There's a lot to cover. Of course, if you've been living under a rock, you don't know that former President Donald Trump has been convicted on 34 felonies.
Right.
And one of the stranger court cases, I think, in all of history, and we'll go down that way.
Wow.
No, it really doesn't depend how you feel about him or where you are politically.
Apparently,
you have
it does.
to admit that it will go down in history as a very bizarre event. And first of its kind, but I promise you, not the last. I'm really sad about it, Rick, because not as much for what it's going to mean to Donald Trump. And by the way, it's not going to affect the polls at all. The early indications are it doesn't affect anybody. It just digs them in a little bit more.
Yeah.
But what I am sad for, and I knew this, and I saw this coming with some other things too, what it's going to mean now for the American political system, because it is going to become open warfare on former presidents. And don't think anybody's safe. Don't think that precious Obama is safe. Don't think that George Bush is safe. Don't think that that anybody else who has been
Clinton and Biden
safe.
surely aren't safe.
And now all you have to do is get some prosecutor to charge them in a district that is favorable to your politics. And in this case, that county, that area that the pool of jurors came from, voted like 87% for Biden. Mm-hmm. The judge has relatives that work for the Democratic Party. He donates to the Biden campaign.
Talking about his daughter?
Yes. Yeah. And this is the thing from a history standpoint that again, it really doesn't matter if you like Trump or not, but looking at it from 50,000 feet, there are several world leaders who have prosecuted their political enemies to get them out of the way for politics. Okay, all saying that nobody's above the law. Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, Mao Zedong, and now Joseph Biden, all together in one group. They have to be proud.
Well, we'll really, really unpack this today. There's always the humorous side. I have not watched the news, and I don't know when. And of course, last night I was like, well,
you couldn't help but flip it on.
I'm going to sit down, and of course, it does get repetitive at one point. Basically, these hosts just interviewed these same people, but you get a lot of reps. But then you get to, and like I said, there's a lot of things that apparently I didn't realize because I have never really seen this. He was on the show once, this Greg Gutfeld show that Fox has on, which is a little rowdier than all the other shows.
Yeah, they don't mind if they cuss on there, apparently.
It's rowdy. And they have this comedian on there who's a comedic writer. And, of course, they cut up with each
I saw him last night, by the way.
Did you see his opening line?
I didn't see the opening line. I saw him later in the thing.
The opening line, he goes, well, first of all, I'm going to tell you this. I'll never decide to pay someone in the sex industry because that's a waste of money. He said, you throw that money away. But anyway, so we'll unpack it. And there was and I did do the thing that's really, really fun. Really, this is what I had. Seriously, this is the extremes. So Fox News, of course, end of time. And then talking, and I waited up for Mark Levin because I sent to the team text. Has anybody checked on Mark Levin?
Yeah, I knew that was going to be good.
And we need to keep doing a wellness check on Mark. He's lost it. He is so mad. He is even madder than what's that female judge that gets on there and goes crazy?
Judge Janine. On the 5, yeah.
Janine. Yeah. He's even more upset than her, which is not easy.
No.
But anyway, but Levin just has his way that I just love. But anyway, so I was watching all this, and then I would flip over to CNN. And then when I really wanted to see something interesting, I would flip to MSNBC. And the extremes of you going down that road.
Yeah.
Listen, we start out with, this is the end of America. Mm-hmm. And everybody the judicial system has now been made a mockery. Mm-hmm. To we're all sad, but no one's above the law. All the way to MSNBC. I'm not exaggerating this. You may have the clip today, Adler. Some gay guy saying he has a man crush on the judge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My goodness. Okay, well, that's the extremes that we were watching, and said the word man crush. That's not me assessing his feelings. He said it.
I want to give you a couple of comments. Somebody asked me if I was surprised. I said, no, I told you what was going to happen when they struck this jury.
Oh, look,
there was no way for him to win.
A lot of the commentators were saying that if they ever get him in one of these local courts, he's done, and they were all right. Mm-hmm. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, that is an engine right there.
Yeah. Let you know what that.
So those of you that are listening,
is
we're watching video of this. It was Valley Storm Shelters.
Yep.
And
they make a smaller version of that they will put actually inside your garage.
Greg, we got you in the garage.
Yeah, buddy. We know that.
I don't want that.
We did the commercial.
That's a lot of things.
This is you talking to yourself out loud again.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, don't picture that in the garage. That's too big.
Right. Well,
that
was from me to get in.
Right. That's a different.
Well, you can get one of them in your yard, but who
I
wants that?
know that.
Right. We're just talking about how indestructible
Who wants
it was.
that?
We're strictly talking about how indestructible it was, and that we put Speedy in there to prove it.
Yeah.
How about that jet engine, that exhaust coming off there?
It looked like when that car hit it, it was like a button. Now, here we are shooting at Speedy.
Yeah.
That's the best.
While he's in the...
Y'all are having time of your life.
Yeah, we are. Look, we're firing on Speedy.
Well, it's not every day you get to shoot at a friend.
Right. Well, my beard's really gotten gray. All right, so...
and people go, well, pick up another gun, shoot again.
Right. So we're firing on Speedy at that point.
We had extra safety precautions, but it held up.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we stand, the number of people on the show with the antibodies, Speedy, Helms, Bubba, Rick, all with antibodies. Adler still has not had it, and Greg still has not had it, but Greg is getting the vaccine today.
Yeah. How about that?
I mean, so how does it feel?
I figured why not?
Yeah, it goes back to
and
what...
Plus, that way we could study me and see.
Well, we'll see.
Right here on air.
So which one you getting, Moderna?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel better about that when I keep telling Speedy that.
my parents get the second Pfizer vaccine shot Wednesday.
So we've had
we're working through it.
Thanks,
we're
Rick.
working through it.
So our parents, 79 and 80, have had the Moderna. They've had the first and second. And
here come the emails I'm gonna give people going, oh.
But little to no issue from none
Yeah,
really.
Mom said
They got through it fine.
Feeling good.
But some people do get sick for a day or so after the second shot. So we'll watch Greg to see how he does.
Yeah,
but,
why not?
but
like an experiment.
Yeah, we're fortunate enough to have access to it. And you're also 54 years old, so as they make their way down, you have been allowed to go and get it.
But more important, he's an essential worker.
Declared
How does it feel to be
because
essential?
of his broadcasting?
I'm a broadcaster. I am on the front lines. I must report to everyone.
I'm not sure how much that falls
Can you
into
imagine they've moved a guy up to essential? That really the things that we break down and cover are our favorite snacks. We talked about corn nuts yesterday.
That's a great point, Rick.
Yeah.
Not sure how essential that really is.
Get that corn nut guy in here.
Get the guy, because people got to hear about corn nuts during the pandemic.
Guys, what if he's sick and can't tell us his favorite candy bar?
That's so true. Quick, get him an exemption.
Hurry up!
So we'll be able to study Greg firsthand.
He may not be able to make fun of somebody's ears.
Yeah, well, come on.
Yeah, get him in there.
And let's see what this. I'm trying to
So
see
today,
the
are
date.
you a little bit nervous?
Nah, I ain't worried about it.
You're not worried about like being sick and after the second one? Just not feeling good. I mean, you don't be in any danger. I'm just talking about.
This is what you do.
I mean, you know how you feel bad. I mean, I don't like to feel bad.
Yeah, everybody's the few people I know that have, they said it didn't last very long. To feel bad.
I had one guy tell me day before yesterday, real sick though for a day.
Is he a candy or is he?
Hey, is this what you did to him your whole life?
He put kerosene socks on.
Yeah. That's
and Rick, I'm supposed to get my antibody test again at the end of next week. So that'll be my 90-day check on that. So
the
90-day.
All righty.
90-day.
Gonna get a check.
Same as cash.
I'm using you as my scale because we got it at the same time.
Right.
So when you start running out, I'm going to go get tested.
Okay. Yeah, I'll
I'm in the same
boat.
boat. What I have it about a week. About a week. I actually had it about the same time.
You did.
Y'all did.
A little
Because you
delay.
gave it to us.
So we can all.
We
We can all.
Speedy, if you won't track it, you're about a week ahead of us.
Yeah. So I'll go off what your antibodies.
Remember, we used your family to prove that the testing is not very accurate.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So.
No, we found that.
Yeah, your wife was cleared of every disease known to man.
You know,
but had COVID.
The only thing I think as we start to ramp up again in the fall, I don't know how many places are going to require that you have vaccination before they're going to let you do whatever they do. Say go to football games, fly on planes, that kind of thing. So, at some point we're going to have to get the vaccination if we go to that. But I don't want to get it till the antibodies roll off. So, it could be a year. Who knows? We don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of it has to do with how, if you're exposed again, Even though you may not get sick, your antibodies will shoot up. So we'll see. That shows your immune system's working, by the way.
Yeah, like
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. As we unpack and reflect on yesterday's ruling, so the court, the jury, after being told by the judge that really they could just look at a buffet of charges, and the thing that it was so funny yesterday, and I think, Bubba, you said you may can help us by now, but was watching some of the greatest legal minds that we have in our country, all of them, no matter what station they were on or what format they were on, they were like, at this point, honestly, we're kind of find ourselves in an odd place. We don't really know what the president's been charged with, the former president. We don't really know. We know that he's been found guilty on 34 counts. We don't know what they are, and we don't know what he's actually been found guilty of, because unlike the way it's supposed to be done, the judge is supposed to be very specific and say all of you have to be unanimous on these things. He didn't really do that. He basically said, there's a lot out there, go find you something. If you think any of it is legit, then that's
well,
unanimous.
The way that it is all going to come out and be framed is it was an election interference case, which is hilarious, by the way, because this whole trial is an election interference.
That's correct.
So what they have said, and hear me now, folks. Hear me, all Americans. I want you to hear me. Forget political, forget colors you support, all this.
Poor Bubba trying to get people to do that.
I know.
No, just for a minute. Think about this. So he was found guilty of paying someone and requiring an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, for $130,000 to basically keep quiet about something, whether it happened or not. That's what the NDA is. It says, well, you can't talk about it.
Right.
That was declared that he did that so it would help him in the election and not hurt him.
Right.
Yeah.
2016.
Yeah. Somebody going to say something negative about you in the campaign. You don't want that to happen. Mm-hmm. And in some cases, you might could go and pay them not to say something. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people run for office that has an ex-wife out there. And they go to them ahead of time and say, look, I know you need a new car. Right. I don't need you on the TV talking about me. Here's a new car. Mm-hmm. Let's just everybody be cool, okay?
Right.
I know you and Todd got it going on, and me and Buffy, and, we're not together
Todd
anymore.
And
Buffy.
You know what I got it, okay. Yeah.
So, by what they have said in this case, you have now interfered with an election if you do that.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that you try to suppress negative information. Remember Hillary Clinton when she had the bimbo squad? If anybody came out to say anything about Bill, we attacked them.
Mm-hmm.
We went after them. Under this law now, you can prosecute her for election interference. Y'all, we have opened a Pandora's box, and I know some think, no, nobody will do that. Oh, yeah, they will. There's Marjorie Taylor Greens out there in every district that is ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
Let me tell you, if Joe Biden came through our county, Shelby County, Alabama, and we got with the prosecutors and could charge him, we can seat a jury that will declare him guilty before we ever give any evidence. Now, we can go through the motions. Mm-hmm. We can sit through the trial. We can even ask for a transcript.
Sure.
He's guilty the day I sit in that seat.
Right.
I'm voting him down because I don't like him. I don't like his politics.
Right.
That's what we've unleashed.
Mm-hmm.
And it is going to be terrible for our country.
Release the
And it's
Kraken.
not stopping here. You're not going to win this by going, oh, well, we don't want to start that. Oh, no. It's even Steven in politics, baby. You get paid back as soon as we can. And that's coming, and it is going to be ugly, and I hate it for the country.
And don't forget the scenario you just gave, which was accurate, that you had a judge that wouldn't allow the defense to show proof that Trump didn't know about it, and the folks that were the star witnesses were convicted liars and perjurers that still couldn't connect that Trump even knew about the money. But none of that mattered. None of it, because of the way the judge instructed the jury to rule
Speedy,
on it.
It was worse than that. We said it here. That's why I wasn't surprised. We read those jurors. We know the district they're in. He was guilty the day they went in that courtroom and sat down.
Well, another
there was
thing,
no hope of him being acquitted. I mean, some people thought, well, we might get a hung jury. There'll be one person. Show me on that jury pool, and we know general things about them, who would have been that one person. I mean, it's a complete Democrat wash.
Well, they said that when the jury people were first brought in, that the first thing that everybody did, the lawyers start striking the jury. They said, if you have animosity toward Donald Trump, please just leave now. And half of them walked out.
Right.
All right, so now...
And those were the half that was honest.
Right, yeah. So now...
The other ones think they got a book deal in this.
As all of you said, we've seen anywhere from 85 to 87% of the people voted against Trump in Manhattan. So, to Bubba's point, all you got to do is get in the right, now apparently district court, get the right judge, get the right jury, and you can take a political candidate you don't like, or even a person, and completely destroy them. And so this is the thing that has to be fixed, because we don't even know what to do. And some of these things y'all mentioned in the past, but now they're real, okay? We don't even know what to do with a former presidential person, because we've never done this to a former presidential person before. Never.
Right.
Or a sitting president.
Right.
Think about some of y'all.
There's a reason for that.
Some of y'all brought that up weeks ago. One of the things is, the sentencing is 4 days before the convention. No surprise there. Hopefully, thinking if they can do something to even keep him from able to go. But some of y'all brought this up, and I think callers did too, and they discussed this some last night. He has Secret Service forever. If he goes to jail, we don't know where he goes, because we don't know what to do about the detail that has to be with him, because we've never done this before. It's never been done before, and that's why, which Levin was losing his mind over, he says we got to get this to the Supreme Court as soon as possible, because we have to what Bubba just said, Speedy, all of us are saying, everybody's out there saying, if the Supreme Court doesn't say this is what you can and can't do involving political candidates in the legal system, it's no longer an exaggeration that we are third world, banana republic, all these things, lawware, that's a new word that's out there. Instead of warfare, it's lawfare. All of this is real now. And if we don't get a handle on it, and as Bubba said, all of us talk about how slimy politicians are, how swampy our government is, and then you're going to turn around, like Bubba just said, and say, oh, people won't do that. We just said that they should.
Yeah. They're going to do it. They're going to do it.
Of course they're going to do it.
And they will do it twofold.
Yeah.
They're going to up you one.
Right.
So you can find your favorite Democrat operative that dares to step outside of New York City. They're going to get them, and they're going to trump up the charges, no pun intended, and they're going to convict them before and you're going to go, it's a kangaroo court, I was framed, right. And everybody's going to go, yeah, right.
By the way,
so was everybody else.
Babylon B said kangaroos have come forward and said they're tired of being competitive.
I really do. Look, this will have long-term implications for our democracy, and I know how a lot of people like to quote that. Mm-hmm. Actually, our constitutional republic.
Thank you.
After Donald Trump is long gone, after the Trump name is long gone, after all these people that are involved in this now are dead, gone, and forgotten about, and other people got their stuff, it is going to be a problem for our kids and grandkids if the Lord tarries. Trust me on that.
You talk about...
Remember that, folks. Just like I told you, the outcome of this case day one, I wasn't surprised a bit.
This is the worst case, and it's politically, of short-term satisfaction but long-term disaster.
Yeah, look, the one point I'd like everybody to ponder, if this was this good of a case, why wasn't it brought the day he left office? They waited till he was running again.
Rick and Bubba.
I honestly think some of the information seems to possibly, this is how much we know, to say that there may be a link between if you still have the antibodies and go ahead and get the vaccine, those people do seem to get sick because of that.
Well, the whole reason you get the vaccination is to have antibodies if you already got it. I mean, they're trying to mimic the natural response with the vaccination, and still the levels are almost as much, but you're still better off to have had it and be over it.
Yeah, no doubt. So we'll do that. I got it at the 1st of December. So I'm in about I got it about 3 weeks before y'all?
Yeah.
something like that. So we're all in a relative.
Yeah.
So
And
we,
then you
3
got all
weeks
these
before Speedy, a month before me and him.
And then you got all these variants. So I think we have a story now that there's a French variant now.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, I know
France shutting down again.
I know that this is not wise. So let me just say, I'm not saying that everybody should be this way. I can't muster any energy for a variant. I've been in a pandemic mode. I think I can give to the pandemic all I can. I have nothing left.
Well,
for any additional pandemic.
Right. We've given a lot to the pandemic.
Yeah.
We've destroyed the greatest economy in the history of mankind. Mm-hmm. We have sacrificed a president for it. So we've give.
You know how somebody comes in and says, "Hey, we got to run 10 more sprints," and I'm just like, I don't have another sprint in.
Yeah, you can't just pile one more.
Hey man, there's a variant coming. Well, hope it works out.
That's one reason. That's one reason it's important that the people who have not had it get vaccinated, so we can, put the control rods in and kill this thing, so that it does it longer. As long as it hangs around, it's going to have variants. So we need to get it off the, off the playing field as soon as possible.
Here's the good news: is that we are we are making progress. The progress is obvious. We do not have as many people sick. We don't have as many people hospitalized. We don't have as many people dying. And that's all good news.
Yeah, even some of the latest numbers today are down to spring 2020 numbers, which is incredible how it has fallen off since mid-January.
Well, you have, guys, I'm telling you, here's how this thing went just in Rick's very narrow ability to see his own life is I went from the COVID is everywhere but it's nowhere to COVID is everywhere and it's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm getting to the point where I hardly know anyone that doesn't have the vaccine or the antibodies. I mean, we're getting to that herd immunity. We are getting there.
Rick,
and everything is showing that.
Yeah, and you know what? It's part of the natural process that was put in place by the divine creator of the universe to begin with. We've talked about the sine waves before, but it does all go in a cycle. And at some point, we knew that the natural immunity would catch up and start rolling this thing back down, and that's what's happened, and that's a good thing. Mm-hmm. Just like with the so-called global warming, okay? If we have all these greenhouse gases, it's going to make the earth greener because it's good for plants, and at that point, they're putting off more oxygen, and it's also cooling everything, so it rotates back the other way. So, I mean, the whole universe falls on these kind of systems, and this has too, and thank goodness we're seeing it now.
Yeah, so hopefully, and it feels like we're getting toward the end of it. So just keep on.
We got to be vigilant. Don't fumble this thing late in the fourth quarter. Let's put this baby to bed.
Yep.
So we get back to like real things like football next fall, full of people everywhere and not having to worry about all this stuff.
Bottom of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up after the bottom of the hour break.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us. My O's Israel, but we made the URL easy for you. IsraelNeedsMe.com. And you know what? And when you see some of the things that have been going on in Israel, but right now, let me give you some of the specifics. What IsraelNeedsMe.com and My O's Israel's doing. They're partnering with the Lowenstein Medical Center to add a rehabilitation gym so the IDF soldiers and civilians who lost limbs on October the 7th and during the war, which the left acts like didn't happen, can now receive ongoing medical treatment. So there's something very specific you can help with right now. They're actively working now to complete the rehabilitation gym within 3 months. Over the past 2 months, My O's in the city have completed a school with therapeutic treatment for children who survived October the 7th. It went from dirt to having children safely studying in classrooms in just 2 months. Amazing work that this wonderful organization, been around for 50 years. These are Messianic Jewish people that are helping their brothers and sisters there in Israel with all that has happened since the horrific attack on October the 7th. If you'd like to be part of all this that's going on, rebuilding the lives there of the people of Israel, go to IsraelNeedsMe.com. Emergency war relief is still needed. IsraelNeedsMe.com. You also can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, before we start talking about, you had a few things to say and also how this is going to impact the upcoming election. Everybody, the big cry yesterday was, November 5th. Is the way you answer this if you think this is not the country that you want. I thought this was a little odd. Look at the new shirt that the Biden administration is bringing back for the election. Catholics versus convicts. I don't know. That's kind of a bit of
ESPN throwback.
That's kind of a throwback there.
It is.
But there you go. But anyway, this is kidding. The shirt, of course, is a joke. But all kidding aside. Really, it seems to be the only thing the left wants to gain from this is to be able to say that Biden, no matter how awful he looks and how incoherent he seems, he is not a convicted felon. The other guy is. So this person's running against the convicted felon, Donald Trump, and that's their takeaway going forward to the election. But is that even remotely as strong as the anger of the people who've been galvanized now by this?
Yeah. Let me just read you a couple
I'm one of those, by the way.
Yeah.
You've brought me in the game now, and I wasn't there.
That's right. And there's a lot
I'm
of...
all in now.
They said, as a matter of fact, independents
are overwhelmingly
going to Trump.
Unhappy
I've been
about this.
asleep at the wheel and couldn't care less. Fully awake now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so a couple of posts here, notable posts. Indeed, great damage was done today to the public's faith in the American legal system. If a former president can be criminally convicted over such a trivial matter, motivated by politics rather than justice, then anyone is at risk of a similar fate. That's from Elon Musk.
Yep. Yeah, well.
This was kind of funny. This was a liberal, their spin on it. Now, and you'll know they're liberal by the topics they bring up, okay?
Right,
Listen
right.
to this. The first felony conviction of a former U.S. president wasn't for the Iraq or Afghanistan wars, illegal CIA coups, drone striking weddings, or even spying on fellow Americans. It was because Trump misclassified a $130,000 payment to a porn star.
Yep. Even they are looking at this going, so this is what brought us to take a former president and potentially put them in jail?
One of the better ones that I read said today's verdict represents the culmination of a legal process that has been bent to the political will of the actors involved, a leftist prosecutor, a partisan judge, a jury reflective of one of the most liberal enclaves in America, all in an effort to get Donald Trump. In this case, involving alleged misdemeanor business records violations from nearly a decade ago, was even brought is a testament to the political debasement of the justice system in places like New York City. This is especially true considering the same district attorney routinely excuses criminal conduct in a way that has endangered law-abiding citizens in his jurisdiction. It is often said that no one is above the law, but it's also true no one is below the law. If a defendant were not Donald Trump, this case would have never been brought. The judge would have never issued similar rulings, and the jury would have never returned a guilty verdict. In America, the rule of law should be applied in a dispassionate, even-handed manner, not to become captive to the political agenda of any kangaroo court. That is from Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, I don't understand, because there's so many legal minds that are now commentators on various news sources. I mean, there's so many of them. I was shocked yesterday how many of the people that I've listened to quite a bit all are either former prosecutors, former judges.
And how can they have all such different opinions on it?
And you're right, and they're
Yeah.
sitting there going, we actually work in courts, and what this guy did, this is unheard of. This is absurd. What the judge did, and all of this, and so I not only think, some people are saying it won't have any impact on how people feel. I think it actually will, but it will be, this has helped Trump. Unless they can find some way that he can't be the nominee, or he can't, I don't know what all they can do, because everybody's saying all these appeals and everything is going to push this past the election. So, and I know this sounds bizarre, is there a scenario where the former president, Trump, is put in jail, I guess with all the Secret Service, and they're going to have a big jail.
I know.
He wins the presidency from jail and then pardons himself. I mean, this
is state, right? So he can't pardon himself from this one, can he? They have to go through the appeals process.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it's complicated. Now there is some.
I don't know that.
There is some special deal where you can appeal to the Supreme Court because of the situation.
By the way, welcome Mark Levin.
Yeah, it has to be extreme, and I think this will probably qualify for it. So we will see how they do this. You're probably going to see one court and one judge try to overrule another one, and it'll stair step up the whole way until you get to the Supreme Court, and they'll have the final word, and then the Democrats won't be happy and declare that they're going to pack the court and put like 30 justices on there and all that. So that's kind of how that'll play out.
I watch legal experts on both sides of the journalism fence, except, of course, MSNBC, because that one had a man crush on the judge. But all the others, what an outrageous, bizarre moment that was. But anyway, all the others
just couldn't help but flame.
Right. No, it was almost like watching a figure skater stick a landing.
I know.
But all the other legal minds, no matter if they were on CNN or Fox, it didn't matter. They all agreed that there were many things the judge did that was bizarre, but they all agreed that one of the most bizarre was he did not sequester the jury. And they were like, even a week before it was closing, he lets them go home for Memorial Day, go to barbecue. He goes, when you go to the appeals process, all the Trump legal team has to do, which we all can do now, is go follow the behavior of these jurors, and they're going to violate the standards of being a juror so quickly. This thing is going to, on appeal, going to be thrown out. Not many people think it will ever survive because it is so flimsy.
Correct.
But I guess the only play is that so they can say convicted felon Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's it.
So.
That's it.
Yeah, I guess.
And let Jimmy Kimmel have a fun with it.
Oh, he already did last night.
And all that, which is good. Look, I would enjoy it because it's a dark day for the future of the country.
Well, I will say this: for every comedian that is a leftist, there are other comedians who are even leftists that want to look at themselves in the mirror and say, "But I'm not going to make a fool out of myself." And they're doing a lot of jokes that are not pro Biden and not pro whoever did this or the court or anything. So we'll see what happens.
If you can
I tend to think this will help Trump, actually.
If you can declare trying to keep negative information about you coming out if you're running for office. That's the bottom line of what they've said in this election interference, because you paid to keep negative information out. Y'all, you don't understand the ramifications that's going to have for every mayor, every commissioner, every police chief, anything that, head librarian, Department of Education, whatever you run for, any elected official, that has done anything to keep negative information from coming out, you are now guilty of election interference. Do y'all remember when you couldn't talk about the vaccine?
Yeah.
On social media?
Yeah.
All of that is an election violation, and Joe Biden needs to be prosecuted for it.
All right, we'll be back.
I suggest Shelby County, Alabama.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so a couple of things to look at in the entertainment business. No shocker here. This continues is the entertainment business. They're becoming so distant and losing connection with those of us that just go to work and like to be entertained or like to listen to music. The weirder they get, the smaller the audience gets. I don't know if they're ever going to wake up to this. Grammy ratings fall to record low, continuing a trend that award shows are losing major audience.
And, Rick, it didn't just kind of fall. It went from 19 million viewers last year to 8.8.
Woo!
So it lost over half the audience.
Well, and this is I just it's the far left of our country, and it's been said 1,000 times. It's true. They always overplay. They don't know how to. They don't know when to put the brakes on.
Yeah.
It's like you remember, Greg, what it reminds me of, and I won't tell it. I will not tell it. But you remember the joke that talked about testimonies. And everybody go ahead and just tell your testimony.
Yeah.
And finally, the last testimony was so profane and so nasty that even the pastor said, "Ooh, I don't think I'd have told that." At first, it was like, get it
or
out.
it was from the movie Fletch.
Yeah, right. Rick, it was tell it all.
Show the world. Oh, brother, I don't think I'd have told that. So it's kind of gotten to the point where you go, hey, yeah. Pop music, rock and roll. We're edgy. We're edgy. Oh, that's just gotten too nasty for you.
Oh my goodness, we've overdone it.
Oh my gosh, now it's got. Oh my goodness. Even people that like. Look, I'm not worried about. Hey man, I like a little edgy. And then even those people are like, oh this. Oh my gosh, it's just. And so it's becoming so unrelatable. It's like they're living in this Sodom and Gomorrah type world that has now pushed the envelope
hard to watch
so much that. It's like if you think Madonna shocked you back in the 80s, watch this.
Right.
And it's like everybody's trying to out nasty each other.
Yeah.
And it's gotten to the point now where it's just profane. And people are like, I'm not watching that.
Yeah.
I mean, how about this? This doesn't feel the same when Gladys Knight and the Pips used to be on.
Exactly.
This has all gotten just it's gotten so weird and so nasty you can't even relate to it.
It's like everybody's trying to outdo each other, and it's like I say, they're taking it to levels. And plus, to me, and again, I may be wrong, I haven't watched it. I know the American Music Awards are the same way. There's only one genre they really give a lot to as far as performances and all. The music as a whole is not represented, it doesn't seem. It's all that pop, hip-hop, whatever.
It's very pop-oriented.
Yeah, and just
53% down. But I just, where's the wake-up call? Because I know that, and because we work in the entertainment business, if you go to, have a sit-down and somebody says, hey, Rick and Bubba, your audience has dropped by 53%, something's going to change.
Well, you think.
I mean, somebody, something there's people going to be fired or hey, you got to change what you're doing, whatever road you're on now, it's the wrong road.
Yeah.
And, because what do you always hear? And we talk about this all the time, especially from artists. And I'm putting that thing, artist. You know what it is? Wow, that movie's nasty. Oh, we're just giving people what they want. Not if you look at the audience in the box office sales. Family movies actually do better than anything.
Yeah.
The music that really catches on with a big audience is music that has a good beat. It's got a good hook. And it doesn't have anything in it that you'd go, oh, I really wish I wasn't here with my kids right now.
Yeah, wow, look at that.
Well,
I really don't want my kid to live. What in the world?
You start out with anything that you make and put out for public consumption with 100% potential audience loving it. And then the things that you do and the choices you make trim people off the side and cut that audience down. So, you can get away with doing a song like we were talking about with a young artist that was working the other day. If if he's wanting to be edgy or her or whatever, and you have a song, well, when you push that edge to show that you're edgy, you don't gain listeners. You only run people off. Mm-hmm. So you're better to stay wide with what you're trying to market than narrow. And I don't understand why they don't get that.
Well, what's happened now is the artists have the approach, not that I'm trying to produce a product that will appeal to the most number of people. They're now trying to produce a product that can change a number of people into something they want you to be.
Right.
And
there was a number of songs
for other artists. Look how you think you were nasty. Look how nasty I was.
Yeah. There was a couple of controversial songs that were going to be highlighted this year. And one of them is well known. And again, they do a live performance.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Golden ticket seats coming later in the program. The wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat, Rock and Roll City for the Tubers, all coming up later in the program on a much lighter note. I will tell you this weekend's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, it doesn't get any prettier. Wow, Bubba, that conversation you and I had yesterday with Chris Burgard.
You need to hear it now.
Chris Burgard.
It was taped before the decision.
I left that conversation yesterday and then went home, and by the time I was done watching the news, I'm like, so we're just done. It is the war on truthmovie.com. It's part of what we talked about. But the whole conversation about January the 6th and the documentaries he's done and the things that he has seen at the border and all the research he's done on the border, it is now. We did what we predicted. We probably hung on to the fact that he was Matthew Broderick's dance double and Ferris Bueller's Day Off longer than he wanted to.
We really didn't,
but we had fun with it.
I would have had a little more fun with it.
He was good.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I'm not saying that if you catch RBU this weekend, it's going to be a pick-me-up. But I will say this: it is incredibly informative. And
sure is.
So anyway, just catch that this week. I mean, I felt like we're almost spearing the pile, but we recorded that even before the verdict. So. By the way, I understand today that on The View, that where every one of the women sit, there'll be a pack of cigarettes for them. Because
they will
have a good weekend.
They will. Oh, it might be entertaining to watch.
Listen, they may just, I don't even know how, they'll be so joyful.
Oh.
They won't be able to hold together.
Oh, gosh. You will see this, in case people haven't seen it, the Trump reacting to the verdict.
Oh, yeah, you can't
talked about put out right
after.
Yeah.
So most of you probably have already seen this, but we'll.
I'll remind you of the twos here after that.
Are we gonna do the ad? Or are we doing just his reaction?
Well, let's do both. Let's see the verdict.
Okay, first. All right. That's a lot. That was 4 minutes. Okay, all right. Here we go. Here's first the reaction to the verdict in case you did not see it yesterday or hear it.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end, and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble. But this was a rigged decision right from day one, with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. and we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
By the way, in true Trump form, he's not just innocent. He's very innocent.
Yeah, very innocent.
Not just innocent. I'm very innocent. But anyway, so here's the Trump ad. Now, remember, Trump's website where you take donations was so overwhelmed by people donating that it crashed. Now, they did get it back up, but they had donations pouring in from people who had never donated. They had people, giant donations pouring in of people saying, we've had enough. Here is the latest Trump ad right after the hearing yesterday, the convictions.
Thank you for joining us here today. Earlier this afternoon, Donald Trump was arraigned by a Manhattan grand jury on 34 felony counts.
This case is an abomination. You know, it's obviously political. 7 years to try to come up with this case. They're just wrong on the law.
The only crime that Donald Trump is being prosecuted for is the crime of running for president.
Political persecution at the highest level.
They've quite frankly given up on trying to beat him at the polls. Either going to steal it or stop it by law firm.
A Democrat prosecutor elected on a Get Trump platform.
What's going on here is a disgusting disgrace. It is war on Trump, it is war on the Republican Party, and it is a war on the Republic.
This case is the weakest case I've seen in 60 years of teaching, practicing, and writing about criminal law.
And I doubt the New York indictment would have been brought against a defendant whose name was not Donald Trump.
This judge, I mean, you don't need a prosecutor if you have a judge like this. This judge is not on the level.
It's a terrible case, but the judge has been pretty much a rubber stamp on everything that Bragg has wanted to do.
They're perverting the system of justice. You know, that's where the danger lies. The corruption and subversion of our institutions by the left.
This is the Democrats' entire strategy, to confine President Trump to a dirty criminal courtroom and keep him off the campaign trail where he can bring his winning message to voters across this country.
New York has become a legal banana republic. They are so determined to get Donald Trump.
Look, convicting Donald Trump, that's all they have.
I think they have no cards. And they're depending upon Trump getting convicted.
That Trump train doesn't show any signs of slowing down.
The only verdict that matters is the verdict at the ballot box.
Yeah, and that's the message, and it's a good one. If you're mad, the only thing we can do as Americans is to overwhelmingly vote. And I love what someone were saying yesterday, and since the left has provided the opportunity for us all to vote early, vote early.
Vote early, vote often.
Well, that part. So we're hurting on time.
That's a bumper sticker, Bubba.
But that kind of gets you where we are as far as the verdict.
And then let's visit a little bit of presidential election history. You know, I forget some of our folks are not up. They were not of age during the Bill Clinton years. And
be thankful for that.
Yeah, we'll see. I think we see some pretty damning evidence here from Bill Clinton. He actually paid to settle a lawsuit brought by Paula Jones. Wait a minute. He paid her to drop the lawsuit because it could hurt his campaign.
Yep.
Sounds like election interference, guys.
Election interference.
I am so sorry. It looks like we got a case of that here.
And thanks to Bill Clinton, some of you were alive, but you were young, but you were forced to have conversations with your parents. They wanted to wait a little longer till they had.
Right, that was me.
Yeah, they
learned a lot during the Clinton years.
I bet you did, little Adler.
What does that mean?
Mom, what does this mean?
You got to see this next clip. This is history and somewhat the future.
Yeah. It is. They have released the legal Kraken.
Yep.
And it is going to consume a lot of folks if something's not done. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some of you out there were wise. You were wise, like your old friend Rick here, and you already subscribed to Backyard Butchers. So this past Memorial Day weekend, you were grilling just like you like it. And you know what you were doing? You were enjoying delicious meat that was raised right here in the United States of America. It was grass-fed. It was grain-finished. Now, you're saying, Rick, whoa, Rick. I got mine from the grocery store, and I saw a big sticker on it that said "Product of the USA," baby. It did. That means it was packed here. Doesn't mean it was raised here. Sorry, I hated to be rain on that little parade. Well, when you go to backyardbutchers.com, you're getting American-raised and harvested meat right here in our American backyards to the dinner tables across the nation. They will only source beef and chicken from American farms and deliver the cuts right to your doorstep every month, and they are delicious. Cut out the frustration, okay? Go to backyardbutchers.com. Save an extra 20% off your entire order by using the code Bubba, and when you subscribe, here comes another 10% off and free shipping. So why don't you do like so many Americans are doing, and I hear from you, and I've done it, and I love it, by getting the delicious meats you enjoy from backyardbutchers.com/Bubba.
And it's way over the top to what you're normally used to seeing. And, you know, they think, well, hey, we're trendsetters. But what you're doing is you just trim that audience down, and like I say, down 53%. So at some point you have to, if you're putting on the show, you have to go, you know, these performances are not helping us, because our goal is to get a big audience and sell advertisers to it.
Yeah, this particular song is so nasty. I can't believe that there's anybody that says not only is that song going to be out there, you know, for the whole world to listen to, because people can make their own choices what they want to listen to. We're going to feature it on the Grammys.
Oh, yeah, in a big way.
Now, don't forget. We're also going to, for some reason, and rightfully so, we're going to be upset when women are treated like sex objects.
Yeah.
We want to stop that mentality of women, which I agree with, women being devalued to being nothing but objects of men's pleasure. Now, over here, we're working on that, which I can get on board for that, you know, as long as we're dealing with that actually happening, not making up things that aren't that. But then we turn around and we feature a song that is all about women being objects, and they roll around like a bunch of animals and talk about things that are just nasty. I don't know any other way to say it than nasty. And then so it's a little confusing. You're sending messages that don't seem to be consistent.
Well, let me give you even a more confusing overview of this. In our current pop cancel culture that is determined to correct every wrong out there over the past 400 years, we have canceled Pepe Le Pew, a cartoon.
Correct.
But we are promoting these performances on the Grammys.
Yeah.
And see,
makes no sense.
It absolutely no sense.
Yeah, Pepe Le Pew must go.
But Cardi B must stay.
It really is not a version of we have morals and freedom. It's a version of what I want to put out there and what I don't want out there. It's just cherry picking the whole thing to say what I want and I don't want. There's no consistency to it, and people are not responding to it. Again, if you're promoting, we're going to have this really cutting edge performance on the Grammys, how many people will tune in just to see that? Well, there may be a few, but how many people will not watch it because of that? A whole bunch, at least 53%.
That's what I say. We can kind of give you that number.
But I think what they'll do, Rick, as opposed to going to the meeting and going, you know, we've pushed this too far, we're not accomplishing anything, is they'll reason it away.
No, here's what they do, this is where none of us as human beings can grow with this attitude either. Their attitude is not that there's something wrong with their product, there's something wrong with you for not watching.
Yeah.
And that's how they see it, and that's how delusional they are. The product's not the problem, you're the problem.
You just don't get it.
Yeah, you don't. The fact you don't want this, that says something bad about you, not something bad about us for offering it. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Start the hour. We have, which is rare, and you're not going to hear this many places, so we're going to try to cover it for you here. The Washington Post has had to admit that they made up some quotes from the president.
Yeah, right after the election, when all the controversy was going on about were the elections fair, were they manipulated, was there cheating, was this, was that, the Washington Post ran a story, and they quoted President Trump as saying that he made a call to the Georgia elections investigator, Francis Watson, and they reported that the president urged Watson to find the fraud and that she would be a national hero if she did. Well, here we are in March, and come to find out, He didn't say that. The story is wrong. And the Georgia Secretary of State's office has now released the December 23rd audio from that call, and he just simply did not say that in there. And they are running a retraction on that, a correction today, but you will not hear that anywhere. And it was a bombshell story at the time as they were trying to point to Trump trying to fix or steal the election because he didn't like the results of it. And it was just wrong. It was incorrect.
Yeah, they, as you said, it was December 23rd, the recording. They.
All right, here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here today. All right, so as we come back, so what precedent has been now started and now been set by the verdict of the Trump trial yesterday, and we'll get into a number of things that we've discussed it. Now we're just kind of walking through the different parts of it. Then we'll get some of your phone calls. 1998, then President Bill Clinton agrees to pay Paula Jones $850,000 to drop her sexual harassment lawsuit. Why, Bubba?
Well, it could damage his credibility and his chances of being reelected.
Here it is in 1998.
Well, we're very pleased we reached a settlement. The president does not want to spend one more minute on this matter. The American people have made it very, very clear that they want the president and they want Congress to spend their time on the problems they were elected to solve. And this is a step in that direction. Fortunately, a new counsel for Ms. Jones satisfied the conditions which we had, one of which was assuring us in writing that Mr. Hirschfield's money was off the table and was no part of any settlement, and that and some other conditions were met, and as a result, we were able to reach a settlement. The settlement number was $850,000. I don't know how that will be distributed. I understand Ms. Jones' legal fees are $3 or $4 million, but that's not my problem.
Yeah, that's.
Well, you better not put it as legal expense or legal fee.
Here's Paula.
That makes it election interference.
Trump got a better deal.
He did. Here comes Paula Jones. Thank you, Greg. Here comes Paula Jones. Now wanting everybody to see the check. So here we go.
And show them the check. There's
the check.
It's your check.
Paula's not going to be saying anything. Her attorneys are here today. So kind of officially, I think what we...
And the doctor says, Plumber, why so much? He says, I have to buy a new faucet. It's $25.
Well, our agreement had a payment of money, $700,000, plus a statement by the president redeeming Paula Jones's reputation.
And what's your understanding of this agreement?
It's a cash payment of $850,000.
And there we go.
Stormy Daniels was like, "What?
You gotta be kidding me!
$850?
I thought when things went forward, things were more expensive, not less. So
I think that falls under the category. Looking at her, that probably not worth what you had to pay.
All right, Greg.
I think you overpaid.
Welcome to the conversation, Greg Burgess.
So, that looks a lot like election interference to me.
Well, Bubba, let me ask you this. Everything I just saw in these news stories, were that Bill Clinton paid off someone who was making accusations against sexual harassment and issues with the two of them, and they paid her off in return for her being quiet and making sure she let everybody know where the money came from, so nobody would think it was somebody stepping in to pay it for her.
Right.
That sounds familiar. Yeah. But anyway, so there we go. All right. So, and by the way, don't
just a little history.
I know some of you are going to say statute of limitations, but Trump had that too. They found a way around that too. if you recall. All right, so now we go to MSNBC. Greg, just stand by, my friend.
Oh, gracious.
Greg, this one, we're about to serve this one to you. Are you ready? We're going to love this fella.
Oh,
so here comes the MSNBC guest. Now, this is some legal person that even the legal people are saying he's been a joke, even in the legal community. How many times he's gotten something wrong. I don't know his name. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Here he is trying not to just internally implode over his joy and love of how Judge Merchant, who everybody else has said has been a just complete disaster, not according to this man. Here we go.
With, as you've noted, with respect to Judge Merchan, I mean, I am like now, I have like a man crush on him. He is such a great judge that it's hard to see that the jurors wouldn't have the same impression. I mean, you just keep on thinking, if you looked in a dictionary for like judicial temperament, that's what you get.
So it's Merchan, as I say his name?
Judge Merchan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking about Judge Merchan.
Well,
so he's got a man crush on him.
There's some difference of opinions there. Isn't there?
Do you realize how much of a 180 that is from everybody?
That's what I was going to say.
I mean, I'm not talking about CNN. Don't even agree with that.
Yeah, he's in a very small group.
Yeah. I just thought there's Merchan. I had such a man crush on him. And so that
I think that's Andrew Wiseman.
Okay.
Is that right?
Who knows?
Not a
Did he have one of them fake nose and glasses on?
No, Greg, that's how he actually looks.
That's what he looks
All
like.
right, this is going to give you some look at
I
how
thought
it's
he was
going
hiding his identity.
how it's going to be on The View today. Here is here's MSNBC, Bubba, calling it a majestic day.
Majestic. Good night.
Yeah, so you're going to love this.
The women on The View, they ain't even telling what's going to happen.
Yeah,
Oh, seriously.
Yeah, like I said, I've already.
You already told me.
It's going to be. All right, here we go.
And holding our breath as a country for a long time, waiting for the cavalry to arrive in the form of the rule of law. And it did arrive today, and it's a majestic day. And we are rightly saying the system worked like clockwork, and the jury was diligent and attentive, and the judge was firm and gentle. All those things are right, but their abilities to do that,
like that other
while
guy.
hailstorms in the form of Trump and his supporters railed on all sides of them, was precisely because the judge is cloaked in a robe, which is to say the rule of law. His authority was not simply his personality or charisma. It was the system that he embodied, and that at least in that room, and that's the agreement we've made as a country, would in fact prevail, did in fact prevail. Donald Trump is a different person now. He's a convict. He's not innocent until presumed guilty. He is guilty. He will get bail, it's true, but he's in a whole different status in society, in the legal system, in the rule of law. That's not only fitting, but a kind of miracle is too strong a word, but a really a day for celebration, just because of the work like clockwork of the system, powered by not the personalities but the law.
Let me say that Merchan's dance card is full.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of admirers.
There's a group that he's really appealing to.
He hit on all they cared about because they know it'll be overturned. All they care about is the fact that
we can say convicted felon.
Let's go.
And I think that makes it worse.
He's firm but gentle.
I do. They don't realize they've overplayed their hand like they always do.
Yep. Guys, in fact, that there's 34 counts and you get all 34 guilty.
Yeah,
you think at least they'd be one or two. That tells you the mindset.
Yeah, I told Rick in the break, I said, I don't know the numbers, but I would venture to say that in a large percentage of the cases that they bring 34 counts of anything.
Exactly.
Well, they even call it count stacking.
Yeah, maybe 5% get all of them.
Right. Yeah.
The majority of them, as you said, they really, to make it look more legit, they should have said, look,
exactly,
knock this down to 15.
Right.
And we'll convict him on those. That'll be enough. Let's get the most serious. Let the little ones go, because it's going to look a little odd if we charge with 34 and convict with 34. It just doesn't happen
exactly.
that much.
The most delusional man on the planet that, again, thinks we're all chumps. Now let's go to 3D. Here's the district attorney, Alvin Bragg, who was hired to do a job, and he did it.
Yep.
But he wants us to know this was a case just like any other.
Bread and butter.
Yeah, here we go.
Yep.
I did my job.
Put some weight on.
Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. And that's exactly what we did here. And what I feel is just gratitude to work alongside phenomenal public servants who do that each and every day in matters that you all write about and make the press, and in lots of matters that you don't. I did my job. We did our job. Many voices out there. The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
Yeah, right over his left shoulder. Isn't that the guy that was with Biden's DOJ?
Yes,
and left?
he was ranked number 3 in Biden's DOJ.
Yeah.
He left, took a much lower ranking job to work under Alvin Bragg to work on this case.
Yeah. Correct.
Directly from Biden's DOJ to work on this case.
Phone calls are next. America has not had a chance to speak yet on our show. You can next. All 10 lines are available, and we'll chat with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now have it, and they are saying, as clear as you can say, the recording revealed that the Post misquoted Trump's comments on the call. Trump did not tell the investigator to find the fraud, or she would be a national hero if she did so. Instead, Trump urged the investigator to scrutinize ballots in Fulton County, Georgia, asserting she would find dishonesty there. He also told her that she had the most important job in the country right now.
And while it is similar to what he actually said, what they reported, it's not the same, and it greatly changes the meaning of what he said. He thought that there was mischief going on in Fulton County, wanted that looked at, and he, on the calls, asked her to scrutinize the ballots, to look at it again, to be sure that everything was okay. That is a lot different than the way they had framed find the fraud, which means fix it for me, in other terms.
Well, they knew that was a more provocative statement to your point, because it sounds like he's telling her, look, you got to find me some fraud now.
They paraphrased what he actually said to make it look worse on Trump.
Yeah.
Which I'm not surprised.
You think this will be a big wall-to-wall story today?
No, you won't hear it on any of the national media probably.
We'll see. Also, right now, Bubba, we on a much more important note, we're trying to add to the Rick and Bubba grilling set.
Yes, that is very important.
Yeah, we have the Rick and Bubba spatula. We also have the Somebody Means Business Rick and Bubba tongs, and then we got some other things. It'll be we have Rick and Bubba grilling aprons that have all the pockets that you need, and so you can get it just like you like it. And we're about to add the grilling fork. And people have been saying, what quote needs to go on the grilling fork? We have Rick and Bubba spatula on the spatula, R&B spatula. We have Somebody Means Business on the tongs. And here are the final 4. And if you follow the Rick and Bubba show on Twitter, or you are part of our Facebook, you can now vote. We have a quick poll out there, and we'll let it roll, today, and then we'll come back tomorrow and we'll call it. So the final 4. Picture on the grilling fork, you would see meat. You would see super stabber. You would see wow, what a fork, or stay in it. Mm-hmm. There was a little swell for these are classic Rick and Bubba statements, except for super stabber. That just kind of we thought Rick and Bubba super stabber, you stab in the meat. So that's in there. Whichever one of those 4 you want to be, just burned into that just solid wood handle of the grilling fork. Vote for the one that you want. Whoever gets the most votes, that's what we'll call it.
Do y'all want to have any? Do y'all want any idea what's going on right now?
I like
give
updates.
You some.
I like
give
updates.
You some updates.
Do y'all like updates?
Yeah.
I love them.
Who doesn't love 51% of the vote currently. Wow, what a fork.
Okay.
30% super stabber. 12% stay in it. Meat. Dead last at the moment with 7% of the vote.
See, that's helpful. It's helpful for us to kind of know where, because this kind of feedback helps us read you.
Anytime you need an update, Rick, you just let me know.
Okay. Don't you love an update on the polls? How they're
Oh
going?
yeah, well, let the people
Rick?
speak.
Let the people speak. So they're out there. There's the big 4. Go vote for the one you like. Tomorrow, whoever has the most votes will call into the Rick and Bubba store and say, "So let it be written, so let it be so."
And we're not urging Helms to cheat on this.
I can't cheat on it.
I find fraud,
like the Washington Post might suggest.
Right.
Just let it fall where it may.
Ben,
the only cheating that can happen is Twitter actually hack into it.
Well, you never know. The big tech companies.
Big tech, look out.
I wouldn't trust them far as I could email them.
Big tech.
Here comes big tech.
Here they come.
Big tech.
Ben is in Alabama. Ben, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Diversity in big tech.
Yeah, we do.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
been listening to the show since 1994.
Thank
Love
you.
your show.
Wow.
Appreciate all you do.
Thank you.
Man, this past Sunday, I was interviewing with the pastor search committee in Las Vegas, of all places.
Oh, my.
And it was the big Zoom call. It was one where they were really going to decide if I was the guy or not. And they had a list of questions, and they said, these were the questions ahead of time. We're going to ask you these questions, so I was ready for them. Well, then one of them threw me a curveball right in the middle of the interview, and he said, Ben, what are some of the podcasts you like to listen to? And I knew they meant like religious podcasts, ones that will grow you in your faith, those kind of things. And I panicked. And I couldn't remember any religious leaders, any podcasts, nothing. And before I could think, I just blurted out, Rick and Bubba University. And these people are in Las Vegas. And a lady looked at the camera and she said, "Did you say Bubba?" Yeah. And I said, "Yeah."
The real Greg Burgess standing by, ready to take your phone calls. You can join us now. All right, we'll get started. Let's hear your reaction. Obviously, we've kind of been on one topic so far on the program, but it is a biggie, and I know it's what all of you are talking about today. So let's get started with Connie out of the great state of Georgia. Connie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm well. I hope you are too.
Great.
Listen, I'm a criminal defense attorney down here, and after this travesty of justice yesterday, I ordered online a Trump for President sign to put in my yard so everyone will know that I am going to vote. And that's the big part, is you must vote. I know a lot of people who want Trump to win, but they're apathetic. You've got to go to the polls. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Can I ask you a question before? Did she hang up already?
Connie, you still there?
Connie?
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
Connie, you being an attorney, a trial lawyer, you do this kind of stuff all the time. What does it bother you to see your profession this way? And I assume you agree that a lot of this was suspicious at best.
Oh, yeah, that's an understatement. Yes, it was blatantly prejudiced by this judge, and I'm embarrassed for any person who says that he or she is for justice, but gets up there and makes the rulings that he did, and just slammed President Trump. If it had been a Democrat, that would never have happened.
Yeah, we really don't want to use the judicial system to play politics. Dangerous stuff. We continue. Bill in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Bill, go.
Green Acres, guys. Hey. And I'm talking to you on my Raycons. How do they sound?
Fantastic. Really I don't want to step up.
Yeah. Hey, that idiot that has the man crush on the judge, he's just so giddy because he couldn't get Trump in the Mueller deal because he was the lead prosecutor in that Mueller thing.
Okay. Wiseman? Yeah. Is that? Yeah. So, yeah, I heard some of the other legal folks really making fun of him, saying he's a joke even by people inside the legal system. Andrew Weissman. I just have a man crush. We continue. Mike in Tennessee. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, look here. I'm just a simple truck driver, okay, but I'm a logically thinking person.
Yeah.
The only thing that's happening here, two things that I look at here. One, Trump is just being made an example of by the corrupt powers that be up in D.C. and across this country, is to say, hey, y'all come up here and try to clean our mess up, we're going to do this to you too. Number two, and this is the most important thing to me, Jesus, when he's looking down here, he's not looking for D's and R's. What he's looking for is his blood on our heart. And so that being said, whatever happens is always under his control, but he's not looking at it the way that the world looks at it. He's looking at it from a heart standpoint, good and evil, whether we're in the family or not. That's what matters most to me. So whatever happens in this legal case or whatever, they're just trying to make an example out of Trump, and that's all it is.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the call. Brian in Huntsville. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was blessed to drive an M1A1 battle tank under Ronald Reagan as my commander-in-chief.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
And I swore an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And I expect, well, I wonder if any of those jurors were veterans.
I doubt it.
I doubt it, too.
I don't recall.
But, well, in any case, I wish that you should have a veteran on the jury in any given case of that magnitude.
Yeah, I think. Well, remember,
Thanks.
you can only pick it from the pond you're fishing in, and that pond had an 85 to 87% disdain for Trump. So it was hard to catch a unbiased fish, and plus they didn't want to. Now Trump has the strikes, but he can only strike from the pond, that's in front of him. But no, I don't think there were many veterans there, because I would have great respect for even a veteran who says, you know what, guys, I don't agree with you both or any of you guys on the show, or I am a Democrat. I vote Democrat. I do not like Donald Trump at all. However, to your point, caller, and thank you for your service to our country.
Yes.
This is a travesty for our Constitution and our country, and this is not the way to go about it, and I oppose what's being done. That ground does exist. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Curry in Kentucky. Curry, go ahead. Curry.
Hi. I'm Green Acres.
Hey, thanks for the call. Glad you got a job. Go ahead.
I've been listening to y'all guys since I was riding with my dad to preschool. So love you guys. Thank y'all.
How old are you? How old are you?
11.
How are you at work?
I'm not at work.
You should have said monkey grass. That's what he should
He
have
didn't say
said.
Green Acres?
Oh, no, he did say Green Acres. I think he should have said monkey grass.
Okay.
Maybe a first-time caller.
He said Green Acres,
He
which
did.
means he's at work.
Yeah. He may, yeah.
Hey, let me tell you, if you have a lawyer, there's child labor laws, and let us know if you need any help. But go ahead, Curry. I think you meant monkey grass to Speedy's point, but go ahead. I hope.
But, have y'all ever tried comparing the way Porky Pig talks to Biden, the way he talks?
I have not. No, but I will from this day forward.
If you have any information on that, let us know. I'd like to see it.
Well, no, I haven't, but but I can see where you may be coming from. Cody in Birmingham. Cody, go ahead.
Hey guys, Green Acres.
Thank you. All right, now wait a minute. How old are you? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm just 40. I feel like I'm 80. But,
Amen.
Hey guys, thank y'all for y'all's service to the Birmingham market. Love y'all. We're gonna miss you. But hey, real quick, I just wanted to say two things. I kind of feel like Cohen is a FBI asset that maybe he cut a deal. If you remember when Trump first got in office with the FBI situation and that evil-looking guy and his girlfriend, the text messages that we got to get Trump in every way we can. Oh, yeah. I'm not a conspiracy theorist typically, but I would be inclined to think that. And secondly, I just would encourage all Christians to pray for Trump, but also pray, be diligent in prayer, make time, make it a commitment to change things around. If we submit ourselves in prayer, we can make a difference. And the scripture says righteousness comes before peace.
Right.
So we need peace. And I just want to thank you guys for the opportunity to share that.
Thank you. Thanks for the call. Yeah, if there's one thing the country needs more than anything, more than even Donald Trump, is prayer. And for God to show grace and mercy as he has many, many times in the past. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. We have more to cover on the program. Certainly this topic will keep showing up, but we do have other things to discuss today, too. So we'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And I had to explain it to him. I said, Rick's a guy that has this great thing called the man church, and if I go to your church, I want to implement that strategy. And they were just writing down feverishly and said, we're going to listen to these guys.
Oh, my gosh. What do we got coming up this week? I think we're talking about the pandemic this week.
And you were interviewing to be a pastor?
Yes.
I love
that answer may get you moved to playtime during vacation Bible school.
Let me tell you, I love the fact you couldn't think of Tony Evans, you couldn't think of Steve Farrar.
None of it. He panicked, Rick.
I couldn't think of anything.
Chip Ingram.
I mean, it's like I've
Matt
never heard
Chandler.
of Billy Graham.
Yeah, Billy Graham had the best of sermons.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. That's great. Well, you know,
do we need to ask how it went? I mean, how did it end up?
Well, they called last night and they're flying my family out, so that I'm their guy. If it all goes well.
Well, you know what
that's going to be a
in-person interview, huh?
Really.
Hey, Ben, you know what we say, don't you? The Lord, He moves in mysterious ways.
Yes, He does. Yes, He does.
Yes, He does, and He also uses pools. So.
Yeah, well, I mean,
we're living examples of that.
Just look at the people He used. Very, very seldom it was the top of the social group at the time.
Yep.
Usually a bunch of scallywags.
Well, you remember one of the reasons why that you see this in Scripture is God does uses good, and so everybody knows it surely wasn't them.
Right.
It shows the power of God.
Right.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, man. Good. And if that's
appreciate it.
If that's where the Lord's calling you, He'll confirm it and let us know. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
All right, brother. Thanks. 15 minutes past. Can you imagine them writing down Bubba? What? Did you say Rick and Bubba?
And wow, what an area that's needs the workers.
Yeah. Anytime your Chamber of Commerce puts sin in the slogan,
come to our city because.
Yeah. Come here and sin, and nobody ever know about it.
Yeah.
That's good. That's how we're going to pitch our city. We'll take your phone calls next. First phone troll of the day coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You can call us and get in right now. We'll take some of your phone calls coming up. And I see Steve in Albertville has a topic that we have not covered, but if you're trying to get in, you can. Keep voting. Tomorrow we'll announce the official name of the new Rick and Bubba grilling utensil, the meat fork. And it appears that Wildwood a Fork is running away with it. But if you'd like to vote which one of those you wish we would put as the little phrase or the name on the big fork, make your vote now. And also, if you want to get being part of the March Madness bracket that we're doing, you can do that as well by going to rickandbubba.com. Now, Steve in Albertville had a question or a comment. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, bud.
Hey, I don't know if you guys have heard the situation that comedian Bill Burr found himself in. I did not watch the Grammy Awards, of course, but he was a presenter and mispronounced a Spanish performer's name and kind of made some jokes about it, and he's been accused of being a racist now. And the thing about it is he's actually married to a black lady, and the left, of course, instead of saying, that they were wrong, they've come back and said that the fact that he is married to a black lady proves that he's racist because he wanted to have a sense of ownership.
Good night. You can't do anything.
I know it's the craziness of the left, but if you guys have a chance, you might want to look into that story a little bit. Bill Burr is a little rough, so you might not want to watch any of his stand-up, but he's it just shows the hypocrisy of the left and how they can and how everything they jump to is racist or racially motivated. It's just more lunacy from them. I hope you guys have a good day.
Thanks. I've never heard of the comedian, but I'm not familiar with his story, but. If he came back and said, "I don't think I'm a racist," I'm married to someone of another ethnicity, but then they'll come out and say, "Yeah, well, you did that because you want a sense of ownership," and then you go, "Well, I can't. There's nothing I can do to make it."
Yeah, he's
sometimes
a little rough.
There's no way to make you happy.
He's a little rough, but he's one of these kind of like George Carlin. He makes good points a lot of times, through comedy.
I'm not familiar with him. I've never heard of him.
You probably know him if you saw him. He's been in movies too.
He looks a lot like Speedy.
I don't know that guy.
I don't look that much like him, but he is. He is rough. He is, but he also he makes some good points a lot of times. And he was cutting up, having fun with this, and basically making fun of why is he even announcing the Spanish winner.
Yeah. Is this okay to play,
He's a comedian.
Adler, or is this rough? It is okay. All right. So this is what he's in trouble for. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Was I the only one who wanted to kill himself during that piano solo? I bought a suit for this. I thought I was going to be on TV. I'm such a moron. I am losing so much money right now. All right, shout out to all the rock stars that I wanted to meet tonight who are watching at home instead. I'm talking to you, Don Dawkins. All right?
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show now more than ever. Maybe you are thinking to yourself, enough. Well, if you're older and you're starting to get your stuff from AARP, just know that a lot of things that many of us believe are wrong with the country, they support. So you think, well, then I guess I'm just out on all these discounts. No. Hello to the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC.us/Bubba, you are responding in droves because you're probably like us. We didn't know we had this choice, but you do. So think about all that's going on in our country right now. You need somebody there that represents your point of view. And let me tell you, this bunch believes in faith, family, freedom. No, they would not have gone with the Inflation Reduction Act like AARP did. They would not have gone with Obamacare like AARP did. They would not be for bigger government like apparently AARP is. So why don't you look into this now? Because I know, look, I love some of the discounts and all that, and you still get all that. You're still going to get, travel benefits for hotels and car rentals and cruises and theme parks and shows and events and movies, restaurants, and more. Also, an array of insurance discounts. Membership also gets you free Social Security and Medicare advice, and then that trusted voice in Washington that reflects your values. Did you know right now you can get 2 years for the price of one? 2-year membership for only $16. It does include the magazine, by the way. That's 2 years for the price of one. Go to amac.us/Bubba, or you can find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So a couple things to update you on, and I need to ask Greg a question. I'm not sure where he went, but I need to ask him a question as well. So today, and about, if you're listening to the show live, today, in about 20 minutes, is my wife is meeting with this pickleball group again. Yeah. And so
that's really turned into
and she and I, and yesterday we had another discussion that she says, what are y'all doing on the air? And I said, what? We're not doing anything. And she said, I saw how everybody acted at the park the other day, even people that we know. I hear how the person who's teaching all of us has responded. Okay, so are you antagonizing people? And I said, I don't think I am. I mean, if I, I don't sense that I am.
Surely you did no wrong.
Yeah, I
Surely.
said, have we called it stand-up ping pong? Yes.
I think it's more like that than tennis.
Right, and I said, but
I'll own that one.
Yeah, but apparently it's and like here's an email.
It's like if little people were standing on a ping pong table.
Like that guy that emailed you yesterday, Bubba. I mean, he was all fired up and saying that how can y'all say pickleball takes zero athletic ability when Bubba, who won a state title in tennis, limped home after 10 minutes of pickleball. Remember that guy yesterday? Yeah, they got all stirred up, and
what was my reply to it?
Well, that was a good one. Yeah. What was you said? Something about I can't even run now. It was something like that.
Don't use me as an example for that because when I won state titles and sectional titles and went to a national tournament and was undefeated, I could still run. I can't as good now.
Can't run now.
So it's different.
Yeah, and I threw that. I saw that, and I just went back to him and said, look, every skill set that I own was left on the football field. It doesn't apply to anything y'all do now. No, I'm not that good at parlor games. I'm really not. I never really have been.
Here's that picture you wanted me to show, Rick. There you go.
Okay, no, I did not see that. So I did not do that. So, and Greg, now that you're back, I was going to ask you this.
I'm sorry, I had emergency.
I know. Well, I can imagine what it was. But anyway, it wasn't that one.
It was fastball.
Okay, good. But anyway,
I was at my limit. I had to go.
I know. Well, we've all been there. It's not a lot of time in between the breaks. It's not a lot, especially if you're trying to do work too.
Yeah.
But anyway, see if y'all think this is standard procedure. I'm gonna ask Speedy, Bubba, and Adler. Okay. And so you know that our mother has had some health issues, and with aging parents is a difficult thing, and we're trying to get answers to her major event, which we think we have that, and now the treatment of that not happening again but getting all of her meds right, and she doesn't feel like she has any energy now. She doesn't feel well. Doctor after doctor after doctor. So raise your hand if every time our mother goes to a doctor, you think that's an important visit. My hand is up.
Yeah,
my
I'll
hand
give
is
you that.
Okay, so if my sister gets involved, I get a full update. If I'm involved, I update everybody. If any of the wives are involved, we get full updates. Right. Now, Greg left the show yesterday to take Mom to a cardiologist.
Right.
Okay.
Heart. Big deal.
Yeah. So, because this drug she's having to take for the seizure, it does not seem to want to party with the blood thinner for her heart issues as well.
No partying.
Well, this is a pretty important deal because we want Mom to feel good and see if this doctor has anything that he can add to this, or maybe make some suggestions, or maybe, what did we learn?
Right.
So I just keep watching. I know when Greg took her, and I keep thinking, well, at some point, Greg will update us. And then finally, I just, reach out to Mom on my own. And today I get to work and say, hey, man, no desire to update us. I mean,
I remember
you only had an hour and 20 to drive home. You could have called and told me exactly what happened.
Yeah, I knew you had a busy schedule.
What busy schedule?
You always did, so I didn't want to disturb you. And then I got home and forgot about it. But I also knew I'd see you this morning.
Yeah, but what about? I mean, we're all waiting.
I figured you would talk
we're
to
waiting.
Mom.
We're waiting on how did the appointment go?
I figured you'd talk to
So
Mom.
you want Mom to have to call update us, as opposed to you being there. Okay?
No, like I said, I got busy and forgot. But
right,
I knew I'd see you this morning.
Right. And it sounded like there was some. Pretty,
and I came in this morning.
It sounded like some pretty big stuff was talked about.
Nothing would have changed from there to this morning.
Well, I know that. I mean, that's not the point I'm making. I mean, it seems like that would be pretty steady. Look, Bubba, here I go. I'm getting in my truck. I got an hour and 20 minutes. Right. What do you start doing? Let me call everybody.
Yeah,
you know what? I would even have taken a text of some kind.
I was listening to the Dale Jr. download. He interviewed Luke Combs.
It doesn't bother you not to update them?
Yeah, why doesn't it bother you? I can't believe it doesn't enter your mind.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
that seems so basic.
Yeah.
Look at his face.
I mean, it wasn't.
Like you don't go, I probably.
Were you
not
sleeping?
calling would be.
I was going at home. Honestly, I was about to do. I think Lisa brought it up and said, "Once you need to check in." And,
now who brought it up?
Lisa. And
then so you didn't think of it on your own.
And then I said, "I'm going to do that."
Well, there has to be another party.
And then I sat down and fell asleep. I don't know.
Okay.
But this morning I made sure I went there and updated.
Hey, I'll tell you this.
Thanks for that. Even though I'd already talked to Mom about that.
I consider the mornings the update time.
Okay.
Hey, he kind of brushed me off a little bit. He called me because he had just dropped her off, and about work and some questions, and I kind of brought it up. And he's like, "Yeah, it was good."
Right.
And it's like
my details.
Yeah, right. Well, I know, Greg. That's what we're waiting on.
That's why you're there.
Yeah, the person who takes Mom to the doctor.
He didn't want to hear all that.
It seems pretty standard.
I get your.
It seems
pretty. Was just being nice.
It seems pretty standard.
I actually helped him by not giving him much.
Right, but I think probably, and I'm gonna go ahead and guess this. Our sister has no idea what happened.
No.
So you haven't updated our sister at all.
I didn't know I was supposed to update
everybody. It's standard procedure.
But this,
if you are the
person
that takes the loved one to the doctor, and everybody's waiting,
checkup.
It's not like it was a check. No, it wasn't a checkup. We're trying to figure out what's wrong with Mom. We're trying to figure out what's wrong with Mom. Why doesn't she have any energy? Why can't she get back up to where she was?
Yeah.
I told you this morning. It's fine.
Well, no, Mom had already told me because she left something out. See, that's my point.
Yeah,
that was my point, Greg. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
I asked Greg.
You know why you have somebody
long
there?
Day.
You know how
it was a long day.
Yeah.
But you're to Rick's point. There's so much there that you could have done during your dead time.
I figured Rick was busy. I'd see him this morning.
Bubba, I'm trying to be
right.
I'm trying to be delicate here, but I know you've been there, and I'm going to say it this way. I think this works. Sometimes the loved one speaking for themselves on what happened at the doctor is not as reliable as the person who took them.
But I figured I could clear it.
Can I say
or
that?
at least you need both of
Yeah,
them.
can I say that?
I figured that
merge them together.
that you would talk to her, obviously, and then I'd clear it up.
Well, I
this morning.
did.
I'm sure she left a few things out. And I
She
cleared
did.
them up, and I cleared it up, so we're good.
You did. She did.
I'll call Angie next week.
I can't get past. I'm walking to my truck. I've dropped my mother back off at her home.
Right.
I'm in the truck. I have an hour and 20-minute commute, and I update no one.
It's really something.
I had to concentrate on driving.
I asked Greg about it yesterday, actually. I was working on the podcast. Greg came back in to check on something. And really, the only information I got was hilarious. The fact that y'all's mom was just dogging herself because she was feeling bad that Greg had to do her a favor.
She does that.
I was like, wow, she is y'all's mom.
Yeah,
the entire time.
I know
she's
you're
like,
so tired of
you're
carrying me.
How hilarious
Y'all
is
get
that?
tired, yeah. Of course, then that's mixed with, I guess I'll be all right.
Yeah, you got
Mom, do you need anything to eat? I know you can't drive now because after you have a seizure, you can't drive for 6 months. No, I can't get to the store. That's true, but I know y'all are busy. Do you have some food? I don't, but I'm sure I'll be fine.
I'm sorry for being a burden.
Right. We
had a little store.
Do you have
right?
water and you got your Powerades? No, I need those to hydrate, but I know y'all are busy.
I don't want to bother you.
Right.
We had a store stop yesterday. She's good for a little while.
Mama, how are you on the those protein shakes? Completely out, but they have those calories I need, but I'm sure I'll be fine. I know y'all are busy. I don't want to be a burden to anybody.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Well, at least Greg set your mind at ease with an update.
Thanks, Greg, for easing our minds.
I thought I called you.
No, you didn't.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you somebody who likes...
What, I'm old. That was my first concert. All right, here are the next categories. All right. Hey, how many feminists are like going nuts? So why is this cis white male doing all this Latino stuff?
Okay.
And then he went on to have a hard time pronouncing the winner, and he made fun of that himself. He said, "I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Congratulations."
Okay. All right.
I love the Don Dawkins shout out from the 80s metal band Dawkins.
And I'm talking to you,
See,
Don
I
Dawkins.
didn't get it. I didn't get it.
Yeah, well,
all the rock stars you wanted to meet.
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking to you,
I
Don.
didn't get the name of that guy.
But he pulls an obscure one from the
He
band
said it was
Dawkins.
my first concert.
You think he was going to say somebody really well known?
Right.
All right, so tell me this thing with Coca-Cola and pork.
All right, so,
pork okay,
Rick, I'm glad to say I don't know what the latest viral videos are
Yeah,
because
I know
I've
the
tried to
video.
get
I know
out of
the video.
that
I know
a
the
little
video.
bit this year.
Tic Tac.
Apparently, there is a viral video out on Facebook urging users to stay away from pork and claims that if you pour Coca-Cola over the raw pork meat, it will cause worms to appear because they're getting out to escape the acid in the Coke.
Oh, my gosh.
The video, which was posted March the 8th and now has been shared quite a few times, shows a woman pouring a soda on a piece of pork. She says it actually reveals there's parasites in pork. You have to cook pork so carefully because of this issue. About a minute after she pours the Coke on it, white worms appear to come out of the piece of raw meat. At the end of the video, the woman says you can see them, the heads of them, they're popping through. It's so gross. Other videos have been done, same thing with Pepsi and other things, but several debunking groups have taken this on and said this is absolutely false.
I hope so.
There was one website here that does debunking on this. What was the
Let's
name
try
of it? Wafflesatnoon.com, a site that focuses on hoaxes and odd news, debunked the claim back in 2016. So how is this still floating around? Snopes even tested out the theory and said that it is not true. They said the only thing they got was a slightly soggy pork chop out of the whole deal. So why is this making the rounds again, and why is this big news?
I don't
It's
know.
viral, Rick.
Well,
Viral.
I know if you leave a piece of meat outside long enough, it will get worms in it, and then you can probably pour acid over it, and the worms will come out. But I think what they're trying to suggest is you could just grab any piece of pork at any time, and that would happen. And
I don't think that's the case.
So I was going to ask you, does it explain how they've debunked it, or have they just come out and said?
Well, I mean, they did test. They would buy pork and pour Coke on it and keep a camera on it. Nothing happened. You know, so I don't know if this was set up, if it was old, if what the deal was, but I don't know why this has grabbed everybody's attention again for some reason. Do you?
No, I have no
What's
idea.
the big deal with that?
Yeah, I don't even know where it came from. I've never heard this. Didn't know it was video of the day.
I know when I was younger and we used to grill pork chops, my folks made a marinade with Coca-Cola and honey to put on them. It was real good.
Yeah,
but I don't think we're trying to
worms?
run the worms out of it.
No. Yeah, and I've heard a lot of people put Coca-Cola on things.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What about a Sakatumi cake? It's got it in that.
It was from the Flip Wilson show.
Mm-hmm.
People have been going viral recently with crazy claims of something that can impact tons and tons of people. So if you have like this crazy thing that impacts tons and tons of people, then, oh my goodness, this is going to happen to me too. Earlier, I guess maybe last year, there was the rumor going around that if you took your strawberries, like just strawberries from the grocery store. Yeah, strawberries.
Lisa fell for it.
There you go. Exactly. You take your strawberries from the grocery store, you put them in water, and then worms come out of your.
Yes.
Yeah. You'll see worms floating around or whatever. So if you have something that's like widespread, the next thing is going to be like, bubbles for kids make them grow 4 ears or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just
something that everybody uses.
Widespread. You can test it at home. It will go viral, especially for people that might not know about.
So I'm now to this point, and Adler, since you kind of help us to be updated on this kind of stuff, is there anything out there that is believable anymore? Is there anything that's not just a total load of garbage? Anything, any video, any conspiracy, is there one of them that has had any validity that when's the last one somebody put something out and everybody said, man, that was helpful, and it turned out to be true?
Deep fakes are very concerning. They're making people now. They're not taking one person's face and putting it on another person's body. Now deep fakes are actually capable of creating a picture of a person, a brand new person that's not even off of anybody, and it looks very, very real. Unless you look real close, a lot of times there's an error in the pupils, so you may see a lot of pupil talk going on, like the
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Things that you need to know that are right upon us. This weekend, another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Chris Burgard is our guest. He has directed The War on Truth. You can find out more about that going to thewarontruthmovie.com. Wow, the conversation with Chris this weekend. Wow. Get that wherever you get podcasts. Also, Speedy with the UFL, Birmingham Stallions, this weekend at Protective Life Stadium. If you're going to see the Stallions game, Speedy will be your hype man tomorrow. So enjoy that and enjoy Speedy as he works the crowd into a frenzy. Bubba, I was playing the Beatles coming out of the break for those of you that are not watching on YouTube. Got a couple of auction items I'm going to ask you about. Now, I know that you and I, and really, do we have anybody on this team? Adler, yes, I guess he is. Is Adler our only Beatles guy? Most of us will tolerate the Beatles. We acknowledge their impact on music.
Oh, yeah.
But we don't really ride around in our vehicles cranking out Beatles essentials.
Right.
My wife is a Beatles. She likes the Beatles. I just don't really think their music's all that great.
Right.
As far as just what I prefer. I know it's well done and it required a lot of talent.
And
I
the level of what they did. Wow.
Oh, their impact on music is maybe, I don't know that it's unparalleled, right?
It really is.
So I acknowledge all this. So I know that there's nobody in here that would pay $2.85 million for the John Lennon's long lost guitar.
No.
I actually played one of the songs that it was used to write, Help.
Are we sure about that?
Also Rubber Soul, which was a huge album in '65. It was later found, listen to this, John Lennon's guitar that helped write these songs was found abandoned in the attic of a British countryside home.
Oh, sure.
Just abandoned in an attic.
His home, obviously.
$2.85 million for the guitar.
That's amazing.
Come find out it was just some old guitar somebody gave him like when he was a kid and he really never even played it.
Thank you, Greg, for always trying to find a way to make people doubt that they have what they're supposed to.
Right. 12-string, I see.
Times Square Hard Rock Cafe is where they all gathered.
Help!
For this, I need somebody help, not just anybody.
I'm gonna have to. John Lennon's gonna have to hand it to me for me to pay that kind of money and believe that it's real.
He's dead, Greg.
I know. That's what I'm saying. So
you talking about the ghost of John Lennon?
No, I'm just saying maybe before he died.
Here's my guitar, Greg.
I don't think anybody could find it. It wasn't found until after he was dead.
Yeah, I get that. But you know what I'm saying though, because I mean, what if it ain't real?
Now here's one that I think, Greg, you may be in the market for. O.J. Simpson's driver's license.
I tell you what, you talk about a party favor, pull that out. Hey, y'all check this out.
It looks like you're going to need $10,000.
$10,000 for that?
Yep. Says it went up for auction.
$10,000
after he passed away. It's Simpson's driver's license, which expired while he was in prison. Went up for auction, and it says
Also, Simpson's credit card was also sold at an auction.
What kind of limits on it?
I don't know, Greg. Thank you. No, it does. The credit card was $10,000. I'm sorry. The driver's license. Let's see. I thought that's what the driver's license went for. I guess it's up now. I don't think anybody's bought it.
Look at it.
Yeah. All right. So there's so the credit card went for $10,000.
That's the Florida driver's license. That ain't the good one. You want the California one, though.
You want the one he was had in his pocket when he was in that Bronco.
All right. Twitter world. Do you think? I think y'all make a great point. That does devalue it, doesn't it?
I think it does.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a collector, but if I had to pick between the two, I go, well, give me
Would
the
you
Cal
rather
one.
have OJ's expired driver's license or his credit card? The credit card was $10,000. Do you think the license
at least got
I
his
think the
picture on it.
license is more valuable.
More valuable, even though it's Florida?
Yeah. Well, I think because it's a government document of you, that makes it more. Cause, And if you have the California one, it was probably in his pocket during the death. I'll just put it that way.
All right.
And
there it is.
No matter where he was or what
Help.
he was doing.
Not just anybody. Help.
Hello, this is OJ.
The man of 1,000 voices just attempted OJ.
Right out of the gate.
I just going off how he did Twitter well.
Did
speech impediment.
Did OJ's Heisman? Whatever happened to his Heisman? Did Ron Goldman's family get it?
I think he did, didn't he?
Did they? I don't know. Now,
'Cause, you know,
that would go for.
We gave Reggie Bush's back. Did OJ get
Which
his
I don't
back?
get.
Did we take it from him?
I don't know if
Because he was
we
found
took it
innocent.
from
I guess we didn't, did we?
I don't think that's a good point.
Yeah, because he was
But
found
no,
innocent.
didn't he sell it or give it to
think so.
somebody?
Something
Wasn't that
happened to
one
it,
of the things that he was accused of when he was holding the people hostage?
You talking about when
he
he was-
wanted his memorabilia back?
You talking about he was threatening their life?
Right.
Okay, I don't know.
It's called kidnapping.
Right.
It looks
you
like
keep somebody against their will with a gun.
It looks like his estate still has it because they're charged with a $500,000 tax lien right now, OJ's estate, and some of those items, including the trophy, could be part of that.
Okay.
Part of the auction.
Okay. All right, so back to the Beatles.
Twitter
Adler,
world.
back to the Beatles. Do you like the Beatles because you really like them, or do you feel like you won't be able to be a true musician unless you pretend to like them?
Honest.
I like the Beatles.
Straight up.
Yeah, they have some good
Oh,
rock
boy.
songs.
I can tell he
Boy,
doesn't.
that's not a lot of conviction
He
there.
doesn't.
The only time I've ever listened to the Beatles was when we had that pinball machine. You remember that? And it played the songs while you played it.
Yeah.
So I heard. I listened to it a lot then, but I had no choice if I wanted to play pinball.
Well, this is one of these ongoing things because I keep telling
Help me,
my
help me.
wife every time that if I'm ever over in the passenger seat when she drives, which is it's when I want to reflect, and sometimes she just wants to drive in her car. I'm driving. Okay, when I'm over there, I always say, "Let me DJ." If we're going to listen to music, I said, I'm far superior on DJing than you are. And she's like, no, it's my car, so we're going to listen to what I want to listen to. And so in those cases, I do get exposed to the Beatles essentials, and that's the only time. I don't think I have ever got in my vehicle and said, I tell you what I need to hear right now, some Beatles.
Do you listen when you do have to listen? Is it the early poppy stuff, or is it when the old LSD stuff?
This is our problem. I prefer the LSD.
Yeah.
Sherry prefers the old poppy.
The old poppy.
Yeah,
I like selections of all.
Yeah, I like to me, "Let It Be" to me is their best song.
Oh, it's a great song.
And I'm frowned upon because I'm skipping over the. I didn't like the back.
Just 17.
I
That ain't you.
didn't like any of that.
I
See,
like
that was the pinball machine. It was all those.
Are we gonna let them get away with saying she was just 17? If you know what I mean.
Well, we got checked with Kip Winger when his band had 17.
Yeah,
I think I heard somewhere that they read when he wrote that
Kiss
song.
had
They
16.
checked the age limit in all the states, and none of them were below 17, so they went with that.
I bet that's a good way to go.
That's good.
That's a great way to pick
Always
it,
check
isn't
the
it?
law.
Yeah.
It's amazing you know all that, but you don't call your brother for the night.
Hey, I got to ask this real quick. So there was 2 Heisman trophies. I guess the school gets one,
Okay.
and the player gets one. The school one went missing, and they found it dug it up in somebody's yard.
Oh, that's good.
And it was returned. Like nobody knows who did this.
Somebody
Yeah.
got it, buried it, and then
Stole
gave it
it,
back.
buried it, and then it mysteriously showed back up at USC 14 years later.
With a little dirt on it.
Yeah.
Top of
they
the
had
hour.
it.
He was driving a Bronco.
Yeah, that's a big hole.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you in part by our friends at firstcup.com. Use the promo code Bubba right now. Save an additional 10% on your order. And if you subscribe, here comes another 10% for you. Plus, you get free shipping for the life of your subscription. Why should I go to firstcup.com, Rick? Well, I'll tell you, because it's delicious coffee. They sell it by the pound, too. You'll be glad of that. 11 roast profiles are available. Each one of them reflects great moments in American history. It's a lot of fun. It's informative, and it's great coffee. Do it now. Go to firstcup.com. Use the code Bubba.
Is more what's that, oblong or whatever, not a perfect circle, not a perfect circle.
So there's somebody referring to Biden on that he wasn't real.
Oh yeah, he had okay. So you're gonna hear a lot of that talk.
So a total fake world's been created, 100% fake.
There are and people are saying like the FBI is using them for their bot pictures when they go and you know former Russia, China, they're using these fake images too, so that they don't even have to pull someone else's image. Right. They can just create their own, that kind of thing. So. But, yeah, verifying things, it's going to get more and more difficult all the time.
Yeah, social media just really doesn't have anything to do now that the election has kind of settled down.
Now we're to pork and Coke.
Top of the hour.
Still fake from 2016.
Yeah, still fake. So we don't buy into the you pour a soft drink on something and worms come out of the pork or strawberries or any of that. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
At O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every day.
Every day.
To the phones we go. CP in Georgia. CP, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. If you want to get in, move.
What's up?
Hey,
buddy. How y'all doing?
Good. How you doing?
Pretty good. I was wondering how long we're gonna have to wear these masks. Is there gonna be like a statement like you don't have to wear the mask anymore?
Are you familiar with how the local and state governments and the federal government work at all, CP?
No, I'm not familiar with it at all.
Where you live? What part of Georgia?
South Georgia.
Okay. Can you be more specific?
No, I mean, how specific do I got to be?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out who would. First of all, your governor.
Yeah.
If your governor would declare that now it is no requirement from the government there
at the state level.
At the state level, and then that would give you some mass freedom. But then you get down to your mayor,
counties mayors
might come up with something.
Then you got businesses that may require it. So it'll play itself out, though. I think we're seeing that. Our state.
When am I going to go to the ball games with 70,000 people in the stands?
Well, that's what we're shooting for this fall.
This fall.
Yeah, it looks right now. If we don't have a big uptick in cases, I think we're going to be good for the fall. And the way to do that is to be sure we get everybody vaccinated so we don't have variants running around.
You brought up a great point. Are they going to make me get the vaccination?
I don't think they're going to make you, but at some point you may have to prove you were vaccinated to travel or be on an airplane or maybe get in a stadium.
That's nice freedom. That's nice freedom.
Yeah, I know it's nobody likes it, but it's going to work itself out. I think by after the fall, this will all be a distant memory, hopefully.
Yeah, and what I'm running.
If I go through a roadblock and the cop's going to ask for my vaccination card.
No. Yeah,
probably. I don't know that they'll do that.
CP, I'd get off YouTube.
No, this is serious stuff, dude.
No, I know it's serious.
I know,
but there's
nobody's talking about police stops wanting vaccine cards.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just go through the roadblock and they're like, hey, let me see your vaccination card.
No, I don't think anybody's. Let me ask you this: where did you hear about that?
I'm just thinking. Like, I mean, everything else is going crazy. Why not?
Oh, well, I mean, possibilities.
I think you may be overcomplicating it there. I don't think you're going to have to worry about that.
I might be a little paranoid.
I understand your aggravation, but I think we don't need to overdo it the other way because that only makes things weirder.
Well,
and get back to where we're really at. Like I say, a lot of states, we have 15, 16, 17 now that don't require a mask. Alabama will join that April the 9th. Then you're going to have, some businesses that will still require it for a while. But I really think by fall we're going to be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, you're kind of down to the thing. I mean, this is the life that I'm currently living. Okay, and keep in mind, we're not supposed to do the official state thing till April the 9th. But this is how my life has been. I go places and they say you don't have to wear a mask. I go to some places say, yeah, we need you to wear a mask till you sit down. Some that so it's really already working itself out. Individual people are making their individual choices involving their individual worlds. And then if you go to a place like a private business that says, well, you ain't coming in here without a mask and you got to sit here the whole time with a mask, then you would just go somewhere else because there's other places that say, we don't require that. Yeah. And there's some churches that still have people in masks the whole time, and there's some churches that tell you to wear it in and take it off when you sit down, and some churches say you don't have to wear it at all. So it's, what I'm saying is that we're not really being squeezed at the level that you're concerned about, even.
Yeah, we're seeing it get better every day. Yeah. Matter of fact, a lot of places I go, they're not wearing masks at all now.
All right, so Bubba, you had a story for Greg?
Greg is going to love this. I'm choked up.
You are?
Just thinking about it.
My goodness.
That's us, baby. Over 30 years of mispronouncing words, but you know what we mean. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here for another hour. Say hello to Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, hello and glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us for yet another hour of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, say hello to the Golden Ticket Seats.
What's up?
Golden Ticket Seats. They are here today. How many of you are here for the first time? Greg, put your hand up. It just seems that way for you. How many of you have been to the old studio, but your first time in this studio? How many have been to this studio before? Okay,
yeah.
There we go. Okay, we got some second. Well, thank you guys for being here. Snacks, by the way. Snacks.
Let me tell you snacks.
They are. It's a snack attack in there. I saw top two in there just going nuts.
And Bubba, we can answer the question on. Somebody brought you some ding dongs.
Yeah, they sure did.
I can't remember the last time you had one.
Well, yeah, they
let Rick get to it.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Do you remember what it was called?
It's Bubba Ding Dong.
Oh, Bubba's before it. Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Usually I will not.
Y'all named it Bubba's Ding Dong.
No.
That's what you just said.
No, I didn't. I said Bubba.
That is what he said.
I will tell you this though.
I didn't say Bubba.
Clearly, he said no apostrophe S.
Right. I'm just going to say this though. No matter how it was said, those of you that do not know, here in the Golden Ticket Seats, now see this thing right here. This is where all of our sound effects and Rick and Bubba Bed and all that comes from. Well, some of them are hotkeys. I mean, you just hit them. The others you have to search. You just type in and it'll find it. And I'm just never going to type in Bubba Ding Dong. I didn't
know how else to label it.
Yeah, I just can't type that in. I've never been a time that I said.
I can't remember the last time I had a ding dong.
Yeah, and so
we can solve that riddle today.
They're here
today, my friend.
Last commercial break.
All right, I heard some gluten-free talk too. What's that?
No,
I think Greg was making it up to try to get me into it.
Okay, so
Rick, he's gluten all in there.
Gluten fest.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's a good old gluten fest.
How's your gluten-free going, Helms?
That was good. I'm still on
it. How did you do that for health reasons or just? Okay, yeah.
That haircut.
Yeah.
No. You've never went that low. We called it though.
Greg, why don't you tell the audience what you asked if you could do with my head the other day?
No.
What you asked. Tell the audience that.
Well, I think.
What did you want to scratch with my head?
I said if my butt gets to itching, I'm gonna have to borrow that head.
Yeah.
Look like a scrub brush. Yeah, it's like a scrub brush. But I'll give him this. Before he left the other day, he said, "I'm fixing to come back with the shortest haircut I've ever seen."
Loved it.
Yeah, and
I loved it.
Boy,
sorry,
you did.
I'm still doing it and still strict about it.
Yeah.
Now the family, they don't like it because because a lot of times, and now listen, I'm not the guy that goes, "Hey, whatever
Everybody
we do for dinner tonight, y'all have to do that." I'm kind of just doing my own
stuff.
thing. Yeah.
So. Sherry's doing it too.
They're tired of chips and salsa,
but she didn't make me do it. But it is that there's just that little bit of hanging over you every time Here comes the server. Hey, now before we go any further, I want you to know that I'm gluten free. You know, but
I don't do any of that.
But nowadays,
I know where I can go, what I can do, what's
or you could
gluten-free
just say,
or
I
not.
want something taste free,
and because it's not that's not true.
I don't know what gluten tastes like, but it must be good.
Here's the thing: is I don't have celiac disease. So if it's
Greg's got something close to that.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Silly.
So if it's like a sauce that may have some type of it was mixed, but that doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
I stay away from the main.
Yeah, that's
stuff.
kind of well. I've noticed though, and I've said this before. You know, we had one of our kids that had to be for health reasons with digestive problems, and we were pioneers. We were some of those in the early days, and it was a nightmare. Now
got a lot of choice.
Now gluten free it's really. I mean, it's easy.
Yeah.
The restaurants all cater
There was
to
a lady
you.
that
they got
brought
their own menu.
and
you really can't taste the difference.
Well, you can't.
in
And
hardly
to
any of it.
Bubba's
There was a
point a
time you
minute ago,
could.
yes, and to Bubba's point a minute ago, there was a cake in here about 2 weeks ago, and you tore it up, and it was really good, and she did not want to tell y'all it was gluten free because she's afraid you wouldn't eat it.
Well, and it would.
And y'all hammered it.
Yeah.
If it's good, I don't care.
Terry
what
does that for the boys.
Exactly.
They don't even know.
Exactly.
But Rick, you can tell Sherry there's an app called Find Me Gluten Free. And you can pull it up, and depending on your location, it tells you all the restaurants that serve that and their menus.
Is that like glutenme.com?
Yeah,
But y'all know what's going to happen.
That's the same one.
Y'all know
that's
what's
good.
going to happen. 5-10 years from now, how you not get enough gluten?
No, you're
They're gonna-
100%.
They will completely
100%.
reverse it. Studies show you
We'll
need
have
more gluten.
gluten supplements.
I just
What?
know how
What?
it affects
Gluten
my
supplements.
inflammation and pain and stuff like that, and that's a real thing.
Yep.
No,
yeah,
I'm gonna tell you, age is gonna make sure that doesn't go away.
Yeah. So anyway, we thank you guys for being here. Thank you for the delicious snacks that y'all brought us. And you, Greg,
Me and Bubba will enjoy them.
yes, Bubba and Greg will
all
just,
weekend.
They'll hit them like a train at a crossing.
Yes, sir.
So don't worry about that. We have someone. What you were telling me, Helms, and I heard something the other day that these home depots and Lowe's and these places are becoming. First of all, we all were beginning to notice that if you go into one and it's only getting worse, there's no one to help you. I mean,
I know.
It is
Nobody
like,
with a vest
It
on.
is like crossing the border into a new land, kind of like our southern border. And
I mean, I think they used to have a person like every 3 or 4
You used to get
aisles,
on your nerves.
and
after.
now I think they've assigned one person a 2 square mile area.
I agree.
You know,
Bubba, one time I thought to myself, I said, aliens. I think I'm in here alone.
Yeah, at one point, I was afraid the rapture had happened, and I got left behind. I mean, it was that bad.
I missed it.
I mean, there was nothing. You
Right.
couldn't find anybody.
No, I mean, and so anyway,
Help!
and then you're telling me,
I
Helms, that,
need
This happened to me this
somebody.
week, so I don't really have favorites when it comes to the big box
No, me
stores.
either.
I do it convenience. So like the reason I chose Home Depot is it was on my right, and I didn't have to,
There you go.
you know who you're talking to.
Yeah. So go in there, and I had not been in there in a while, and I've been in Lowe's a while, and they are not doing this yet. Every blower, pressure washer, chainsaw, weed eater, anything in that world was locked up.
Yeah.
And you had to have somebody unlock it, get it down for you, and then walk you to, they would ask you, are you finished shopping? And then walk you to the front.
Mm-mm.
Well, that sounds okay if there's somebody there to unlock it.
Right.
And there's not 5 or 6 people standing there needing those things.
Right.
Because if you only have one person doing this,
Right.
it turns into a long, it
Yeah.
was going to be a 5-minute trip, but now it's,
somebody
help!
I just need a weed eater.
Well, thank you. Man of 1,000 voices is doing weed eater, man.
Yeah, it's not a particular
It was-
person. It's just
listen,
somebody wants weed eater.
That was his Ringo.
I'm sure it can run efficient doing this,
No.
but it wasn't that day.
Can I tell you, those are the
At
kind
all.
of things, and I know you and I are similar on this thing. Somebody said in an email, which was very funny this week, I like how you and Helms have taken the word that you're impatient and turned it into you're addicted to efficiency.
Yeah.
He said, and I'll take that.
Yeah.
He said, it's changed my life. But anyway, those are the kind of things, I'm not exaggerating, that sends me back to
Me too.
back in the park. I'll just leave.
Yeah.
There's no way I'm going through that.
I know.
And I'll go find a place where that isn't the case.
We were talking earlier when it comes to mulch, any yard care stuff. Walmart is the exact opposite. You could steal the entire parking lot,
Right.
and nobody would ever ask you one word.
They just write it off.
I'm serious. I've been out there. I've not seen one employee while I'm throwing mulch in my truck. Not one. I could have drove off. I didn't.
Right.
But
Wasn't that nice
look,
of you?
I mean, I couldn't even find a way to pay for it. I had to take a picture of the barcode and go in there and do it on. Because God forbid somebody check you out.
Some of the big home improvement stores, they've done the same thing. They just have stacks of them out there for convenience for you to back your truck up to.
You just pull out. You can get anything you want.
You just have to count them up.
It's all kinds of stuff.
Helmsy,
but nobody checks to see.
It's frustrating, I know, but think about some of the bigger cities. They're doing what you're talking about at CVS, at Walgreens, and other places just for your basic items at a pharmacy because of this snatch and grab folks. They're just, it doesn't matter either. Remember the time Reese was working, he saw a guy steal a chainsaw right in front of him, walked out, looked at him like, what are you going to do?
So here's a woman complaining about the workers at Home Depot, and she says it ain't what it used to be. Here she is.
Think about it, Home Depot employees, there need to be a minimum age requirement, okay? And I'm talking about like 45, 50 something. What happened to Gene and them? The men that served in Vietnam, they wear transition glasses. They bifocals. He got a mustache. Unironically, he's not a hipster. He's an old guy. Gene want to talk about your project more than you want to talk about your project. Gene comes to the store with a tool belt. It's his tools. They come with him and they leaving with him.
All right, and so then she goes on. She talks about Xander at Starbucks. Xander needs to go back to Starbucks.
That's funny.
And
That's funny.
Here's the very last little bit of this.
Here, you should not be working at Home Depot unless you already had a career. This should be your second career. You should already be getting pension checks. You just do this for fun. Bring back them grandpas, and I'm not playing.
That's good.
Hey,
That's a great point.
She does cuss in the middle of that clip. So
Play that. Play that.
Yeah, Greg would love that.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back.
This is good stuff.
Phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. We'll do the first Patriot Mobile phone troll of the day. Speedy hits the phones. All 10 are available. We'll chat with you, America, when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wow. Just sitting here and it got me.
That's right.
TLC has announced that 1,000-Pound Sisters will be renewed for a third season after hitting a series high in the ratings.
Oh, listen, there's no doubt.
You love 1,000-Pound Sisters.
Yes, Rick, because they're a little sassy.
And big.
I'm large and sassy.
And they're huge.
Oh, Rick.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
The reality, well, let's see. My story.
When you got to take the
here.
seat out of a van for her to sit in it.
What?
Yeah, they'd take the back seat out so she sits on the floor on a pillow.
That's not,
yeah, the big one.
That's not true.
Rick, the little one comes in at about 400.
The
big one comes in at 6.
Y'all, they look like straight up. I mean, they look like they could be.
Oh, listen, they dog each other.
Rick, you think this may be an isolated program?
Good night.
The reality series was the top programming among several key women demographics.
What?
Women 25-54, 1849, and 1834 when it concluded its second season on March the 8th.
Now, they're internet stars, too. Don't forget that.
How do you watch this?
It's unreal.
How do you watch this?
Yeah, I see the frustrated doctors who are trying, before I can do any surgery, you're going to have to lose some weight. And they're so frustrated because they just can't pull it off.
No. Are they?
Rick, and that's her boyfriend.
Well,
are you serious?
Yes.
Just
that adds a whole new element.
Just given the eye test, you really wouldn't see that.
I swear. The little one, 400-pounder's got a husband. Do you see her boyfriend?
Him standing next to her, he looks like he's like a utensil. And he doesn't look like a person. Or he looks like a toothbrush.
Rick, you don't want to hear. You don't want to hear some of the conversation.
Oh.
You hear me? You don't want to hear some of the conversation.
He's so tiny compared to her.
Oh, yeah. Rick.
Oh, my
Rick.
gracious.
Good news, season 3, alive and well.
1,000-Pound Sisters.
It looks like she's dating one of the Cosby kids.
Okay.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my gracious.
Oh, my gosh. Oh,
really?
No, sir.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, 1,000-Pound
I
Sisters.
can't believe what I'm seeing.
Yes, sir, buddy.
I can't believe it.
Rick, also, we try to move off of that.
Hey, good news, the renewals.
Yeah, third season coming your way.
Oh, my goodness.
There was, we get video of so many things now because of all the doorbells with cameras on it and all that stuff. Did you see this plane crash in Florida?
I hadn't seen it.
Watch this video that was captured on a plane. Watch the car going by on the left and watch what happens to it. As it enters the frame,
oh,
boom,
my goodness.
Airplane comes down at like a sharp 45-degree angle and hits it.
Do you realize the timing that has to take place?
Did it kill the people in the car?
You got a couple of people that were killed.
I'm going to say
a
that
child as well.
They say this ring video is actually worse than Morgan Wallen's. Because, that's how you got caught, too, on the ring video.
Right.
Using the word.
Oh.
See,
I didn't know that, Greg.
Yeah, that's how you got caught.
Watch it one more time because where the plane's coming from. I mean, it's coming in. It's going to crash anyway. But what are the odds of it hitting that car?
No, that's
I know. That's bad timing.
That's your day.
The plane crashed into a moving vehicle with an adult and a child inside.
Terrible.
If you are 10 foot either way of that plane never hit you.
Well,
isn't that unbelievable?
I go back to that is your day. You're going.
Yeah.
Just think, one more red light. You're not even on that street.
Or you get in the car up. I forgot something. Go back in the house and get it.
Man, that is just strange.
I'm taking the plane.
Do you think about that?
I'm taking the person in the plane did not fare well either.
I see. I don't see
a lot of flames there, guys.
A lot of flames.
I thought the 2 people in the jet died, and then the 2 people in the car were injured.
Okay.
So they did make it through.
I know it says here, plane moving into a vehicle with an adult and a child inside.
The plane had the child?
The woman is recovering, and the child was pronounced that the child did not make it.
Was the child in the car?
Trapped inside the car.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
There were several.
Both got to the hospital, Adler, you're right, but unfortunately the child did not survive.
Terrible.
And the woman is recovering.
There were several really crazy
the plane,
pieces of video that have been caught by cameras that was in the news today. And I don't think we have this one, but I was going to tell you there's a guy.
Just give him a second. He's going to pull it up here.
There's a guy who he refers to himself, Rick, online as the Wrangler.
The Wrangler?
And he's handling a giant snake. And it bites him right in the eyebrow, leaving blood pouring out.
Oh, my God.
I mean, it popped him good. And, of course, the thing is giant, But when you call yourself the Wrangler and you do this,
and where did you see
this?
Where did you see the Wrangler?
It was a story this morning.
Okay.
It's American snake handler gets blood.
All right, here we go. Patriot Mobile phone troll. Make your phone money matter. Switch to patriotmobile.com/Bubba today. Phone calls coming in. Lines are available if you want to join us. Speedy on the phones. Bubba with a couple of, is it post?
Yeah, this was post off of X, formerly Twitter. Kind of ironic, I think. The jury totally missed this one, posted by Angel Hernandez. and then we have a post from Joe Biden, who says the U.S. is not a banana republic. But I don't know. Look at the picture it came with it. I don't know if that's...
Yeah. I think anybody trying to defend that narrative is going to have a hard time with it.
It's going to be fun.
Gosh, that's good. To the phones we go. And by the way, what do we say about Angel Hernandez? Never not funny.
Never
not funny.
Keep him coming.
I had some people asking last night, was he actually on the jury? We continue. Let's go to Josh in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Josh, go ahead. Yeah, Josh.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
We're great.
Hey, I just wanted to call in. I wanted to call in because I heard y'all talking about Lowe's, Home Depot, all that kind of thing. So, really, you got like a 2-for-1 type of situation, both bad. So, you have people to come in and steal $2,100 worth of, like, tools or whatever, and then you also got, like, young kids that say, hey, I need a job, and then they'll quit before they even show up on their first shift. So, really kind of bad all the way around.
Well, you know what? And I go back to the clip we just played. Gene would solve both those problems.
Yep.
You know, we continue. Dothan 103.9. Mike standing by. Mike, go ahead.
Hey guys, you guys have probably already covered this, but taking President Trump out of the equation, can a convicted felon actually run for president? I'm not sure if you've covered it already.
We hit just about everything involving this in the first hour and a half of the show. I think the fact that his appeal will still be pending, I don't think it'll affect anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard different scenarios, but I really don't know.
CNN says he can still run, so I take it that means he can still run.
Must be true. Must be true. Because if anybody wished that weren't true, it would be them.
They would know. If there was no way possible, they would be the first to let you know.
And the Weissman guy says that he doesn't think he can run. I'm just kidding. I had it when I'm glad I didn't say it. All right, the lines are open. 866 We Be Big. Jeremy in Gadsden, Z93. Jeremy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, yeah, I've offended my Beatles-loving aunt several times with this comment, and I just got to know what you guys think.
Okay.
I will take the Rolling Stones over the Beatles any day. What about you guys?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, their ability to stay together much longer made them, I think, a better group.
I enjoy, and how about this? I just enjoy their catalog
yeah,
better.
Too.
It's a better catalog. It's a better catalog.
Yeah, I understand that argument, but I think the Rolling Stones are the way. And they were there about the same time. I mean, they've been on the scene that long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of people that you go, I acknowledge that you are super talented. I acknowledge you've had a massive impact, but that doesn't mean I like your product. I still may not just prefer it. And if you ask me if I want to ride on a long trip and roll through the essentials of the Rolling Stones or the essentials from the Beatles, I'm going with the Stones.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just a much better catalog, I think. But that's just me. I was a little later, so.
Let's go to Nashville, Tennessee. Brett standing by. Brett, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to say this, and I think that if the Trump decision doesn't galvanize the Republican Party and mainly Congress, then we need to vote every one of them out, because this mess could happen to any one of them, and it's a scary time that we live in, that if this can happen to an ex-president, God.
Yeah, we hit that pretty hard earlier, and you are correct. And I will say, now maybe it's changed today, but I would take note. They were Republicans that were very vocal, very angry, very passionate. But there were an awful lot of them that were very quiet. And I take a note of them to your point, caller. We continue. Don in Springfield, Illinois. Don, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yes, I just had a question I wanted to ask you guys. If you were Moses and you were going to make an argument like he did for the Jewish people, Israelites, how would you make the argument that God not destroy the Democrats? So I'm going to back out and listen to what you got to say.
Wait, just
don't back out just yet.
So you're saying, say that one more time.
Time out.
Yeah, time out. Time out.
Okay. You know, Moses came and he made the argument that God not destroy the Israelites.
Totally, yes.
And yes.
Right.
And so if that's the case, under what's happened with Mr. Trump, how would we argue that God not destroy those who are destroying us, the whole nation?
Bubba, I'm gonna help Don. What Don is asking you.
Apples and oranges together.
Well, they don't actually go together that well. But I will tell you what he's saying. He's saying if you stood before God and you were trying to convince God not to destroy the modern day Democratic Party, what would you say in their defense?
There you go.
That's what he's asking.
Wow, Rick.
Thank you, Don. Isn't that right? So
Rick, Don.
Rick, I'll be honest. I don't think I'll take that case.
And that's what I was going to say. You took the words. You took the words right out of my mouth. I would say to Don, what you're asking me to do, I just don't think I can.
Pull that off.
Right. It's
there ain't enough billing hours.
I think it would be a better analogy, Don. Just to be honest, is when Abraham tried to make a case for Sodom. Remember, God even kept taking the standard down. He still couldn't beat it. Yeah, so I think that's probably a better one. Let's go to John in Dothan. John, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Let me say I'm sorry to see you guys are leaving the air. You keep me laughing all the way to Panama City and back.
Thank you.
But about your mother, I've watched that happen with two mother-in-laws and my mother. It's called grief.
Yeah, I think that's part of it, but there is something medically wrong too. It's beyond that because she did have the seizure, and this has been post the seizure, and it wasn't there prior to the seizure. But your point is valid. That certainly is part of it too, and we've seen this many times when people have been married for as long as mom and dad were married, and the spouse goes before the other does struggle to thrive. We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh my God!
On the eye.
Oh
It's a python that he was messing around with, and
hey, they will bite.
It got a hold of that eyebrow.
Rick, it just completely gets away.
It's a
from
3-foot
him. Just
python.
locks right on that face.
Oh my God!
Nick Bishop is the snake wrangler.
Nick,
the snake wrangler.
Nick Bishop. He's 32 from Los Angeles, and he was bitten by a 3-foot python, and it looks like to me in the video, Bishop ignored the fact that the python was repeatedly biting his arm, and then got him in the eyebrow and bloodied up his forehead.
Python said, "I'll bite your face." That's just a little one.
Yeah.
Any language?
I have not.
I wouldn't.
No, don't
it ought to be.
Oh, it is dividing him on
Yeah,
the arm. You're
he's trying to. Yeah, I don't think he's got the right hole there from what I've seen from the experts. Don't you get him right behind? See, it's coiled back, ready to go.
Oh, it's got him. Yeah. Look,
I think he missed then.
Yeah.
Well, he gets him.
You'll know when he gets him.
Yeah. Look, he's crazy.
He's
got
a
it right in
wrangler.
his face.
Bubba, he's a John Brown wrangler.
Yeah. He's trying to show everybody. Oh,
there it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Oh, I'm dropping it now.
Hey, he let it go then.
That hurt.
I think he just said, said time out, man, time out.
That's nasty. So
he did.
Now he's got it up again.
He said, time out, hold on.
Time out.
Can I tell you,
out.
Anybody that gets bit in the eye and starts bleeding, is cut like that, and picks the snake back up is an idiot.
Yeah, you.
Look at that disgusted face you got.
Just
right
an
now.
absolute idiot.
Yeah,
I mean, the level of idiocy. I hope this person has no children.
Wasn't it a year or two ago, the guy that picked the cottonmouth up, trying to be sharp, and it hammered him, and he ended up in the hospital?
Oh, yeah.
How about the wrangler?
What a Nimrod.
What if Bubba became a snake wrangler?
Never
Probably ain't gonna happen, Greg.
Never happened. He won't even go to op.
Yeah.
He won't even drive by.
Yep.
Do you know who's playing?
I've wrangled a lot of them with a 12 gauge.
You know who's playing the rattlesnake rodeo this year or not?
Hey,
you're not ready for this.
Who is it?
The Oak Ridge Boys.
Oh, right.
Really?
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us.
To my knees.
A brand new hour has just begun, and we are thankful that you are here. We start this hour with the national anthem.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors?
Big test for you today, Bubba.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
Buffalo Wild Wings bringing a bunch of fried food.
Oh, yeah, bring it on.
Yeah. That's that'll be good. I mean, we just, live fire. We just gotta
Right.
watch what we
It's
limit, put limits.
Live rounds.
Where are the limits?
Live rounds.
Where the limits?
Yep, live rounds. The it'll be a big day today. We'll work on that, and we'll
No,
talk.
chicken won't be green, right?
I hope not. Yeah, and I know the guys in the kickoff hour were touching on that. Guys, let's. If you want to celebrate or you're big on St. Patrick's Day, that's your business and that's fine, and that's great. And any holiday, but this thing of where we color food, like we make it red and green if it's Christmas, we make it green if it's St. Patrick's Day. Let's not color food. I got no desire to eat colored food.
You know what I like to be green? Green food.
Green food.
Right. Mm-hmm. Just leave that. We can celebrate, put green hats on, do all that.
If that's your thing. You can. It's that's fine, but there's no need to mess with the food. I mean, how about if part of your St. Patrick's Day gathering or celebration involves everybody eating food, it can just be the color it is.
That's right.
It doesn't make it.
"35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. So, if you are wondering why are they not talking about the Trump verdicts yesterday, we talked about that ad nauseum earlier for about an hour and a half. So if you missed that today, now you can certainly reference it in phone segments and stuff, but if you missed that, don't forget there's daily archives of the Rick and Bubba Show. You can catch that on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel. The Wellness Company, Speedy was telling we may have Dr. Drew on as a guest, by the way, to talk about this incredible company. He's part of all this, and here's what the Wellness Company is providing, and that is that in your own home, you can actually have one of their emergency kits. It's like having your own urgent care at home. Now, how many of you have ever thought, oh gosh, I got to go up to the urgent care and I got to this, and it's something as simple as strep throat, pneumonia, a UTI, bronchitis, sinus infection. What if you already had what you needed to treat those 39 different diseases, by the way, in your home, and all you had to do is just go over there and start taking the prescriptions you're about to get anyway. And you also don't have to worry about any long lines at the pharmacy. You ever been through that? Hey, is it ready yet? I feel terrible. I wish I'd already started. We don't have it yet. Or God forbid there be shortages, on things as simple as amoxicillin, for the ear, nose, and throat infections. It also treats lower respiratory infections and some of the stuff I mentioned. But most of our antibiotics now come from China and India, and Joe Biden hasn't changed this. So you also don't have to worry about that. These are essential prescriptions that have been proven for decades. So go ahead and get yours now. It's not a first aid kit. I don't want you to have that mindset at all. You'll fill out a little online deal about your health. You'll have a doctor who'll call you and we'll prescribe those for you. So they're sitting there ready to go. TWC.health/Bubba gets 15% off. TWC.health/Bubba for 15% off. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, Bubba, we've been talking a lot about the state of our society on the program today. We were also cutting up and having some fun. But Larry Ellison is going to say something that is really, really hilarious, because just like we saw with Trump yesterday, when the left decides that they don't like you, they declare, oh, wait a minute, we thought you were good, now we think you're bad. They decide who you like and who you don't like. And once they go all in on not liking you, they then begin to say things that are just outlandish. And he's going to take this on about Elon Musk.
Here comes the money.
Now, he's a Cisco guy, isn't he?
Oracle.
Allison, who is he? Cisco?
Oracle.
So he's talking to journalists.
Oracle.
Oracle. Yeah. Oracle. These journalists, a lot of times, if they're leftists, they just go in with the left's narrative, and they become, of course, a tool for them. And he's just saying, look, y'all may not like that Elon Musk thinks for himself. God forbid that he think for himself. And remember, he even said what our parents said. Look, the Democratic Party has left me.
Yeah.
I'm not some far right person or whatever, but I do see things that I can't go along with. And some of the things that we're doing right now on the left are just unacceptable. Well, that means that the journalists and all the leftists have to declare that Elon Musk is an idiot.
Right.
I mean, he is an absolute idiot. He is a loon. And Larry Ellison is going to take issue with that when he says this to the journalists. Listen to this.
Elon doesn't know what he's doing. He's going to have to go out for money. I'm really smart. I work for the Wall Street Journal. And I said, who are you? This guy's landing rockets. He's landing rockets on robot drone rafts in the ocean. And you're saying he doesn't know what he's doing. Well, who else is landing rockets? You ever land a rocket? Okay, you're telling me he's an idiot. I just want to know who you are so I know. Why should I believe you as opposed to my friend Elon, and we're out here watching this rocket land, which I think is really cool. And you're there in front of your Apple Macintosh and typing up an article saying Elon's an idiot.
That's good.
That's a great.
Here comes the money.
He could do a pretty good stand-up.
That's funny. So I'm out here watching him land rockets on rafts. And you're sitting behind your Apple Macintosh typing out what an idiot it is. But he does make a point that I think we all need to learn in this new world that we live in. I think, and it will help you because people just get out there and they'll rail you and they develop narratives, whatever. You get to the point kind of what he's thinking. Stop for a minute. And it's an old saying, but I think we need to do it more than ever now. Consider the source. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of people that when you get to know them well enough, their opinion of you really holds no weight. Oh, so this person doesn't like me or doesn't like what I'm doing. I've now examined this person. I couldn't care less what you think about me. Mm-hmm. You're no indicator of whether I'm good, bad, smart, dumb, whatever. And he's kind of making that point. If you want to disagree with Elon, fine, but don't go down the road of acting like he's some idiot that doesn't know what he's doing. I mean, that's just... Yeah.
Disagree with him, but I think he's got something pretty sharp going on.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to quite hold up.
And really, if you believe that we're destroying the planet, he's one of the people that could save it for you with his electric cars.
By the way,
if y'all quit acting like Tesla doesn't exist, would be a good start.
Well, and also, the electric car humor owns me, and I do, and I'm fine with the development of them, like you have said. Yeah. And if a true market develops for them, and it's a better vehicle, then that's fine. But it's not going to save the world. But I heard Gutfeld use this. Now, he said something I'm not going to say. But this is a new analogy saying someone is a bigger pain in the butt on a long trip than an electric car. That's a good one. Now, we know what happened to the former president yesterday because he's now a convicted felon, as the left's going to let you know. And The View is just about to have a conniption over. But here is a woman who, now listen to this, and this is the things they keep talking about, the inconsistency. Now, this is in Chicago, but they're talking about the same thing with Alvin Bragg about, if you beat up an old person on the street, then you get a slap on the wrist. But in Chicago, this is a woman who attacked a Chicago police officer, stole the car, and then ran over him. She's now acquitted of all charges. So here we go.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. I don't think the audio is clean, so I'm just showing.
Okay, sure.
Oh, well, she drug him a long way.
Yeah. Now this person now Donald Trump is, they want to take him off in shackles, in 34 counts. Okay, this woman was acquitted of doing anything wrong. This person needs a second chance.
Yeah.
Acquitted? Yeah, it says acquitted.
By reason of insanity, I believe.
Yeah, sure. I hope that was it. Also, let's go to 8. Update on Jorge Lopez. Who was tossed and then tossed his glove in the stands after his inning of relief. Many have wondered, did he ever want to come back? We kind of let you know he didn't seem to be showing a lot of regret about it. Well, now you hear it in his own words. He does not regret doing it and says that he was misunderstood in the whole thing. So here we go.
It has just gotten worse.
Whoa.
And Lopez responds by tossing his glove up over the netting and into the crowd.
That's where the Mets are at right now. Not a good optic.
But now, keep in mind, they toss baseballs into the crowd all the time and hit them off bats 100 miles an hour.
He says he does not regret that, and as we said yesterday, he referred to the Mets as the worst team in baseball. And if they get rid of him, I think he's like, that sounds good to me. I'm ready to go. But I love. Do you love the disgruntled color guy or the disgruntled play-by-play guy?
Yes.
When they are just done with the team.
When the broadcast team is disgusted, everybody else is disgusted. Because they can only spin it so long, and it shines through.
Right.
Speaking of broadcasters, Rick ran across Beth Mowens yesterday. She was doing, and I think this is her wheelhouse. This is how she got her start, and she was great. The World Series, softball World Series is taking place.
World Series of softball.
And
mad at you.
And she was, she was all in it.
High and inside. Even Angel Hernandez could tell that was a strike.
Now, where are they playing at?
OKC, I believe.
She said that one out of the yard.
I'm sorry, Helmsy, but I had to.
Sorry.
We brought up announcers.
It's out of the yard.
She was so sweet too. So kind.
So sweet.
Buddy,
when I met her in person.
You're part of making fun of her.
I'm not making fun of
Yes,
her
you
anymore.
are.
I haven't since then.
You bringing this up was making fun of her.
Calvin
Because you knew
Speedy
this was
Wilbur.
I actually watched a couple of innings
bring.
and she did fine.
I might come out to Protective Life, walk the stallions, and rub Speedy's head, Mama like.
Giddy up.
Give me a mimosa. We're going
I'd
to
like
break.
to get up with Speedy. What?
What in the world, Rick?
Giddy up, Calvin.
Giddy up.
What in the world?
It's your fault.
Well, she did a great job. I think
Hey, buddy,
she.
That doesn't make it
Super
better.
job. I call softball, football, basketball, do it all.
All right.
She really does.
I'm here. Mama's ready. 15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It doesn't make it any less a celebration.
Yeah, I like any celebration where you get around and you eat.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
Socialize.
Set
That's
up the
always
Grace
good.
format.
Yeah.
And let it ride.
Ooh, yeah.
But we don't have to color things green. I don't
It actually ruins it.
I love a feast, Rick. I really do.
Ruins it.
Yeah, I know, Bub, and we'll and really, honestly, who doesn't? So I look back today over
when I'm done.
I think about we do this a lot, and don't worry, Speedy. I know you get nervous. Don't worry, I'll handle it as best I can. But you just think about you, as you live in this life in this fallen world, how many things change and things that on an obscure day at work were perfectly fine in a different era, but today they could not be done. I look back over our St. Patrick's Day celebrations of the past, and I think, my goodness, there's a lot of them we could not do now.
Oh, I know.
You're
right.
You couldn't do it. There's just
You
no
can't
way.
bowl with little people anymore.
Nope.
You can't have them running all over the counters here.
We lived in a country.
1 year we were on the streets of New York interviewing people for Fox News. So
There was a time when you could take little people and throw them around at the office on St. Patrick's Day. They would dress as leprechauns, and they'd run throughout the studio.
they loved it.
And throughout the office, and they seemed to be having a blast, and that's what I'm worried about, that was taken away from them. It's not about
nobody
me.
captured them and made them do it.
Rick.
It's not about me. Did I enjoy tossing them? Yes, but that hasn't been the gap in my life that it might be in theirs.
Well, Rick, it was their holiday.
Amen.
Let's face it, it was their holiday. They get some play during Christmas, during the elf season.
Yeah.
But, I tie it to like what, for fat people, Thanksgiving.
There you go.
Ooh.
If you told me
Santa
that
Claus.
Thanksgiving is over, I'd go, oh,
Santa Claus.
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Think about it, at Christmas, people like a jolly old fat guy.
Right.
So we everybody comes up to us and says, hey, you'd make a great Santa.
You want to help Santa this year?
Right, yeah. So it's like the little people in this political correctness have been robbed of St. Patrick's Day. And, buddy, you try to book one. Good gracious. Do you remember what that was like? Speedy, when you would start
They were in
booking
high demand.
months out. Months out.
And they're tough.
Yeah, they are.
They want to get paid.
They drive a hard bargain. They're great little negotiators, in all fairness to them.
No, they really are.
In all fairness to them. They know that they've got leverage. But then, like Bubba said, that leverage has been removed.
Yeah. I know. It's
There's just no
it's-
consistency.
You know what?
though.
It's just a whole new world.
And the
out
thing
there.
that bothers me is when you
I don't know that it's any better, Rick.
and when you
You're
see
right.
and when you see a person dress up, like say maybe like an Adler to dress up as a leprechaun, it's not the same. It does not have the same punch.
Right.
And so anyway, it's it won't be there won't be as much a celebration here as there once was. So, and won't be enjoying that today. And now, I was not all that interested in St. Patrick's Day even then, and that gave me something to enjoy.
I know.
Now with that out,
kind of soured the whole thing.
It does. I don't like green food, so that's out. Yeah. Can't wear a hat with headphones on. So.
We'll try to work through it with chicken.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. The gravy, please.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. For those of you that may be in the severe weather threat today, we'll talk to Span coming up top of the hour. Also, thanks to all of you that participated in voting for the final names that were proposed for the next Rick and Bubba grilling utensil that will be added to our grilling force, and that'll be the meat fork. And an overwhelming victory for the name Wow What a Fork. Wow What a Fork walked away with it with 60% of the vote. The nearest competitor, Super Stabber, at 21%. So it looks like Wow What a Fork, the overwhelming choice for the Rick and Bubba family. I will pass that along today. Bubba and I will to the merchandise folks, and they'll begin to design it. And when it's available, we'll let you know coming up this spring and summer. So Wow What a Fork, the winner. Thanks to all of you that participated in that voting process.
Wow, what a fork!
Wow, what a fork! All right, so we have the real Greg Burgess now. Right now on this program, Speedy with antibodies, Helmsy with antibodies, Bubba, Rick antibodies. Adler has not had it. Greg has not had it, but Greg took a step yesterday to get the vaccine.
Yep, shot number one.
Shot number one.
How you feel? How you
fine.
feel?
Arms a little sore, a little like somebody frogged you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got a frog in your arm.
That don't matter.
And you went Moderna?
Yep.
That was the one available to you?
That was the one available to me.
And you'll come back on
April 13th.
April 13th for shot number 2?
Yeah, they give me a shot. I'd sit there 15 minutes, then I'll...
And thank you for it. 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. Looking ahead, we've mentioned some of this. 1 week from today, Lord willing, my wife Sherry and I will be rolling into Sikeston, Missouri, not long after the show. We'll be at Minor Baptist Church, and boy, what a weekend. So Friday night, we're going to have a men's event. I'll be speaking there. Saturday morning, a women's event. Sherry will speak there. And then Saturday night, a marriage event. And Sherry and I both will speak. And then on Sunday morning, I'll be bringing the message there for the normal Sunday service. That's a big weekend in South Missouri. And if you'd like to find out about it, just go to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. And you can get tickets to any particular session, or you can get tickets to all of it. And, of course, on Sunday, anybody can come. So find that at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, 7th, 8th, and 9th of June. Next weekend, 1 weekend from today, Minor Baptist Church, Sikeston, Missouri. Looking forward to being there. So, Bubba, we have now. Do we remember? What are y'all laughing at? 4?
Got a little K-pop happening.
Okay.
Rick, remind me to ask you
Right.
a question at some point the next hour too about something I'm now. This is the second time I've encountered it in the building, and I don't know what to do anymore.
Well,
it's different.
You probably have time here because I mean we got this deal with the
It
US.
won't be but a minute. I just want to know if y'all have encountered it and what y'all would do.
Yeah, before anybody panics. I know that we're going to say we're about to talk about not just golf, but women's golf. But that's not going to be the big part of the story.
They have women's golf.
They do. They do. Did you not know that?
I did not.
Right.
The U.S. Open.
Yeah, so this is the U.S. Women's Open.
Nelly Corda's won the last 6 events she's played in.
Right. Until she gets
Nelly
beat.
Corda?
Until in the future she gets beat by a man who identifies as a woman.
Correct.
But right now, women
Now
only.
she's safe.
Caitlin Clark's 10 under. Oh, wait, no, that's WNBA.
Yes,
Sorry.
It's hard to get them all.
But you remember when Randy Johnson hit that bird?
Yeah.
And
it
went
exploded.
it exploded.
I mean, feathers went everywhere.
But you were saying that this is headed right. I mean,
Look at the odds of that.
That boy.
I mean, do you call that a Randy Johnson?
Disintegrated.
The bird gets hit.
I think now you do, don't you?
It is a little different. This one is different than that because
but
the
it
bird
did ruin
doesn't
it.
explode. It killed it.
Yeah, the bird did mess up a birdie.
Well, it actually made it better. I think it made.
the shot
it
better.
Yeah, I think it made the shot.
And
better.
in golf, pardon my ignorance.
I don't know
Does
how-
it count?
Yeah.
If
Oh,
you
yeah,
hit a
it's
bird,
It's part of the course.
So
it's like hitting
hit
a
the
pine
ball
cone.
where it lies.
So this golfer hits a bird on her shot, right?
It happens towards the green as it's coming down.
All right, here we go.
Now, list of bizarre
Right.
events that we have seen on the 12th hole.
Okay, so here.
Bam.
Oh, did it hit it as soon as it landed?
On the,
Oh yeah. Killed it.
In the air.
Kind of knocked it towards the pin.
And you're saying it did help it. It actually
helped
moved the ball toward the pin, do you think? Sweetie, is that what you said?
I don't know how the ball's going to react. I don't know how her ball's going to react when it hits the green. If it's going to spin back.
Right.
Or keep rolling out.
I don't think it's going to spin right, though.
No, I don't.
Where the pin
is. I think it helped it.
I like Randy Johnson's better.
Well, of course.
Thank you, Greg.
We're not comparing the two.
Lord.
Oh, a little bit.
What do you say
Well,
that she...
A bird was hit.
Yeah, but you got to look close.
Did the bird help her make a birdie? I got
Put
to
on
know
your
that.
glasses. You can't see it because you don't have your glasses on.
I have to know that.
Do you say she pulled a Randy Johnson, though, when you hit a bird?
No.
Is it caught that?
I don't think you call that a
level
Randy
yet?
Johnson.
No.
Did the bird help her get a birdie?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if she birdied a hole or not.
Greg, I know you really worried about
I'd love to know. That'd be funny to me. How'd you make that birdie? A little help from a bird.
Look, Rick. Rules official.
Yeah.
Oh, rules official. He's picking the bird up.
It did.
Yeah. PETA, by the way, is now
mouth to mouth.
protesting the U.S. Women's Open for killing birds. Yeah, so
Wow.
there it is.
Boom.
Yeah, right.
It basically landed on the bird.
It did.
He was
killed
either
it.
on the ground or close to it. Wasn't
You know, you got to say that was the last
Stay in
day.
the air, bird.
You know, how about this? You read in the Bible, not even a sparrow falls without God allowing it. And
There was
that
another
that bird's
bird
day.
in there, and I wonder if that bird was chasing the other bird, and that bird was like, see, that's what you get for messing my stuff.
Greg, is there anything?
I'd let that bird know there's a tournament going on. More shots coming.
That's right.
Is there anything
Clearly.
in this video you can enjoy? Because you seem to not
It wasn't
be
as
enjoying.
spectacular as I thought it was going to be.
Right.
Okay.
That Randy Johnson, you shouldn't have showed it first because that sets the
That was a
standard.
mistake.
I mean, the thing explodes right in
That was
everybody's
a
face.
I mean, it
everybody's reaction.
disintegrates.
I mean, how you going to beat that?
Greg, that's like somebody serving you cornbread and saying, "Now next, here's some broccoli."
Exactly. I mean, basically, there was a bird out there on the green, the ball landed on it.
Another women's golfer making news is this Carly Hull person who is almost pulling like John Daly.
Cigarette.
Just ripping a cig while signing autographs.
Oh, classy.
John Daly-esque.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Blowing smoke on everybody.
Right.
Taylor Made's proud.
That's right. Isn't that something?
Brought to you by Marlboro.
Marlboro Light.
Light. 100.
That's right. And she's also
Virginia
thankful.
Slims.
She's also thankful that Biden has delayed doing away with menthols.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He tried to help that.
And
Quit showing the
Boom.
Randy
Look at
Johnson
that. Now
thing.
that's impressive.
That
Hey,
is.
I
Okay,
think
buddy, we got it.
Check the debris that went on the catcher. He's like,
Good
Wow,
night.
good
That's
night.
crazy.
Yeah,
I guarantee
else?
you that cleanup scene didn't look a lot worse than what old Powell was dealing with.
What
take a
old
sip.
pal.
Huh?
Take a sip.
They'd get a rake at
Now,
this one.
I don't even want to bring up what I want to bring up because of the mood that this one's in.
Oh, a Friday? You talking about Friday
My
knocking back
goodness.
coffee?
Yeah. My
Had to
gracious.
take Mama to the doctor. Updated no one. Okay.
Right.
So,
Hey, I told you this morning.
Hey, he came clean in the production
Look
room.
at that.
He said he forgot
Bam.
totally about calling you. I don't get that.
how does anyone forget they have
That-
siblings?
That's all that would be on my mind.
I mean, that's not.
gosh.
You know what a small group
Here's
of people
my
that
goal,
is?
Rick. If y'all want to know anything, y'all gonna have to carry it.
It's that really the message you're sending. It may be unconscious, but you may be sending that message. Tell you what, if you want to update it, you can be the one to take over with it.
You can hear it straight from the doctor's mouth.
See how you can hear it. Not a bad angle.
Oh, he's spinning.
By the way, it was funny you and I yesterday because it did cause us a little bit of a handle.
Yeah.
but-
Well, the timing wasn't
But
great.
Mama's worth it. You know, Mama
Sure.
took care of us, and we got to take care of Mama.
Well,
And-
absolutely. There's no problem.
But it was
with
funny watching Greg and I. You know, when you get to the point where you have an equation where it keeps canceling each other out.
yeah.
Greg's like, "Hey, I got something I really need to get done," and I said, "Well, I guess I could go. Wait a minute. If I go, what you need to get done, I won't be here to get it done either.
Yeah.
Because what we're going to do involves us cutting commercials." And I was like, "Okay, well."
There goes that.
But anyway, so we got it done, and Greg did not update anybody, but now we know.
Hey, Burgess.
Can I say something too?
Let me just tell you what he just did,
I-
okay?
I- this
I'm
was-
telling everybody what you just did.
Don't do it. I don't
I
want to
am.
do
I'm
it.
telling everybody.
He's bothered by it.
The Birmingham Southern baseball thing
I hear
come
it.
up
Hey, I get
again, and he just looked at me and said, "I'm tired of that."
Greg,
Well, every time you turn TV
You
on,
mean
it's
the
over.
feel
They played a
good
day.
story of sports?
They played a day.
take that cup from him. There's something else in
No,
it.
he's not even holding the handle.
Yeah, he's not even holding the handle. He just looked up. Those of you that don't know, we mentioned this story.
No, I was just messing with him.
We missed. Listen, we of course it's no.
Because
Everybody,
he's all about it.
no one.
And today is the kind of the pinnacle of this story. with
no
him playing.
one. Yeah, no one who
Well,
knows.
we've ramped up all week to it.
No one who knows Greg is surprised by this. There's a feel-good story that Greg's tired of.
I get it. We got it.
And that is that Birmingham Southern, it's a college in Birmingham. It's been there for a good night.
160 years.
Yeah, is
Make fun of
shutting
that.
is shutting down. And the very last day that it exists as a college, their college baseball team is in the Division III World Series.
And they play today.
And they play
that's
today.
pretty cool.
When else would we talk about it? They play today.
We've been talking about it a week.
Right, because they just qualified for it.
Greg is the kind of person that would shoot Lassie with a BB gun.
I hope you have diarrhea
when the
in
game's
the left
over,
lane today.
listen, when the game's over, I want to update on whether they won or not. But we get it. School closed down. We got that.
The way Greg tried to change on the dime, it's like you walking over to some sort of predator that just killed all the little animals' mama and is eating it, and you go over to him and go, "Yeah, I hate that for them."
Yeah,
you know,
that's not a good example.
Probably not. Oh no, you are a predator to all feel-good stories.
No,
yes, you
just
are.
say-
I don't get it.
Well, we'll run a store in the ground.
It's they play today.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nothing
So
to it.
far so good.
Do you have any weird dreams?
Didn't I? No, I really didn't.
Do you have a craving for human flesh?
Slight.
Right.
But I'm working through it. I'm eating chicken in the morning.
Rick, I asked him if it brought him back to like his childhood.
Yeah, you
just to
hate
see
that
how he
when you're waiting on a
reacts
shot.
from
Everybody
shots.
hates that.
Yeah.
But at least now, even with that first shot, in a couple of weeks, you should have some antibody response to it. I mean, it won't be 100%, but it'll be, what are they saying, 80-something with the first
something
shot?
like that.
Pretty high. So at least you got a fighting chance out there, you know. So Adler's the only one left uncovered right now.
Right.
And he's just so young. I doubt he can get anything.
Yeah, I got in, got out of there. I've heard of people having to wait in lines a long time. It worked out perfect.
That's good. You know you're essential.
Threaded the needle.
You know,
That's right.
you know you were treated special and moved to the front of the line.
I'm trying to figure out how we're essential, but
Elitist?
Well, no, wait a minute.
What are you, an elitist?
A little bit of an elitist.
Didn't they drop the age to 55?
I don't know, did they?
But I'm not quite there, but I'm close.
Right. Okay. That doesn't matter.
That's a bad argument, Greg.
Well,
that
like
won't hold up in court.
I'm close though.
I think you got under essential.
Yeah,
I did.
Because
They
of-
did drop.
Another word for
Because of
elitist.
broadcasting.
Another word for elitist.
Another word for elitist.
Yeah, I'm essential.
Please don't stop that.
Greg, you'll be kicked out of the union for sure now.
Oh yeah. 'Cause listen, there's some people that's already. Somehow they act like you're giving in if you get one.
That's crazy.
What are you fighting against?
I didn't know it was political, but
Did you take the mark of the beast?
yeah, that.
I love that voice.
Yeah, that's stupid.
My parents get the second shot today of Pfizer. I know Rick
Sellouts.
looks at me weird on
So
that.
Greg, let me
Sellouts.
ask, have you talked to any of your old power company guys? Have any of them had the shots yet?
You know, and they would be considered essential workers, I'm sure.
I would think
Absolutely.
so.
They're about to be.
If my lights are off, they're very essential.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I have a feeling in my mind they probably haven't taken it.
I know. Oh, yeah, sure.
Wow, they just so tough.
Yeah, if I was out there, I wouldn't have took it either.
That's right.
It's this job's the only reason I took it.
Well, yeah, because this job, you've been softened.
Yeah, I'd been out there. We ain't got time. We just rub a little dirt on it and keep going.
Keep
Well, think
moving.
about it. You cried after the shot yesterday. That's
Yeah,
how
I
much
squalled.
you've softened.
Just take the squalling.
Took the squad.
Teared up a little bit.
Did you have some of that flashback where you want to run?
Yeah, you know, because we were
Yeah,
there
when you're little, yeah. Oh,
Rick
yeah.
and I were known for running.
Oh,
I
my
mean,
God.
physically running out of the door and getting chased down the hall.
Really?
Oh,
yeah.
I got held a few times. I didn't care for that.
No,
you know,
it was
forcibly held, not like
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of my mom's favorite stories to
Block
talk
the
about
door.
this. So Greg and I we were little fellas, you know, we were less than 2 years apart. So her dad, the hard nosed truck driver, Ted White, and crew cut, never had anything other than the crew cut.
That's right.
And even when after he had the throat cancer and all that, and they took all that and he couldn't talk, he would sit down in his chair and he'd go and just do his hand signal on how he wanted his haircut.
His haircut.
Yeah, but anyway, so
So
she
tell the barber.
he was not on the road, and she was like, I need you to help me take the boys to the doctor. He's like, help you? She goes, trust me, I need help. Take the boys to the doctor. they got bills at work, and I need you to go with me. And he's like, why do you need help to take them to the doctor? She goes, you'll see. and she said he couldn't believe it. But they started talking
we
shot.
would break out the door, gone.
And we'd go in two different directions. So
Yeah.
if you didn't have somebody with you, one of us is going to get away. We'd run and go nuts.
Now, was that the
I
plan
don't know
to
were
go in two different
going.
directions?
I don't know where we were going either.
Was the plan to go in two different
Yes.
directions?
Oh, yes,
that
sir.
was
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I think it just came natural.
Just instinctively,
Yeah, I
you
don't
know,
think you had to plan.
if something's after you, instinctively you spread out.
Hey, how about running scared? Just running
yeah.
scared.
Well,
You
we
just-
were fast.
And think
And
about it.
in your
we
mind, you're
couldn't
thinking,
drive. Where did we think we were going?
Well, you thought, hey, they'll never catch me.
You know,
They'll
I-
just give up.
Right.
I remember you're going through that stage of getting a lot of vaccinations when you're a kid, and then they came in with the one that was in the sugar cube. I think that was the polio.
Yeah, that's polio.
And you think, hey, are y'all fooling me
Yeah.
now?
Now-
Because you've been
now you
sticking me
Where's
with
the
a
needle?
And then you think, if they can put this in a sugar cube, why can't they put them all in a sugar cube?
Yeah.
What's the big deal?
You know how you
What kind of halfway doctor place is this? I'm
telling you.
Huh?
Back to my pawpaw wife.
I thought they just like to hurt us. is
Right,
what
I did too. I hurt bad if somebody pinched you. You know how I don't like to be pinched. That's what it felt like.
Rick just got a text from one of my former coworkers. Got his a week ago.
Oh,
Shot
really?
number 1. How about
But-
that?
But tell you what's
You
funny.
getting soft.
Because I know, Bubba, you love the story that Andy Andrews talks about his father-in-law, about him asking for the hand.
Can I tell you, asking father-in-laws for the opportunity to marry their daughter is some of my favorite stories. I mean, mine was dandy. So,
Yeah, right. Well, and yours was similar to, I think, my dad. But so my dad goes to Ted White, the truck driver, to ask for my mom's hand in marriage. And he finishes up, and he says, I'd like to, with your permission, marry your daughter. And he said, well, son, you can marry her, but I don't know how in the world you're going to live with her. Mama's got a little Ted in her about the little meanness. So
he
you can have her, but I don't know how in the world you're going to live with her.
it for how many years?
Gosh, what are they now? 57 or something?
Way up there.
It's high. Yeah, so long time. It's been great. So Greg got the shot, and he fought. I've got.
It hadn't affected me at all.
Yeah, I'm like the. It was just like I used to remember when I had the LASIK. That was one of Bubba's favorites. People say, "How's the LASIK?" I said, "Well, it seems to be fine." I mean, I hadn't had anything. But the
your ability
of course,
to
you
hold
read
it.
the sheet they give you, and you're like, "Holy crap!"
I know. Well,
That's
they got to
what
put all that in it.
What if this makes you emotional and you can't control it?
They've got that out there to fight off the lawsuits when people really start getting sick later on.
True.
But anyway, the
it's not helping
things that none of us can foresee. But but you don't. I mean, there's a choice now. I mean, you got to fight on what you know now.
Yeah.
But I have gotten to the point where now that I'm 56. Now that I've been through, like I'd never been to the hospital, never. Then once I turned, late 40s and the 50s, I had this broke down and this broke down. This had to be fixed. So now that I've been through surgeries and
6 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Here we are, Big Boy Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Golden ticket seats hanging out with us today. The wonderful Will of Canned Meat. They'll get their opportunity this hour. See if they can't pick up a little prize in here. We shall see. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. And I know Greg is wanting to talk about baseball some more.
He is.
But there is another tie-in to this that's kind of crazy. Drake LaRoche, who is Adam LaRoche's son, is that right? Plays
Correct.
for Birmingham Southern, who we interviewed and you actually gave some batting tips to at training camp. Of
course.
And then he jacked a home run that afternoon.
It's not about me.
So,
about me.
and then remember he had his son at practice, and the White Sox didn't want him to bring it, and they kind of got in a tiff about it, and he just quit. Said family's more important. Not gonna do it.
That.
And now his son is pitching for Birmingham Southern.
How about
Isn't
that?
that
I
crazy?
remember
There they are right there. When he
I remember that
When
controversy.
he's a little tiny.
Yep.
So there's all Greg. See there, there's some
Another tie-in.
That's at least one more interview in the news section.
Greg, it's the feel-good story of the
It
year.
is. I'm telling
And
you.
Greg won't know where you could get live coverage today. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
y'all
right.
know.
That's right. And Greg, you know what I just got from some people? Thank you for your donation.
No,
To help them get there.
That's true.
Yeah, so well done. Now,
I sent him a 20.
It was kind of neat seeing him because he would just come to Drake's games at Lawson State where he played prior to Birmingham Southern. That you just see LaRoche. He's just sitting there. You're like, wow, so there you are.
So
You're
you're
just sitting there
TV,
hanging out.
There you are.
by the way, speaking of that, in Helmsley, we'll get to life in the building here because it is an interesting life.
It is.
On that note, you said you did a 20. I had a situation yesterday and had lunch with someone who forgot their glasses. Okay, their reading glasses, and they made a crucial error. They looked down. They said, "Hey," and they were getting lunch, which I know you, Speedy, would appreciate it. And,
I knew you had lunch. That's why I didn't call you.
Thanks, Greg. No one ever stops at lunch to say, "Let me take this call about my mom." But anyway, so matter of fact, the person I was eating with actually did that to me.
Okay.
Oh, this is my wife. Hang on a minute. But anyway, he couldn't see, and he said, "Hey, can you just go ahead and put a tip on there for me?"
Oh,
Greg.
And boy, let me tell you what,
he tipped a big one.
Listen, when he comes back there, he is going to be treated well.
Wow, Rick! How generous.
At one time, I saw the waiter go over and pick it up. He tried to follow us into the parking lot. And I looked and I said, no, we're good. You enjoy that.
Burgess.
That's funny.
Merry Christmas. Well, how about that? I mean, you should be a good tipper.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, of course.
I try to tell Greg that all the time.
And let me tell you,
I tip.
Let me tell you when you can really tip good. And this is how it felt to be a Democrat.
Get mad
when
a
you're
little
tipping
bit
with somebody else's money. So
Boy,
anyway.
it gives you a good feeling.
It did. Helmsy, so let's talk a little bit about life in the building.
Yeah, so this has happened. This is 2 times now, and it just happened about 30 minutes ago, and that's why it's fresh in my mind. And I meant to ask y'all the first time, and it was about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. There's a gentleman in the building, and he is nice, like it's just super nice, and he always stops and talks and hello and pleasantries and stuff of that nature. But both times now that I've run into him, he is listening without earbuds, a podcast. His phone is in the back of his pocket, turned up as loud as it can be. Any phone can be on.
I've never seen this.
And he's listening to, like, it sounds to me like he's got some murder mystery going on.
Those are huge.
And it's
Can
that,
he hit pause till he
that
gets to the
voice.
bathroom?
He doesn't, though. He enters the building from the bathroom side, that corner.
That corner.
So when he enters, you can hear him coming because his podcast is playing. And he walks all the way around. He uses the elevator to go upstairs. Not really sure why.
Lazy.
He's not. Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's lazy or not.
Wow, Speedy.
Lazy. But
he might have a bad knee.
He doesn't appear to be like he can't use the steps, but he makes that track the whole time. His podcast is so loud. Yeah, no,
so
Greg,
you're talking over the podcast?
No,
yes,
no,
we talk
not
over the
getting-
podcast.
No headset, no earbuds.
Nothing. He's got his phone in his back. He's got his phone in his back
speaker
pocket
and
as
is
loud as he
walking
can.
around like a boombox in his
Yes,
back pocket,
yes.
listening to podcasts.
You can't listen to a
In
podcast
public.
like a story or something and pay attention when you're walking around in public interacting.
Apparently
with
he can.
That's foul.
He's missing out on a lot of good stuff in the podcast.
Does he?
just
Is
don't
it
know
playing while he's talking to you?
Yes, he doesn't. He doesn't take it out to pause it, stop it, whatever.
Well, now
we just
Greg's got a
start
point.
talking, and it's
How
over
long
the
do you talk?
podcast.
How long do you talk with this
Just
playing?
a few seconds.
Okay.
But it's just the strangest thing.
Do you ever say, turn that down, I can't hear you?
No, Speedy. I do want to say, what are you listening to?
Would you be
but
willing to do that for us?
I will.
The next time it happens, here's what I would like to say.
I'll just say this. I'll say, out of curiosity, we've had this happen a few times now, 3 to be exact. Can't forget it.
Right.
Would you tell me, what are you listening to?
Yeah, since apparently my encounter with you includes this podcast,
Right. Yeah.
I would like to know what I'm listening to.
And do you rewind it to get what you missed while you were talking?
That's a legitimate question, Greg.
And if you happen to go down to the last stall to see a man about a dog, do you keep it going?
Oh, I guarantee he does that.
If he does this, surely that's nothing.
Oh, yeah, that's facts. That's more proper.
I don't see how he can see it. I mean, hear it and really digest.
I don't know. He's missing the key parts.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a murder mystery, he's
got to hear every detail.
It is kind of spooky too, because whatever he's listening to has that spooky murder mystery voice going.
Vanished.
Yeah, and
Well,
and it's
ask?
quiet out there. When there's nobody in that area, it's real quiet. And his phone being as loud as it can go, it's loud in there.
No, here's the thing, because when you do that, that's the kindest, nicest way to make him hopefully realize, hey, I'm broadcasting.
Yeah.
And he may be perfectly fine with it. But that way I think you kill 2 birds.
Well, that's what I
no
was
pun intended, Randy Johnson.
with one golf ball.
With one golf ball.
Yeah.
Rick, I wish he was that guy that you can imitate.
Easy.
It's not.
That does. And
it's
what
not
happens
him.
next?
Okay.
I wish
that you were talking about somebody.
I did
Speaking
too.
about the
no,
building,
no.
and Dylan, it's happened twice this week. This is not new. It's a revisit.
This
I'm
one's
not
on
going to
YouTube.
elaborate. But I'm so tired of people asking me where Suite 200 is. I'm done.
No, it happened again yesterday.
Start on the second floor. It's 200. This is 1. That's 2.
Right.
It happens several times.
How does it? And what floor is what?
We're on 1.
Yeah.
So
if you come in
Suite
on
200 ain't going to be on 1. 100 is.
Right.
So you need to go to 2. I don't know what they got in there, but that's a strange looking bunch. Usually it's looking for it.
Oh my, Greg.
I don't know what
Greg.
they're doing.
By the way, let me just say this, and here's a reason.
Greg, yeah,
I'm not going to say that.
That's a fact, though.
But it happened.
It is.
That's real talk.
I think there's some therapy going on up there.
Variety of
I think there's some therapy going on up there.
Totally accurate. But you might want to, based on Suite 200, and all that's in there, maybe show a little more sensitivity.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a multi-use.
The word
facility,
therapy.
Don't you? Yeah, it's a multi-use facility. It's not just.
No, there's lots of stuff back there because
Yes.
I had to find out. I had to know.
How many times have you been asked where it's at? At first, they start off by staring at that
on a
board.
5-day week. I'm asked about it. No exaggerations. 8 times.
But it's kind of a general thing if you're in a building that has more than one
But
floor.
I'm gonna help you with
numbers
this.
normally go
I
with
faked I was on the phone the other day, so I didn't have to encounter.
I know it kills you.
I'm going to help you all with this because it happened to me yesterday.
I'm glad you ain't in that parking deck over at the hospital because they go opposite numbers as you go down.
I was in there.
Well, whoever designed that, what a great joke. But here's what this may help some because I too have found myself wondering why anyone's looking for Suite 200 on the 100 level.
Yeah.
That staircase and that elevator would be my first place I'd go.
It would.
But I will say this. I think what's happening is not that they can't comprehend that 200's on the second floor. They're blown away by how when you look at the directory, there's so many 200s.
Yeah, there's a bunch listed under 200.
And that 2 blocks them,
Maybe it does.
And they're not thinking about where they are. They're so blown away by how many 200s there are.
Yeah, they're
They're
too
big,
blocked.
big suite.
Yeah,
I'll say
it
that.
is.
Yeah, it's lots of things in there.
Lots going on.
You ought to
back
go
there.
up there and walk through it.
Yeah.
As I've
I
said,
don't know what's up there, but
as I've said on the air, I walk out there, and every time, Bubba, I'm sure you've done it, guys. If I see someone wandering around our lobby, I go Suite 200, and they go, yes.
I've done that too.
Yeah. Every
Greg,
time.
don't lie. You've
I did it
never.
one time.
You've never
I did it
done
one
that.
time.
You are making.
I was in a
this
really
up.
good mood. And I
You
did.
never initiate anything like that.
No, I did.
No,
Let me
you
explain it.
don't.
Let me
You
explain
do
because he
not.
left something out. He left something out.
Well, they're holding peanuts.
No.
That's good.
By the way, Don,
Don's 2 in a row.
I know, Greg. I had to check on him yesterday, like you should have. Okay, instead of wondering where it is, why don't you reach
Well,
out and
he
say,
did.
hey.
He just didn't let you know.
Right, that's right. Thank you. Thank you, Bubba. But no, listen to this. Here's the part he left out. Greg doesn't say, if I see someone confused out there, I know it's Suite 200. He'll go, as soon as I see them, I know they're looking for Suite 200. See, that's different.
Right.
Well,
That's different.
I helped him out. Anyway.
That's different.
I'm sitting over there 2 blocks looking at it.
Bunch of good ones.
I go over there, I'm
Y'all
10
like
to 1,
dealing-
he's looking for Suite 200.
Yeah. You just said you faked a phone call, so you didn't
I
have to
did
deal
one
with it.
time.
Greg,
I
when
did.
you walk out there and you scream a little off, and they're the only people out there,
Yeah, either
you're
that or,
probably talking to them.
yeah, that or look at Powell.
The only time they didn't hear you say is when the guy had that podcast blaring. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And all that. Shots don't bother me anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, before
They're good at it now, though.
there's so many other worse things have happened to me now. Shots nothing.
Yeah.
And it used to be, Rick, the worst thing in your world.
I know, and now
I
it's
mean, just
nothing.
dreading.
Can I tell you, the worst thing now is pulling a Band-Aid off a hairy arm. I hate that worse than I do the shot.
Just rip it. Rip it.
Worst
still
shot,
hurts.
Worst shot experience of my life, the heel.
Oh,
you do not want a shot in the heel.
I haven't had that.
You do not want a shot.
I've had those, Rick.
Look, I was a grown man, and I saw people coming in. And I said, "What are these people here for? To hold you down?" And the greatest line ever. Doc said, "Have you stopped cussing?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "We're about to find out."
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, you had one more question you wanted to ask Greg, or another question?
Greg is our expert on what I call some of the more far-out challenging programs.
Yes.
And I know he's a big fan of 1,000-Pound Sisters. We covered that yesterday.
Oh my, yeah, that hit me yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Well,
I just wasn't ready for it.
Let me ask you this, Greg. How are you on this show, Gypsy Brides?
I haven't seen that one, but it has potential.
Yes.
I've
Now,
seen
where
about
does it
this
take
much
place
of it.
at?
Well, I don't know. I saw a story this morning with a little clip on it, and there was a
Gypsy
there appears to be a lot of fighting that always goes on.
Sure.
Saw one girl get pushed, and then saw another one laying on the sidewalk.
So they're
to the point that the couple that got married had to flee because the police were coming.
No, a lot of
Gypsy Bride.
Gypsy
Brides.
Brides.
I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
need to
familiar
check
with
that one out.
I'm not familiar with that one.
It looks like it is a.
So when we
dandy.
say gypsy, we're talking about the gypsy. I mean, people that are considered gypsy.
That's just the name of it. I
Like
don't
Cher's song, "Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves."
know. Right.
Can you say gypsy anymore?
I don't know.
Has that been removed yet?
Well, most titles are at
there's-
some point.
Oh, that looks good. Look.
Yeah. Great. Yeah.
It's got a little touch of white trash to it.
Greg, easy.
You know how I love a good white
Oh
trash.
no, Greg, I know that. Like I said, you're the Jane Goodall
The
of the white
gypsies-
trash community.
The gypsies may be white trash on the move. I don't know.
Maybe
I don't
that's
know
it.
how that works.
Greg,
out.
what
I don't
Jane-
know my definition. Here's one
Wait,
of
what are the
brawls right
ones
here,
that-
Greg. It's a good one.
Oh no, are these that bunch they call the Travelers?
I don't know.
I
thought you. That's why I was inquiring. I thought you might be up on
I'm
this
jumping
show.
off in that.
Bubba, what Jane Goodall taught us about chimpanzees, Greg has taught us about white trash.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Well, I go to Greg for clarification.
You know,
That's
you know how you learn, don't you? Go live among them.
It looks to me like there may be more action in Gypsy Brides than they are 1,000-pound sisters.
Oh, there is definitely. I can tell that right now. I'm looking.
I mean, I hate to say it, 1,000-pound sisters moves kind of slow.
Now listen, they talk bad to each other, but that's about it. Yeah.
Did you equate action with 1,000-pound sisters?
The gypsies will swing at somebody, buddy. They
the
appear
ultimate gypsy love triangle. Okay, let me see. Gypsy sisters bridal brawl.
Yeah, well, you got
I love
it. You flipped your switch. Bubba, you got him a vaccine one day and a new show the next.
Yeah.
Oh, it's TLC. Yeah, I'm in this.
And 1,000-pound sisters. Which network is that on?
Same thing.
TLC as well. Okay.
I again, remember we talked about on the air how these cable channels, they started out and they went as far as to do their marketing and their name about what they thought they could make money at. And it didn't work out, so they just kept the name.
Yeah.
They just changed the program.
Think about this. TLC is the learning channel.
It was supposed to be.
Okay, when it first came on, it had a lot of science on it. It had space stuff on it. It had all this and now it's just turned into Bizarro channel.
Well, the History Channel, sometimes has things on it that have nothing to do with history. Arts and Entertainment had Duck Dynasty.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of strange.
So
the worst is MTV now. It just plays movies.
Well, it's like they had all this new real estate that they could go out and conquer, and they had an idea, but then they just seemed to drift toward whatever was selling better.
I got to tell you what's pulling me in a lot. It's one you and I, Speedy, can't say that Smithsonian.
It's Smithsonian, yeah.
That's good. That's a good one. That's a good documentary in that.
Probably my favorite network.
I don't know if
I'll
it's
land there
on
more
TV.
than anything.
Well, here's my problem. Well, last night it happened again. I got caught in air disasters.
Did you? Why do you do
never
that?
gonna fly again.
I know it. I don't know why that.
I got
but
hung up with that on
like
YouTube one
that
time.
investigation of what happened.
Yeah, once they have one, I like to know what happened. Don't you? I like to have the book closed.
We had one last night. Did y'all know we had? I don't remember this. We had a value jet. And buddy, it went wide open, nosedive into the swamp.
And down in South Florida.
Disappeared. You can't even see it. It's so gone down.
Oh, I remember that one.
And them trying to recover with alligators and snakes and all that.
Didn't they determine that there were some canisters or something that went off?
Yeah, let me tell you, when people are loading stuff into the storage, and you.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
We're back 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Here we go. Wonderful Wheel of Canned Meat is ready to go. Let's go.
Wheel of meat keeps on turning. Ooh, if I don't win today, then tomorrow.
Wheel of Meat's got me yearning. Let's go, Wheel of Meat. Bam.
Come on, give it a try.
It is illuminated. She's lit up. The wonderful wheel of canned meat. Canned meat is on the wheel. Rick and Bubba prizes on the wheel, but most of them are no longer in stock at rickandbubba.com. So if you hit one of those, you pick something off the table next to Bubba. These are items that have been pulled out of everyone's offices. They're personal items, little keepsakes. You can grab those if you prefer. There are some things that mean you don't get anything. Hey, can't have nothing. That's one of them. You may land on Pippet. You'll be eaten by Jaws there. And you could land on Henry the horse. The audience wins, but you do not. So we have golden ticket seat guests ready to go. Steven Jackson makes his way to the wheel. He's ready to go. Rock and Roll City, they're ready to go. Here's what we say for Steven. Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Steven. Here we go.
I tell you, what a good spin to start off with. That was a good, healthy one there.
Got his Jesus Loves You and I'm Trying shirt on, ready to go. Here we come. Yeah. T-shirt, 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 wearing. Do not have that shirt in stock any longer.
Yep.
So you can come over here, Steven, look on Bubba's desk, grab an item that has a lot of keepsake value.
That's a good one.
He's picking up the Rick and Bubba back when it was Regions golf tournament. There we go.
That was our parking sticker.
Parking sticker.
That's right.
How about a go for Steven? Go! Go! Little Carter Jackson makes his way up there. Stephen's son, Carter. And what do we say for Carter? Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Carter. Pretty good
big spin. I love it.
Pretty good spin from young Carter Jackson.
Put his back into it.
Yeah! Meat it is. Carter, you get canned meat.
Is that it?
Yeah, it's not. You can pick out of the drawer. We have Spam here, but he didn't land on Spam. He just landed on meat. So I guess he can pick anything you want.
Yeah, there's some back here.
Okay, and so there goes young Carter. How about a go for Carter? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Wow. Nothing quite like giving a young man canned meat.
Yeah, I know.
It just feels. Look what he got there. What is that, Carter? What's he got?
Chuck light tuna.
Oh, he's got Chuck. Is that the
chunk? It's probably chunk light.
Chunk light. Yeah, if it's Chuck, we got a bigger problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chunk light tuna.
Yeah, we need to call somebody Chuck's.
As far as we know,
Chuck's light tuna.
certainly that's not the white meat only. Probably got some dark meat tuna in there.
Yeah.
So that one right there is a gift that'll keep on giving.
Yep.
Up next, Jonathan McCulley. Jonathan's coming. What do we say for Jonathan? Wow, what a wheel! Jonathan, let it rip.
I don't know if everybody's left-handed today or they feel obligated to spin it left-handed. I don't know.
I could see that. Yeah, okay. Just by the way they're approaching it from the left side of the plate. Let's see here. Let's look. Yeah. Oh. T-shirt. Wear it. Jonathan, we don't have it. So right here, any little keepsake you'd like off the desk, barbecue sauce. What about Big Girl perfume candle?
Yeah, got that.
That's a good one. He's still looking. He's going with it. Let's see what. He's going with the barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
We don't know where it came from.
Wasn't that Big Head?
That's good, by the way. That's good sauce.
From Big Head Chuck?
Yeah,
that is Chuck's sauce.
I'd like to check an expiration date on that one. But with that,
it's a gift.
I'm just telling you to look that
extra. Refrigerated.
I would just look at it though. I'd give it a gander. Maybe you just leave it up there for a nice keepsake. How about a go for Jonathan? Go! 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 I think barbecue sauce from 2019. You still might want to scan it. All right. So Ryan McCullough.
Here we go.
McCulley comes up. Ryan, what do we say for Ryan? Wow, what a wheel! Come on, Ryan McCulley. Let it rip. Here we go. Let's see where that lands. Ryan has spun. Good spin, by the way. Coming around. Uh-oh, trouble.
Come on. Okay.
Got it. Okay. Cup. Drink it. Don't have it. So Ryan, come over here to Bubba's desk. Grab a keepsake out of someone's office. I notice you. The birthday hat. The birthday hat. That will bring celebrations to your home forever.
You have to wear it the rest of the
Ryan
day,
is going with a happy birthday hat. There it is. How about a go for Ryan? Go. That one we couldn't follow.
Yeah, the concert already started there.
We did not go on that one.
We go to Joel Jackson.
Here we go, Joel.
What do we say to Joel?
Wow, what a wheel!
Joe, let it rip.
Okay,
Reverse. My goodness, he's dangerous. It's a reverse spin from Joel Jackson. See if we can get a reverse win here. It's Henry the horse, isn't it? Yeah! Henry the horse. He doesn't get a prize, but he certainly gets a memorable moment. There comes Henry. What a horse. Look at him coming in here off the back 40.
Look at him trotting.
Hey, Henry.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
How are you, buddy?
Now, I know that
if you're out of breath, catch your breath.
this Trump guilty verdict is very difficult to understand.
Yes, it is.
There's a lot of legalese going on.
That's true.
So let me just explain it, what it is.
Okay, it's horse sense.
So, of the 34 counts against him, he was actually convicted 20 counts of saying, "Auga!" 10 counts of saying, "Hello, nurse!" and 4 counts of saying, "Ow, ow, ow!"
In the world!
What are y'all putting in his feed?
Somebody check his oats. Somebody say,
wrong with that horse.
And pause.
All right, we're going to pause.
And pause. Because we won't have time, but we do have two others, Nikki Evans and Tommy Evans, that are going to get probably what most Rick and Bubba fans have on their bucket list, and that's spinning the wonderful wheel of canned meat. So we'll come back and we'll give them that opportunity, and then we'll jump into some other stories and maybe get some more of your phone calls before we are done today. So the wonderful wheel of canned meat will continue, and hopefully maybe somebody will land on maybe some of the prizes we actually still have. But if not, I'm telling you, these little keepsakes that we have here, I mean, every week the big girl perfume candle's overlooked.
I know.
And I think
how can it be?
How can that be? No one.
Speaking of injustice.
Yes. Everyone wants their home to smell just like a big girl walked in with perfume.
Way too much perfume.
Right, way. A lot of flowers. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back and finish the wheel of canned meat right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, here we go, Rock and Roll City. Let's rock this city.
Let's go.
Bass solo. Go, Tom, go. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Go, Greg, go, Greg, go. Oh, let's bring it down. Let's bring it down. Keep going, though, but bring it down. Like, bring it down a little. Yeah. All right, so this song goes out to my man Trump. Free Trump, guys. He's innocent. I don't think he did what they say he did. Okay, maybe he did, but maybe at least he didn't start any wars or like drone a wedding, you know? He didn't start like 10 new wars or anything like that. So, in the grand scheme of things, I've got to say, free Trump. Let's build it back up. Let's go. Wow, guys, that was good. I think that's going to become the political anthem of our generation. I think so. Oliver Anthony who, right, guys? That's going to be like Let It Be or something, you know? Like that? Yeah, that's good. Rock and Roll City.
You better have some good people there.
Oh, yeah, that thing went in the mud. They ain't found nothing.
They thought there was canisters that they thought they were all empty.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't.
Canisters of what? What were
oxygen. Like
explosive.
And they got.
But why did they blow up?
I forgot what happened, but it wouldn't
didn't store them correctly. Or
okay,
something.
so
yeah, and then they thought that they make airplanes where the storage should be able to resist enough heat.
Right.
But they said these things created a heat that no one could ever imagine.
Really?
They did a test where they put a bunch of them in there and let them explode.
Right.
And the heat that it got to, they're like, oh wow, that'll burn right through.
Yeah.
So basically, the value jet caught on fire. A big.
And
passenger
just went right
jet.
in the Everglades.
We are on fire up and down the aisles. We're all on fire.
God.
And into the swamp it went.
I remember
Value Jet wasn't the one that had that cartoon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was the one.
I don't like flying anything with a cartoon
No,
on it.
normally not.
I want it to look more serious.
How you feel about Eskimo on the wing? Alaskan, got a big
Well,
Eskimo face.
it's like that's a serious face. I mean,
Yeah,
he's serious. He's tough.
He's not cartoon.
He's tough.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He braved the cold. He's tough.
Yeah,
you know,
he's got
a weathered
face into
And
a
look,
harsh wind.
You know, I like
Yeah,
Bugs.
he does in cold harsh wind.
I like Bugs Bunny. I don't want him on the tail.
No, I
feeder,
agree.
You know.
We're flying now. Let's get the cartoons on.
Right.
Yeah. That's
All right.
flying serious.
What about that?
business.
And it looks like Shamu. You scared of it?
Well, it's not. I'm scared of it. I just don't want it that way.
Yeah.
See, that Eskimo, he looks like he's going to guide us. We're going to be okay.
Yeah,
I flew Alaska when
he's
y'all
tough.
sent me to Alaska. You remember?
That makes sense.
Did it have one of those on?
It did. They did well.
Did you wave at him?
I felt good.
Yeah.
I felt good. Long flight. Really long flight. All right, back to the Smithsonian. All right, so CBS All Access has turned into Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus, excuse me. And I didn't know that CBS owned so many things. Good night alive.
Wasn't it funny how you work so hard to get Smithsonian right, and then you put so much effort in it, you drop Paramount?
Yeah, I know. I know.
I've done
Thank
that
you
before.
for gosh. But they'll have on the Smithsonian, they'll have like the African predators and all this stuff on the app, and you'll.
We're back, 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Going to continue with the wonderful wheel of canned meat. We'll also get to some of your phone calls before we're done this hour. And for a lot of you, we'll wrap up your week with us. If you missed any of this week, you can always catch the daily archives on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel, mypillow.com/Bubba. The $25 extravaganza sale still going on. So this is cool. Beach towels, it's that time of year, $25 a pop. My slippers and my sandals, huge savings at $25 now. The premium Giza My Pillow. You ever heard about My Pillow and you're like, why don't I have one yet? $25 are to do it. If you have a second home, a camper, maybe you're renting a place this summer, My Pillow bed sheets, take them with you. Giza Dream, also the Percale, all $25. Four-pack dish towels, $25. Their dish towels really are absorbent too. A lot of them out there aren't. So you can do that. And also don't forget, if you go to these $25 items, and there's a lot of them, too many to mention, if you're going to order more than $75, your shipping then will be free. So go to mypillow.com/Bubba, mypillow.com/Bubba. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button as the $25 extravaganza sale is continuing. All right, we had two people that have not spun the wonderful wheel of meat. Tubers, I know y'all enjoyed Rock and Roll City in the break, and you may get another. Would they get more after this one? Or
I think they should.
I mean, I don't think
there's never too much.
Do you ever?
We laid it on the table pretty hard last break.
I watched that, but what I'm saying is Bubba's point. If someone says, "Would you like a second serving of rock?" I don't think anyone says no.
Great point.
Yeah, I mean, would you like to have some more rock? Yes, I would.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I would.
Yes,
So anyway, Rock and Roll City is standing by. Nikki Evans, Bubba comes. You said they're from Arkansas?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So we've had people from here today? Ohio, Kentucky, Arkansas.
So can you give us a suey pig before you spin?
You have to.
No.
I mean, I mean that's a
lot.
Yeah,
It's a state battle cry.
You have to.
Woo, pig suey.
That wouldn't get the little piglets to come to the fence.
That's not a very enthusiastic hog. Yeah, that's it. That's somebody from Mississippi State trying to do it.
I'm sorry. Give me a cowbell.
That's how we do it in Alabama.
What do we say for Nikki right now? Wow, what a wheel! Come on, Nikki, let it rip. All right, so let's see where Nikki lands here. Here comes Nikki. Yeah. All right, you want to go mug this time? Mug, drink it. No mug. So come over here, and Nikki, there's all kinds of things you can get. Oh, interesting choice. Cool. That's the unclaimed baggage truck, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Nice little truck you can put up and enjoy that. And so thank you, Nikki. Greg, can we get a go? Go! Go! Go, 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 go! Tommy Evans. Now remember, Tommy and Nikki are the only two here today that have actually been to this studio and came back.
Right. Yes.
So
of their own free will, as far as we know.
Yeah. Tommy, what do we say for Tommy? About ready? Here we go. Wow, what a wheel! Let it rip, Tommy. Wow, Tommy.
Tommy, a big man with a strong spin.
That's right. He's taller than the wheel. So he's giving it a rip.
Tommy is a very stoic man, and then his wife Nikki smiles all the time. Have you noticed?
Shirt, wear it. Well, we don't have that, and you certainly can't wear this medium. So, Tommy, why don't you ease over here and pick out maybe a little memorabilia that you can. He's going with Big Girl Perfume Candle. The Big Girl Perfume Candle, it's done.
That will light the house up.
How about I go for the candle? Go! 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 There's just nothing quite like having that big girl smell in your house. And she's come in. She's got got that flowery perfume on.
It gets there before she does.
Do you think Do you think those that take the perfume a little strong, and those who are males that take the cologne a little strong?
Yeah, I've done that too.
Do you think? Well, okay, then I'll ask you this: Do you become snowblind?
No,
can you not smell it? I mean,
I think in my case, at the time we were doing it as a raise to everybody,
right. So we didn't care.
I think the other, and I've been guilty of this, and Betty has had to call me out several times, is being a little overweight.
Right.
We will do anything.
Right.
To change our appearance, we change our hairstyle,
Sure.
we change our wardrobe, we
Right.
do this, do that. Anything except lose weight.
That's right.
And that's probably where I need to start.
Right.
You know,
So do you say the overcompensation for the smelling good is to say I may be large, but I smell fantastic?
I think it's one of those
Yeah.
you do anything you can except quit eating.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Now the mistake.
That was my guilt.
Every now and then is understandable. Like when teaching the boys, hey, this is how much. Sometimes you put some on, you don't realize, oh wow, that's strong, until you get out
too late.
and you walk into the house or somebody's like, good night.
Ease into it.
Yeah, you realize just a little dabble do you.
Well, we're all thinking of two people. One of them will name, one we won't, because one he doesn't care, and that is JT.
Yes.
When JT worked with us on a daily basis, JT's cologne would arrive first.
Yeah, you would be in your office and you would smell him and
Right.
go, what? And go, oh, there he is.
Yeah. And then he would arrive later.
Yep.
The other was a reoccurring guest on the show, but we're
not doing that.
His cologne would get here before he did. And I'm saying that now that Greg's on the drums and I've got the mic.
Because he's going to blurt it out.
Because Greg would
would
name
just
it.
scream
Greg
out.
would name
Right.
it. But on the perfume side, I have a pretty high sensitivity to perfumes.
Yes, bad.
I mean, it really bothers me. I mean, like I can't stay in the same room with it because my everything's.
Well, some of it is okay, but some of it will burn your eyes.
It really
it's stout.
And y'all know the one we're talking about that is really, really flowery.
What are you saying?
Bubba, don't look at me.
Okay, they're trying to get you to say
would you
it.
please stop?
Yeah, all right. All right. Don't be.
He's doing charades.
Don't let them pull you in.
That's a good one. by the way.
Don't let them pull you in.
Nope.
But it's almost like
Not
some
gonna
people.
look.
Some people. I'm just gonna. This is a bad one. I'm gonna say here.
All right.
I think when we're looking for a pleasant smell that would actually spawn wonderful thoughts, don't come in smelling like a funeral home. There it is.
Oh wow.
You know when you come in there and they've got all
Sorry,
those
it's on the
flowers.
back of that can.
They've got all those flowers.
That's a terrible smell.
Yeah, and they've got all those flowers in there, and you walk in, and it actually makes you sad because you know something bad's happened.
Well,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I think too many of the
Perfume
perfumes
should make me sad.
are too sweet smelling. You know, it's
Oh.
like you're trying to attract bees or something. You know,
right.
I don't know.
I'll say it to the perfume cologne people the same thing I'll say to the tattoo community again. Less is more.
That's right.
Yeah, it's hard to stop. isn't it?
Less is more. Just easy. Just
and
tap
there's
the
some,
brakes.
There's
Tap the
some that
brakes.
are really strong, like Ralph Lauren or Musk or whatever. I know you when we went
Well,
to
that's
Courtney
because of
Cox.
the deer hormones. I mean, that's good stuff.
Deer were jumping out in front of the van.
Women, they have no. I mean, they just lose control. With that stuff.
Is Jovan Musk still around?
Oh yeah,
Is it?
around. Yeah.
Sure.
They make it by the train car fulls. Really.
And
What are you talking
it still
about?
just has women just fawning all over the place.
Yeah, that's the. It's doesn't sell as much, I don't think, as it used to, and that's probably why we're having a problem with men now.
You're right.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, they don't have game anymore.
Yeah.
Going back to this, Bubba, tell about times changing, and this was the other one that was popular, and it was one Greg and I had. But I want you
karate?
No, that's the one our uncle
Can
had.
I tell you what a great commercial? You remember that commercial as a kid? I love that. I thought that was great. I was a little kid, and I thought, man, if I get some high karate,
right,
I'll have to fight them girls off me in first grade.
Right. But I want you to think about how times have changed and our sensitivity. Now you don't want anybody to call you a brute if you're a man.
Mm-hmm.
When we were growing up, you went and got a cologne called Brute 33.
Yep.
I mean, it's like, hey, if you want
32 wasn't enough.
No, 30. We can't stop at 32. It's got to be 33.
33.
And so
can we see that high karate commercial again? I know Adler played it one time.
Sure,
it's
he
so
has.
funny.
Right. And I remember in those days too, and my dad smelled like this all the time. Is every man that you went around had Aqua Velva.
Oh yeah,
it was Aqua
or
Velva.
Old Spice.
Aqua Velva was the aftershave.
And the Old Spice, they're a hard toss up. You couldn't hardly tell them apart.
All right, here it is, Bubba, by request. The high karate. Here.
They have about a movie tonight, huh?
Oh.
Wow, what's that aftershave you're wearing?
New High Karate Aftershave is so powerful, it drives women right out of their minds. That's why we have to put instructions on self-defense in every package. High Karate, the brisk splash-on aftershave that smooths and soothes and cools. High Karate, aftershave, cologne, and gift sets. High Karate, be careful how you use it.
That never gets old.
Did you love self-defense sections in every box?
Women won't leave you alone. You need self-defense. All right, we'll wrap up the hour, and for a lot of folks, wrap up the week with phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. So many topics have been covered today. You can weigh in. We'll also give away a $50 American Express gift card next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, gang. Back by huge high request. Here is we're gonna. We need to do a cover this time. All right, here we go. 3, 4.
Yeah, that's right, Tom.
Sit there, and because I know how you are with these animal documentaries, they'll find like line prides and competing line
I'm not
pride.
into animals eating each other.
Well, competing line prides, when they're trying to compete over the same territory, and they got a boundary, and if you cross over, it is game on.
Let me tell you what I like too. I don't know why.
They're real mean too about it.
There's never any scenarios like this. It can be zebras, it can be wildebeest, it can be antelopes. That horrible moment when they have to get across that water.
Oh,
yeah. They're just going to make a run.
And it's just full of alligators and crocodiles.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And,
But the worst part to what
and somebody
Greg's
ain't going to
saying,
make it.
they'll bring one big one down, and one's trying to choke it out, and the other one's just go ahead and start. And it's like, I can't do that. It's
bad.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah.
It's rough to watch.
But anyway, check it out.
Nature's rough out there.
It is.
I'm going to tell you when you see, like we've said on the show many times, you start seeing, look at their line prides fighting, I'm all in.
Yeah, you get a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
But how do they know who's on each team?
I know. They all look alike.
No, there's no home and away jerseys.
Well, they know. And you don't want to know how. You don't want to know how they know.
You know, and the Lions have
you can't play shirts and skins.
I've noticed, the Lions kind of got
skin.
they kind of got it going on until they get too old and then they get pushed out. But they also have it kind of going on until they got to protect the pride, and then it's like it's on you, buddy.
The life of a lion is rough.
Let me tell you, a male lion, he like you said, there's a period of his life where he really has it going on. But he has everybody always gets on him because he didn't go out and hunt, and the women bring the food in. But they don't understand he's got a hard life. He's got to protect. He's got to get out there and he's got to fight off. Then he starts getting older. Here come all the young males.
They ban him.
They're going to take his women. And then the women turn on him if he gets too old.
Yes.
And they go with the young guy.
They will.
Tramps.
I know.
And then he just wanders around. They don't know how to eat because he never went out and hunting. He can't get anything down.
We had about 3 or 4 brothers that wanted to take over the whole area, and 2 lions had to protect their territory, and they were very strategic on how they did. I thought it was pretty smart.
Or you know
get
what?
all that.
They're selling their mane for locks of love.
No, you're right. That's funny. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba.
Phone calls to wrap up the hour. First, golden ticket seats today. You've heard them before because they all spun the wonderful wheel of canned meat today. There's Jackson, Carter Jackson, Steven Jackson, Tommy Evans, Nikki Evans, Joel Jackson, Jonathan McCulley, and Ryan McCulley. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 7 today.
All right, these are all jumbled up.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
1 and 7. What about lucky number 5?
Lucky number 5, Nikki Evans.
Yeah!
Nikki Evans. Hey, Nikki Evans.
She's smiling again.
Smiling again. $50 American Express gift card from Dr. Dudney.
Yep.
And the gang, they are our dentist, and he's got a Fix Mama's Mouth winner coming back to the studio here pretty soon. So $50 for Nikki. Lunch is on Nikki Evans today. So congratulations, and thanks to all of you for being here. Thanks for bringing the wonderful snacks and just being a pleasure to hang out with today on the program. Bubba, let's start with Doug in Jackson, Mississippi.
Let's do it,
Doug, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
My best friend, Doug.
Yeah, guys, I was just wondering if you think they'll put President Trump or in jail to keep him from going out and campaigning.
Well, let's
saying
look at
he's a flight risk or something.
Yeah, let's look at this. Most of the legal experts say no, you wouldn't do that, but the Dems have been able to pull this thing off. They've railroaded through. If I was them, I'd go for it all now.
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
why stop now? I might ask that he be handcuffed and tied to a wall. You know, I mean, something. Why not?
Put him in the stocks.
Nobody's stopping you now. You've got it railroaded. I mean, I'd pull the train on in the station, wouldn't you?
Yeah, we did talk about there will be some obvious obstacles because we've never put a sitting president or former president in jail before. what do we do with all of the Secret Service that they have? Do we put them in jail with them?
Yeah, I mean, this judge, if he'll put him in jail, he moves to the top of the pack for Democratic nominee next election.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
The View will endorse him today.
Right. By the way, warning, 8 minutes to The View.
Yeah, I know. We're going to have to get on that and watch that.
Josh in Georgia. Josh, go ahead. Welcome to the. It's not a phone show, Rick. Go ahead, Josh. You're on.
Hey, I think it's all corrupt. If Trump goes to prison, I'll write him on the ballot. But I'm just glad I woke up this morning. My last name wasn't Pecker.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll go
a
with
lot
you
to
on
be
that.
thankful for.
Yep.
A lot to be thankful for.
When that witness was talked about, that was uncomfortable.
A lot to be thankful for.
Yep.
Bobby,
you can fix that. It's a pretty easy trip down to the courthouse.
Bobby, it's the little
Rock
things
stars
in life.
do it all the time.
It's the little things in life, those little blessings.
I would, if I was in that boat, I would call everybody up because we're going down to the courthouse today.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. Give me your top 3 picks that are not phallic names.
Right.
Picture marrying into.
None of those will be entertained. Jeremy, none of those will be entertained.
I got a couple of them. We're not going to be named after a former governor.
All right.
Okay. But he can't even get it out.
Here we go.
I can't.
National Enquirer editor.
Bobby
That's his name.
in Alabaster. Bobby, go ahead.
Guys, I just want to call and tell y'all my favorite Rick and Bubba story. Back in '98, Cathio Kid and Pratt Boy were the interns there, and I bought about 25 sausage biscuits and brought them up there back when you didn't have to have a golden ticket to walk in there, and brought you guys them biscuits, and you even did a whole segment with me talking on the radio. So that was my 15 minutes of fame, guys. I'll never forget that.
Well, good. I'm glad that in those days, bring us food. You can have access to really anything, including the microphone.
Yes.
So thank you for that. Very, very kind. Let's go to...
Stories were harder to come up with before the internet.
You know what we did? Hey, there's a guy. Let's talk to him.
Hey, what are you doing?
Let's go to Michelle in Odenville. Michelle, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to go down memory lane. I just want to thank y'all for all these years that you've meant to me and my family. We've got so many connections. Back in '97, I'm originally from Southside, Rainbow City area. I was in the band, and we got to come to the Q104 Gadsden studio and on a Friday morning to play some tunes to kick off a Friday night pigskin roundup.
Oh,
and,
boy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, going way back. And then just knowing Don Juan through the years, and then Helms through the years, and then my husband actually got to coach Greg's son, Taylor, at Pleasant Valley.
How about all the connections?
How
My
about
goodness.
that?
Yeah, and then seeing Bubba at the national championship when Jacksonville State played in Frisco.
Yeah.
Because my husband and I both graduated there. And so just so many connections. And we moved closer. We both teach in Odenville, and we had to get closer to our jobs. That's why we moved. And so we don't get to listen to the show as much. But anytime we do, I just pick up where I left off with you guys.
Well,
and
that's
so
great.
That is so
sad
sweet.
to hear
Thank you, Michelle. Nice of you to call. Frisco Kid was a friend of mine. That's so many connections.
That's
there.
very, very kind
about
of you,
that?
Yeah.
Michelle.
Thank
That's
you, Michelle.
awesome. Boy, you brought back a lot of memories.
That's right. Yeah. And including Taylor playing
How about
T-ball.
that? PV Raiders.
Let's go to Jake in Gardendale. Jake, go ahead.
Hey, I have a question for Speedy.
All right, go ahead.
How old you got to be for the naked stallion coming tomorrow?
Say that again.
Oh, shirtless.
Shirtless. He said
Shirtless
naked. He
stallion,
meant shirtless.
Not naked.
Yeah, we're not going to get
Shirtless
naked.
Stallions.
The
That's
shirtless
what they-
stallions. I saw all ages.
Now the naked stallions, they're at a different stage.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
That's
They're actually-
after the game.
Right, they're
Yeah,
actually
it's,
on tour and going to bachelor parties everywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
They're actually in New York.
Yeah.
Giddy up.
Yeah, so there you go.
Hey, that's good.
That's what they say.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Shirtless section knows no age.
probably should.
Right. Yeah, but
Probably
it was a lot of father sons out there. I saw Grandpa.
You
The
should have
section
done-
was full.
You should have done one of your little breaks with shirtless with them.
Yeah, we actually threw shirts to them.
But you should have been shirtless doing it.
Is that
Yeah,
what I knew you'd go there?
I heard you talking about that. Is it a waste of time to throw free shirts to shirtless
Right,
people?
then they threw them back.
Because they already took off the one they had.
Right, they're in it.
Let's go to Jack
In
in
it to win
Coleman.
it.
Jack, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey guys, when it comes to Greg and feel good stories,
Yes.
He's that guy that's like a $500 steak, and it's a doo-doo flavored toothpick that tells you everything that's in it and on it when it comes out to your table. He can't have anything.
Jack, that's
I don't know about that.
I don't know how long you spent on that.
He confused me at one point.
The beautiful thing about analogies is they've got to be pretty easy to understand immediately. You know, and
I think the doo-doo flavored toothpick kind of lost me there.
I think he just wanted
that
to
would
say
lose
that.
most people.
Yeah. I don't.
You better.
It was it was one of those things. He took his swing. You got to give him credit for
I don't know if it's positive or negative.
Taking his cuts, but didn't walk it out too well. Let's go to Kyle in Birmingham. Kyle, go ahead.
Hey, guys. So Birmingham Southern Tots is making a trading card of Birmingham Southern.
I hope so.
But my question to y'all is were y'all real big on trading cards growing up? Or was that too much work?
No, I had a bunch of baseball cards when I was younger, yeah.
Yeah, I remember them being around, but I don't remember being into it. But I wasn't anti. I
remember I had a shoebox full. Probably lost it, and they're probably worth thousands. But
I did. I had a bunch of them, and when I kind of I didn't do that anymore. I gave them away to somebody, and I had a bunch of really cool ones. And
I'll give you a memory. They were football cards, which are not as valuable. But I remember going to Taylor's Grocery down from the house.
Oh yeah,
and I bought me some football cards. And being a kid, you weren't up. And they had stickers in there too, and they had the Tampa Bay Bucks and the Seattle Seahawks, and they were brand new teams.
Yeah.
And I remember being confused as a kid, going, "Well, where did these two teams come from?"
Yeah.
Yep.
But that was their first year,
and they were in different conferences.
Yeah.
You know how you have things that stick out in your mind? For some reason, my Willie Stargell card sticks out in my mind.
Yeah.
I think I
one.
had him, and I had a Barry Bonds. I think
I had one Honus
with the Pirates.
Honus Wagner.
No, you did.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.